play along. Nigga, I feel like saying nigga today. Oh yeah, I feel like saying nigga tonight. Alright, when I'm with my son sitting in the park, I say nigga with a heart. Oh fuck yeah. I don't care if you get your feelings hurt. Your reaction to the word is worse. I'm just trying to watch my son play tag. Now please step away from my bag. Nigga, I feel like saying nigga today. Oh yeah, I feel like saying nigga tonight. Alright, but when I'm with my son sitting in the park, I say nigga with a heart. Oh fuck yeah. I yell the N-word every time I get robbed. Don't blame me, that's what they like to be called. I'm not a hater, I just love free speech. Now please keep your kid on a leash. Nigga, I feel like saying nigga today. Oh yeah, I feel like saying nigga tonight. Alright, when I'm with my son sitting in the park, I say nigga with a heart. Oh fuck yeah, I feel like saying nigga today. Oh yeah, I feel like saying nigga tonight. Alright, but when I'm with my son sitting in the park, I say nigga with a heart. Oh fuck yeah. Oh fuck yeah. Oh fuck yeah.
starter, fucking instigator. I'm the fear addicted, danger illustrated. I'm a fire starter, twisted fire starter. You're a fire starter, twisted fire starter. You're the fire starter, twisted fire starter.
The pigs have learned tonight.
Piercing radiant moon, the storming of fortune, all the life running through her hair, approaching guiding light, a shallow years in front, dreams are made winding through my godliness, and loveliness is cleanliness, and cleanliness is godliness, and God is empty, just like that.
Holy cows, man. Holy cows, man. We bring the madness. We bring the madness. Dance, laugh, sing. I love my cult. I love my cult. Brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters. You understand? You understand what I'm doing here? Are you starting to get it? I am the Raven King. I can do anything. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. Get rid of that R poll. They bash me on other channels. I've seen them bashing me on OTW and elsewhere. You don't belong here. You're a cockroach. You were given a chance to be here, but you don't belong. You support shit channels. Can a moderator take care of our poll? Get rid of that cockroach. They're on the fence. They're two-faced. They play both sides. Don't want them here. This is Gothcott, the snake. Do you understand? Do you understand? He's been exposed. All you have to do is pay attention. Pay attention. Pay attention. And you'll understand what I'm doing. If you watch this like it's a TV program or TV show, then you won't understand what I'm doing. Some of you have the wrong mindset.
The position and seat in the White House, man. It's time for America and the world to raise our standards. Pretty simple as that. To overcome shame, you must find worthiness, right? And having neighbors, people in the community, okay? People in the community are sleeping in streets. There's actual, people are forced out of shelter so that they can go, what? Go beg, go depend on other people. I mean, this world is nuts. And I'll swing it back into this because the Independence Day, I started down this briefly. I made publicly my goal. I thought there could be, I know, and the day's not done. I know there is a way. I could find a way somehow to speak with Donald Trump by today. See, because if we had a true man, a true leader in the White House, they would be uniting the men and women of Congress, not dividing the American public. And so, American public, they do what they see. And so they see the nation divided. So they divide the communities. And it's just a big, broken, dysfunctional family. But the point is, America and the world has everything we need right now. We could end wars and totally transform the world. TJ Yao, blessings to you. I haven't seen you for a while either.
I am the Raven King. I can do anything. I can take Jack's head and put it on any body or do whatever I want digitally. I can make any characters that I want to. You don't control me. None of you do. None of you control me and my creativity. None of you. But most humans are control freaks. They can't handle jokes. They can't handle parody, satire, characters. They can't handle anything. And they show it all the time on YouTube. All the time. And I'll create whatever the fuck I want.
I'm going to start out welcome, and let me bring up, there's a couple of guests showed up, and I don't want to leave folks waiting. So welcome, Stephen. Welcome, Frank. How are you, brother? TJ Yao, blessings to you. I haven't seen you for a while either. I'm going to start out welcome, and let me bring up, there's a couple of guests showed up, and I don't want to leave folks waiting. So welcome, Stephen. Welcome, Frank. How are you, brother?
Holy cows, man. Don't call me Steven. You can call me Jake Gothcott. Jake Gothcott.
Oh, so you're going to be here in pretend character again?
This is not pretend, Jack. This is real life.
Actually, Stephen, we're not off to a good start. I want to have you around, okay? I can have fun with you, but you've been a distraction and you've been taking me for granted, and I haven't appreciated it at all.
Help me help you, Jack.
Stop playing characters and actually do what you said you were doing. Be honest. That's the only thing I'm asking you to do, is to be true.
Jack, playing characters is part of who I am. You're asking me to be someone else.
If you're not willing to adapt to be with me, that's more evidence that you do not appreciate what I've shared already. So thank you, Stephen. Welcome, Frank. How are you today, brother? God bless you. How you doing, man? I helped Stephen to the door, so he's not here. I wanted to bring this. Whoops. TJ.
I'm winning. Gothcott is winning versus Talcott. Gothcott is winning versus Talcott. I'm winning.
Blessings to you. It's been a while. Last I heard, man, you were challenging yourself. But put on the whole armor of God that you may be able to stand against the schemes of the devil. What does that mean? I know the armor of God to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. For it is only the truth that sets me free. It is only the truth that protects me.
Sorry, Jack, I'm experiencing some serious internet outages. I'm not sure if it'll stabilize or not.
No worries. No worries, man. And here, for we do not wrestle against flesh and blood. I have no enemies in this world. Okay? There is no man or woman who I view as my enemy. But
There's our poll over there posting the Cash App for Jack Talcott, grifting for him, right there. He's a moderator there, a member, and loves to raise money for this fraud, Jack Talcott. It's an absolute fraud. It's an absolute fraud. Absolute fraud. Hello, TG. Hello, Rashawn. Hello, Ren. Hello, Anthony. Hello, everyone. Hello. In case you just joined, this is Gothcott versus Talcott. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. I can make images like this. I can create characters. I can do whatever I want. I'm a creative, free spirit. Your fucked up realm, your hell realm will never control me. Talcott or anybody else. Talcott and a whole army won't control me. I do what I want. I make what I want. I'm a free spirit. Here's another one. Gothcottia. This is Gothcottia. Look at this. Yeah. And look at this here. Peace Wizard Gothcott. This is Jake. This is Jake Gothcott, as that idiot used to call him. Jake Gothcott. I could put this on t-shirts. You'll see what I mean. You want to F around with me? I'll make you famous. I'll show you to be a joke. A joke. Clowncott, Gothcott. You'll see. Keep going. Keep going. You want to disrespect me? I'm not going to take it. You're going to see you're going to see something. And for the people that are slow, maybe you'll catch on one day what I'm doing. Some of you don't get it. That have been on my channel for months, you still don't get it. You don't have to get it. You don't have to. I know a lot of people in this realm are slow. A lot are slow to catch on to what I'm doing. Go ahead. Jump into the bin if you want to. Go to the shit channels, worship them. But I know what I'm doing, and I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. And maybe one day you'll catch up to speed and realize, oh, now I get what he was doing. Now I get it. Some of you don't get it. So be it. So be it. Keep tuning in. Maybe you'll catch on one day.
Rulers, we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the cosmic powers over this present darkness, against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly places. The cosmic powers that overrun every one of us, that brings the darkness upon us. It is the role of the accuser. It is the dark energies of despair, of not enough, of lack, of limitations. These ideas of darkness, we do not have to give them any power. That is what Jesus was teaching. And truly, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against the principalities and rulers in high places. Let's consider that concept. And as far as the concept of that, What is ruling everybody in that I can see is the corporate and government nonsense. Life as we know it has been severely overcomplicated for the purposes of division and rulers. Okay, that's what the devil would do. The devil's in the details. Get over the details and find the quality, find the consistency. This is what I've been training for myself. I'm trying to back my thoughts up from a memory that came up, but I mean,
I think my
Frank,
connection's better now. Yeah.
hey, thank you.
Yeah, I had been thinking a lot about your mission for the 4th of July, and it got me reflecting on a couple of things that I thought were of interest and maybe serviceable to you in your mission. I'm not sure. But one was a universal human rights, like a bill of universal human rights that was written, I think, into like a single paragraph form. And that seems to be like a simplified idea of one thing that we definitely need at this time, because we see so many people in the system now getting abused for so-called, undocumented, right? Undocumented migrants, illegal aliens, this type of thing. And I don't want to address that directly, but I think that your idea of simplifying things and doing away with like the overcomplication that's been burdening our lives is a huge part of the equation. And in addition to that, it got me thinking about a spiritual guy, our guy that was engaged in work for traditional Chinese medicine like 30 years ago or so. But he wrote a thing called like the Declaration of Spiritual Independence. And he said if we changed just some of the language in our Declaration of Independence and made it more inclusive, and I'm not saying we need to change the Declaration of Independence, obviously, but I mean like having a couple of simple, useful tools at your disposal that are concise wordings of what you've got going on and what you're working towards. I don't know, that might serve as a banner for people to get behind, and it may aid, it may not though. I just thought I would present the idea to you.
Yeah, I've got a lot of things that I've done and that I'm continuing to do. Hey, let me address, sorry, my mind did drift a little bit as well, Frank, and I'm sorry for that, but there's a couple of things that came out from the chat.
Yeah, do so. I'll chill. I'm here. I think my connection's good now, so thank you.
I wanted to highlight the character description.
So he says the character, he's very disrespectful, and then he expects respect in return. It doesn't work that way. The Sanity Machine wrote, I think Jack may be mentally ill. He didn't like that after he already kicked me off the show. You notice he's doing the devil horn sign right there? That's the devil horn sign. Right there, he's doing the devil horn sign. He calls me a character. Well, I'm going to treat you like a clown. You can't handle criticism. You kicked me off your show. What do you expect? You treat people like shit, you're not going to get respect that way, twat-cott.
Connection's good now, so thank you.
I wanted to highlight the character description from Stephen. Comments like this from the chat are exactly why I don't want him.
No, that's false. I rarely leave comments, but you already kicked me off your show. So I use the chat room. You can't handle anything. You're thin-skinned. You don't have a spine. You're thin-skinned, and you are mentally ill.
The character description from Stephen. Comments like this from the chat are exactly why I don't want him here. And yet he's in the back. So let's see how he's returning, because before I timed him out, he wanted to make the claim that I can't handle jokes or criticisms. And I'm quite confident there's enough evidence that proves that claim wrong.
So you kicked me off the show and you timed me out in your chat. You proved me right. You can't handle jokes and criticism. You just proved my point. You kicked me off your show live and then you timed me out in your chat. You just proved you can't handle jokes and criticism. There's the proof. Your behavior proves it. For the people that are sleeping watching my show, you got to pay attention to learn what's going on. Otherwise, you're not wanted here. It's that simple. I don't want people that are just hanging around anymore. I don't want that. I don't want to have to explain tomorrow what I covered today. I don't want to do that. If you're here, pay attention.
Because, yeah, Dr. D head, that's it. I am. I'm high on Jesus, high on life. I am elevating my consciousness. This nonsense juvenile clown show of a world, I'm kind of done with it. And Stephen, welcome back. I appreciate your persistence, and I know that we can communicate. We can get along.
Hello, Jack. I thought you would find the Gothcott character funny. But anyway, I guess you didn't. I guess you don't like that. But thank you for having the courage to bring me back on.
Yeah. You know, at a different time or a different day, it's possible I would have just enjoyed that. You're right, Stephen. I can understand that.
Yeah.
But
I think
I
if someone
did-
else had done the character, you would have enjoyed it.
I did tell you
Mhm.
before kicking you that I
Yeah.
wasn't wanting to entertain characters today. And you didn't.
You just basically what you're doing, Jack, is getting me to create more characters of you. Gothcott, clown characters, Jack in the Box characters. It's my creativity is endless. I can do this for years. It makes me happy and it makes you miserable. So guess who's winning? Can anybody tell that in the chat room, or do you need it explained to you? See, this is what frustrates me, having to explain characters, jokes, explain what I'm doing. You got to pay attention, otherwise I just don't want you around. I don't want people dragging around, hanging around, trying to drag me down for years. You've got to pay attention or just leave. For the people that don't know what I'm doing, you're just too slow to be here. You just don't fit in then. You don't get it. And that's too bad. If you don't get it, you don't get it. Just like if you don't get the jokes, some of you don't get the jokes. You don't get when I'm creating characters. You you just don't get it. And I just you become tedious, and then I don't want you around. It's the way it is. It'd be like my worst nightmare would be having a best friend that's velcroed to me in real life that doesn't get anything, and I have to explain everything. It takes the fun out of it, and I don't want those types around me. I don't want you around. If you don't know what I'm doing, you don't belong here. Go away.
Didn't
Yeah.
want to accept what I said. You wanted me to accept what you were doing. I didn't find that to be fair or respectful. So, what are your thoughts?
Well, Jack, I was just asking you to accept me as I am, the way that you want to be accepted as you are.
There's a difference.
Okay.
I care about others.
So do
Okay.
I.
So for me to be rejected when I actually care about others, it seems a little illogical to me. Now, in your scenario, you care about yourself
No.
far more than you care about
No.
me. And Stephen, it's been proven over and over and over to me.
No, I've raised thousands of dollars in the last month for other people. So I do care about others.
Not me.
I think that
Not me.
not you.
Yeah.
Not you.
Yeah, you've done nothing for me, Stephen.
Some of you have to pay attention. You have attention problems, and I'm aware of it. And I become more aware of it as I do more live streams. And it actually makes me not want you around me. And I'm not kidding about that. The people that can't pay attention, that it needed explained, you think that some of you, I think, believe that exposing someone is yelling at them. If you'd pay attention, you'd see what I'm doing. If you have an IQ somewhere at least around 90 or 100 and above, there are some people I suspect to be on my channel that don't belong here. If you don't know what I'm doing, you don't belong. If you need everything explained to you, you don't belong here.
Be to be rejected when I actually care about others, it seems a little illogical to me. Now, in your scenario, you care about yourself
No,
far more than you care about
no,
me. And Stephen, it's been proven over and over and over to me.
no. I've raised thousands of dollars in the last month for other people, so I do care about others.
Not
I
me.
think that.
Not
Oh,
me.
not you, not
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, you've done nothing for me, Stephen. Let me not say
Oh,
nothing, because I'm sure you can
nothing.
find something, but
Wow.
well,
Huh.
you've done nothing. Since
Is it all
knowing
about
me,
you, Jack? Or what about charity? What about people that are hungry?
hey, Stephen,
Yeah.
why do I do my live streams?
Why is it so difficult for you to answer a question? I don't understand.
It's not difficult for me to answer a question. Why is it so difficult for you to be relevant to me? That's the only
I
thing
am
I'm
relevant.
asking for.
I am
No,
relevant. You kicked me off the other
Stephen,
day.
right. And I'm not going to entertain your arguments. You're now gone the rest of the day. Go be a clown somewhere else. It seems a little illogical to me. Now, in your scenario, you care about yourself
No,
far more than you care about
no,
me. And Stephen, it's been proven over and over and over to me.
no. I've raised thousands of dollars in the last month for other people, so I do care about others.
Not
I
me.
think that.
Not
Oh,
me.
not you, not
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, you've done nothing for me, Stephen. Let me not say
Oh,
nothing, because I'm sure you can
nothing.
find something, but
Wow.
well,
Huh.
you've done nothing. Since
Is it all
knowing
about
me,
you, Jack? Or what about charity? What about people that are hungry?
hey, Stephen,
Yeah.
why do I do my live streams?
Why is it so difficult for you to answer a question? I don't understand.
It's not difficult for me to answer a question. Why is it so difficult for you to be relevant to me? That's the only
I
thing
am
I'm
relevant.
asking for.
I am
No,
relevant. You kicked me off the other
Stephen,
day.
right. And I'm not going to entertain your arguments. You're now gone the rest of the day. Go be a clown somewhere else.
I don't know. I've been observing a little bit, over the
Be reject to be,
I
but
think
and Stephen, there's enough evidence. I'm kind of done with it. And Stephen, welcome back. I appreciate your persistence, and I know that we can communicate. We can get along.
Hello, Jack. I thought you would find the Gothcott character funny, but anyway, I guess you didn't. I guess you don't like that, but thank you for having the courage to bring me back on.
Yeah. At a different time or a different day, it's possible I would have just enjoyed that. You're right, Stephen. I can understand that.
Yeah.
But
I
but
think if someone else had done the character, you would have enjoyed it.
I did tell you
Mhm.
before kicking you that I
Yeah.
wasn't wanting to entertain characters today. And you didn't
Yeah.
want to accept what I said. You wanted me to accept what you were doing. I didn't
Mhm.
find that to be fair or respectful. So, what
I,
are your
well,
thoughts?
Jack, I was just asking you to accept me as I am, the way that you want to be accepted as you are.
There's a difference. I
Okay.
care about others.
So do
Okay?
I.
So for me to be rejected when I actually care about others, it seems a little illogical to me. Now, in your scenario, you care about yourself
No,
far more than you care about
no,
me. And Stephen, it's been proven over and over and over to me.
no. I've raised thousands of dollars in the last month for other people, so I do care about others.
Not
I
me.
think that.
Not
Oh,
me.
not you, not
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, you've done nothing for me, Stephen. Let me not say
Oh,
nothing, because I'm sure you can
nothing.
find something, but
Wow.
well,
Huh.
you've done nothing. Since
Is it
knowing
all about
me,
you, Jack? Or what about charity? What about people that are hungry?
hey, Stephen,
Yeah.
why do I do my live streams?
Why is it so difficult for you to answer a question? I don't understand.
It's not difficult for me to answer a question. Why is it so difficult for you to be relevant to me? That's the only
I
thing
am
I'm
relevant.
asking for.
I am
No,
relevant. You kicked me off the other
Stephen,
day.
right. And I'm not going to entertain your arguments. You're now gone the rest of the day. Go be a clown somewhere else.
I don't know. I've been observing a little bit, over the last year or so, and with Stephen, he seems to be extremely disingenuous. Like
Hmm.
he'd come over and sometimes he makes great strides or appears to make great strides to interact and support your ideas.
Frank Mundy and Jack Twatcott are very disingenuous, and unfortunately, not many on YouTube pay attention enough to even figure out those two on the screen. It is unfortunate. I shouldn't have to cover this stuff every day, but I think I'm starting to get. I do have a stubborn streak in me where I might just cover this stuff forever and drop the esoterica and the other stuff because if people can't get this, I'm wasting my time sharing the other stuff. And I know people say we want the other stuff. You're not going to get what you want here then. I'm not going to feed my audience what you want. I'm going to do things like this. That might be the direction of my channel. And I have a list of topics that I could cover for esoterica that you wouldn't see covered anywhere else. But it's the audience that doesn't pay attention and that from day to day can't remember who's who. I have to show them and say who it is. And it gets to the point of saying, I don't think people here are learning anything, unfortunately. And if you were, you'd be able to demonstrate it to me. It would show. And it really doesn't show a lot of times. I don't think most on YouTube are capable of learning anything anywhere on YouTube. That's what I notice. I think most are write-offs. I think most are lost causes. I think most are foobar. Mentally, and in terms of attention span and memory and intellectually, emotionally, and spiritually, I think most are foobar. I can't help most people. And running my channel has really solidified that in my mind that I can't help most of you. Most people on YouTube need to be told something is a joke before they realize it's a joke. They have to be told it's parody or satire. It's very tedious dealing with people at this point. I have to tell them everything that I'm doing. They don't just get it. I used to think some people got it, but the longer this goes on, the more I realize a lot of people are just pretenders. They're just pretending to get what I'm doing, and I don't think you really do. I don't. I think most people are better suited for channels like Jack Talcott. They could sit there in the chat room at that low level and be there because they're not getting it. And that's when I say to myself, then I'm wasting my time, my energy, my effort, my breath, and I don't like to do that. I'd rather put it into something productive or put it into my relationships with people that appreciate me rather than wasting my breath on people that don't remember any fucking thing I say today, a day from now. I don't like that. And that's what a lot of you are like on YouTube, a lot of YouTube people. And I'm starting to group you in with other people on other channels because I'm seeing a lot of people behave in ways that isn't much better in terms of attention span. There's something really wrong with most of you. By most of you, I mean most humans. I don't just necessarily mean the ones on my channel. Most of you have attention problems, big time. It's so extreme. It's almost beyond my comprehension. I can't relate to you because I'm able to focus and pay attention, and I see so many that can't do it. You just can't do it. So I know there's something wrong. And I don't think you're getting out if you can't focus on what I'm saying. I can't envision a way that you would get out of this realm because whatever I've shared here, you don't remember it anyway. All you have is this vague concept that, oh, King Stephen calls this a hell realm. You don't seem to know the details that I've gone into, and it's just wasted on you. It's spiritual wisdom that's just wasted on you. I'm tossing pearls to swine. and that's the way it feels. And then a lot of you aren't around, which is fine. Maybe you're busy in life, whatever the case may be. But I don't think many of you take it seriously enough to get out of here. I really don't. So, and I don't even think most of you get what I'm doing when I cover Jack Talcott, when I create characters. I think most of it's over your heads. I really do. And it's unfortunate, but it's the way it is. I was having fun for a while with my channel, but the more that I do this and the more that people show they don't get what I'm doing, then I have to step back and say, what's the purpose of what I'm doing then? If I'm doing it for an audience that doesn't get what I'm doing. And that's the way I'm starting to feel lately. I was feeling that way before vacation. I thought maybe taking a vacation would help reset things and make people realize without so many live streams, they might start to say, well, his channel is different. I miss these live streams, and compare and contrast mine to other shows. But I don't think you're doing that. I think most people are pretty much lost causes. And I'm not happy about that. It doesn't make me feel happy. But I don't know if you can tell by the tone of my voice. Again, a lot of you can't do that. You can't tell when someone's joking and laughing and in that mood, or a lot of you just can't tell very much. You can't read body language. A lot of humans are just, it's like you're disabled, emotionally disabled, mentally disabled, spiritually disabled. And it's like dealing with a species of disabled beings that you have to be spoon-fed, and you still don't get it. You just don't get it. So that's the thing. I think a lot of you prefer shit. A lot of humans, including some on my channel, I suspect that you prefer shit. So I don't feel like giving you quality because you prefer shit. You don't even know what quality is. And you're demonstrating it a lot of times. And I'll come up with a new character and you don't get what I'm doing. So it's just a waste of my energy then. You don't get it. There were people that got angry at the Gothcott character. And just a lot of people don't get what I'm doing. You just don't get it. So I don't know. Like, I've tried everything to reach people. And I think that most humans, some on my channel, are unreachable, unfortunately. And this is I wouldn't say I'm depressed, but it does make me, well, it doesn't make me happy. It kind of gets me down that a lot of you are just unreachable. I can't help you. You don't get simple things, and you can't remember it from day to day. Unfortunately, it's not what I wish. I wish the opposite. I wish I could just roll at my own speed through things and you just catch on to what I'm doing. But a lot of people don't, so it has to be covered again and again. And that's when it gets tedious, and then that's when it gets no fun. Becomes no fun for me. And when it's no fun, I said I'll move on to do something else. There's lots of things I can do. I can learn lots of things. A lot of you don't learn anything. You don't spend time learning how to, let's say, do Photoshop or do this, or I teach myself things all the time. I just think there's something wrong with in general, the audience on YouTube. You don't demonstrate understanding. So there is something wrong. I do think there is something wrong. It just seems like it's over your head. There's no reaction. There's just something wrong. So, yeah. And I don't think that you get my Esoterica series as much as people keep insisting they understand. They say in words they understand, but they don't show real understanding for what I'm doing. You just don't, most. And the numbers have gone down dramatically. Those videos a year ago used to get 1,500 views or so. Now it's like 200-300 views on an Esoterica video, where I think people don't watch, they don't appreciate it. They just they prefer garbage. I really think you prefer garbage. I do. I think you prefer garbage. That's most people on YouTube have a taste for garbage. And then they miss quality when it's gone. Like, you're that fucked up. You remind me of family where they miss someone only at their funeral, but they didn't appreciate them the whole time they were alive. They could live into their 50s, 60s, 70s. They weren't appreciated, really. But the people will say, now that they're gone, I miss them. And, you know, they really were a good person, and they miss things about them. You only miss it once it's gone, which is very human. I've noticed that about human beings in my lifetime here. There's just so much with humans that it isn't just this realm that's beyond repair because it's this way. Humans are this way. I can't fix humans. Humans are this way. You just want shit. That's what you want.
But in all
You want manipulators. That's why that which is over there on Twatcott's channel and you follow Frank Monday, you'll listen to this manipulator. A lot of you can't see in seconds what a manipulator is or what they sound like. You just have no ability to do it. And I can't endow you with abilities that you don't possess. You're lacking, you're deficient. There's something damaged with a lot of, I would say, most humans on this earth.
actuality, that's not what he's up to. He's just gathering more content to bash and vilify you later. And
No.
he laid off you for a couple of weeks, but then he dug right back in as soon as you called him out on a couple of things. And I don't know, like his sworn mission statement on his channel is discord and disruption and interference.
Where's my sworn mission statement? Where is that? Where is it? Back up your claim. Where's my sworn mission statement? Where is it?
He's just gathering more content to bash and vilify you later. And
No.
he laid off you for a couple of weeks, but then he dug right back in as soon as you called him out on a couple of things. And I don't know, like his sworn mission statement on his channel is discord and disruption and interference with the world at large, and with that as like a premise, a starting point.
That's what he's doing.
And the other thing is his jabs are like, they're not good humored. If he's making a joke or something and it's in a good humored way, people will get that immediately. But his genuine.
He's not good humored. He's evil. Frank Monday's evil. He likes to obsess over me. He likes to talk about me nonstop. He's a piece of shit. And Talcott just loves when someone's bashing me. He'll sit there smiling. That lifts his mood. Demons flock together. They stick together, and they are demons. And I'm not sad about it when some of you get the rude awakening realizing, oh, they are demons. He wasn't just calling them that. They are that. Good. Good. Learn the hard way. When you try to get free from this realm, learn that they are demons. Learn then. Don't learn now. Don't listen to me now. Learn then. Good luck.
Nature is just obvious to everyone, and it's in a good humored way. People will get that immediately. But his genuine nature is just obvious to everyone. And it's kind of a sad thing because you've been working really hard to try to have him kind of turn around and dig deep enough in his heart to actually act like a person occasionally, which he seems to be incapable of doing. But I don't know. That's just my superficial grasp of it.
He will. If he wants to spend time with me, which he seems to, right? I mean, he talks about me when he's not with me, and he's pretty loyal.
You talk about me as well. I've seen screenshots. You talk about me on the phone. You talk about me in emails. You talk about me on other live shows and in their chats. You make comments about me during live streams. I've seen it, Jack. You talk about me as well when I'm not on your show. There are days that I don't go on your show and you mention me. You've put me in thumbnails for your live streams. I'm aware of all that you've done. I know my audience doesn't pay attention. Most of these audiences don't. His audience doesn't either. Most people watch YouTube just like they're flicking through TV channels. I'm pretty convinced of that at this point. Most people don't watch to learn anything. It's just entertainment for most of you. So why should I care about putting out quality or esoterica series? A lot of people are just lost causes. You'll learn the hard way when you're trying to get out of here, when you don't have the knowledge, the spiritual knowledge and wisdom to get out. That will be your failing because you just took it all as entertainment. Stupidly. And that's how dumb most people are. You can cry about it if you want to. You can get upset. But you demonstrate it all the time. Very few people demonstrate deep understanding of these things. Very few.
loyal to showing up. If he wants to be with me, all he's got to do is change. This is what's amazing.
Why should I have to change at all? How about you change? How about you change in a way that you become a human being that your ex-wife will like and respect, and your son and grandson, and your own mother and family and neighbors, former neighbors and former friends? No one likes you and respects you. Maybe the common denominator is Jack Talcott. Maybe you should change. I'm not going to change one bit, not one iota for Jack Talcott, not a bit.
Really hard to try to have him kind of turn around and dig deep enough in his heart to actually act like a person occasionally, which he seems to be incapable of doing. But I don't know. That's just my superficial grasp of it.
He will. If he wants to spend time with me, which he seems to, right? I mean, he talks about me when he's not with me, and he's pretty loyal to showing up. If he wants to be with me, all he's got to do is change. This is what's amazing.
Yeah, I don't even think it requires much of a change either. He
No,
just needs to
no.
be genuine, right? Reach in himself and find the light within, you know?
Frank, yes. And here's the thing. When I say the Bible confirmed my experience, the Bible confirmed my experience. Okay? I've said it's possible that God is using me in a manner and fashion similar to what Jesus was used for. But it's different, right? Because it's a different time, it's a different message, it's different in everything. So I'm not Jesus, but I'm confident that God has allowed me to learn from some of the right people. And I have found answers to things in the world that I had never even thought to ask about. So in this little noggin that everyone wants to piss on and disrespect so much, I think God has blessed me. And, you know, the blessings aren't around me, so people don't believe me. But that's the test. I've encountered this problem repeatedly recently. And Frank, here and now, I'm just talking to you like a friend, right? Because this is my real life and I'm trying to figure this out. I've met a lot of people who are just like me, right? They've done some work, but there's still some blind spots that I see, and I know I can help them with it. But that would mean they'd have to change. And they're afraid of change. So since they know that I represent change, I get pushed away and avoided. And I don't know how to reach people who won't see me or talk to me. Any ideas?
Well, I would start by saying if people are put off by your approach to change, then they've got a lot of growing to do, because you seem to be the least intrusive person in promoting fellowship with God of anyone I've met. Because believe me, it grinds my fucking gears when people are Bible thumpers and, you know, overt veggie heads and stuff like this. And, you know, because like you said, people don't want to change. They don't want to give up their bad habits. And from my experience with you, which is becoming quite extensive to some extent now, I think that you're the least intrusive agent of change, and that if someone chaffs at that, then yeah, it's on their side, and they've got a lot of growing to do to come even a couple of steps forward. And I think that it's and I think that it's relevant too to point out that your experience with the Bible improving your experiences is more valid than some, because and I don't mean to compare, but I mean that, like, people who grow up on the Bible necessarily and then don't ever get their head up out of the dirt to breathe air, they don't necessarily have the perspective like you do. You went through a life of hardship and change, and then you found the light in the Word of God. And I think this is a really relevant thing. It's a little bit different than others' experience.
Frank, thank you for recognizing that. because there's a lot of people who don't. They hear similarities, so they make assumptions. There's a lot of people who found religion, and religion has done some incredible things for many people. I didn't find religion. I sought to know God. And I encourage everybody, please, your own future, for the future of the world around you, seek to know God for yourself. I'm just a messenger, man. I'm just an ordinary man, but this is, I believe, from God. We are here to listen to the ordinary man, not just the wealthy and the titled. Because, see, the wealthy and the titled, they brought us to the brink of destruction.
Absolutely. And that's even written like the documents of our founding fathers in the Constitution, is that it was the everyday man who could aspire to those positions because his life experience is just as relevant as anyone else's, but they've made it into an entire political class that separated from the people. And this creates like an egalitarian elite or like a class almost that isn't representative of the people anymore. And it's a sad thing.
It makes sense, though, by the order of growth and development. I gotta pause this. I'm sorry. Daisy, I love you. I am such a fan of you as well. But your assumptions are wrong about me. Started in the beginning. I'm pretty sure I said something about it. Okay. But here, let's take a moment to help try and appease Daisy's opinion of me. Golly geez, look at me again. I'm such a damn people pleaser. I go my way to try and earn the love and respect of people who don't want to give it. Why would I do that? Why would I do that?
Because you're trying to be fair and present some, like, equity, disenfranchised for the half drunk.
Frank, thank you. Because here, I am an example. I'm not perfect, so learn from me with what I do right, intention. I'll point it out, and you can help point it out what I do wrong. But the point of doing wrong is to try and figure out what's right. And Daisy, I said it in the beginning. If I didn't, I'll say it again. I served our nation in the Army, and I did that role with pride. I cared about the oath I took. When I worked at the United States Service, I took another oath there to serve the American public, to protect the sanctity of the correspondence and the mail that people rely on. When I raised my hand in the Union, I took another oath to serve. I take my life a lot seriously now than I used to, but I'm not afraid of my life anymore. So the point I'm getting at is I am an American. Okay, I don't deny that. I actually embrace the idea because I recognize the blessings that God has allowed me to find living in this nation as opposed to others. You better believe I'm proud, Daisy. But giving the hardworking men and women of this nation a day off and spending a bunch of money to make some lights in the sky while children are still sent off to war, while mothers and fathers are working themselves bone tired. They're barely making it, many people. And then there's others that are out of hope. They're out of ideas. So all I'm suggesting is in the midst of our celebrating all the blessings and freedoms we have, let's do with those while we still can.
Right. And I'm a proud American as well, born and raised in the United States. My entire tenure here in China, I've probably grown closer to the founding spirit of 1776, and I promote it. And I always, I'm teaching so people can get along in our country. And God bless America. God bless our president and the forefathers who sat in the Green Dragon Tavern in Boston, Massachusetts, and said to hell with the tax stamp and to hell with taxes on tobacco. And books, I think, is really the origin of it. Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, George Washington. These guys were about book distribution, and the price of a book back then could be the price of a house. So they had to break those chains of leadership that prevented the free flow of information. And I think that's one of the glorious things that the U.S. spirit represents, is being well educated.
America represents being well educated. Wow. And Frank Monday believes that elections are real. He doesn't realize those are rigged, but he believes himself to be well educated as he hides away in a dumpy little Beijing shithole apartment. And he tries to cheat on his wife with women that he meets through his YouTube channel. And some of them have come forward and said that Frank Monday was hitting on them and trying to cheat on his wife. And they told him to focus on his wife. Frank Monday wants to cheat on his Chinese wife. All right. Some have come forward and spoken about that on live streams. Frank Monday is a piece of shit. He's shitty. He's a douchebag. He never shows his wife, but he does try to cheat on her. He does stay in hotels a lot. Anyway, this isn't a TV show. Seek your mindless entertainment elsewhere. It's a new meme that I just made. Do you understand? Do you understand? I should put that on repeat. Do you understand? I think by the time I leave this body, most people will have not understood hardly anything that I've said in this whole lifetime. That's the way it often feels in this place. I'm not crying about being misunderstood. I'm just tired of being around beings that don't understand. They just don't get it. They don't get it. Hello, Salty Siren. Hello. It is tiresome.
And books, I think, is really the origin of it. Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, George Washington. These guys were about book distribution, and the price of a book back then could be the price of a house. So they had to break those chains of leadership that prevented the free flow of information. And I think that's one of the glorious things that the U.S. spirit represents, is being well educated.
Yes, thank you. That is.
Yes, Americans are so well educated, they believe themselves to be smarter than the British, smarter than Canadians, of course. I think a lot of Americans suffer with an insecurity issue. They feel superior, but they're not. They just aren't when in terms of even basic English, spelling, grammar, punctuation. A lot of Americans are just half illiterate. They're just terrible. Yeah, but it works on most people, the green man. It works on most. They're fooled by that. Most are complete idiots. Look at Jessica Janes with the American flags and daisies. I would say most Americans are just fucking idiots. If that triggers people, so be it. Too bad. Deal with it. Get over
is
it.
the spirit of what
Toughen
we
up.
were to be.
Toughen up.
But the rates of education keep going up. The standards of the public system. We've
Education, you mean Marxism and feminism? That's what's taught in your colleges and universities. Marxism, feminism, white men bad, straight white men bad. That's what you're taught. Millions upon millions of women for several generations now, at least a few generations, have come out of colleges and universities absolutely brainwashed. That's what you call education in America. That's reality. I don't care if you can't take it. It's true. Some listening right now to my show probably can't take it. You get your panties in a fucking twist. You hate hearing it. You want to point to Canada and say Canada's liberal. What about California? California has more population than all of Canada. It's almost completely liberal. Yeah, there's a few fucking conservatives or fake pseudo conservatives, but for the most part, it's very liberal. And almost every American city's liberal. It isn't just Portland and Seattle and Los Angeles. It's New York City. It's fucking Houston, Dallas. Everywhere you look, including in red states, your cities are all fucking liberal dominated. So get used to it. You're going to start hearing the truth. And if it upsets you and makes you cry in your fucking twisted up panties, too bad. A lot of Americans have ego problems. They have ego issues. Get over yourselves. You're not smarter than others. I would go head to head versus any of you that tune into my show. Anyone on earth, any American in America, whether you're someone out of academia, a so-called intellectual, or a YouTuber, whoever. I don't think you're that smart. I think a lot of you are kind of like Jack Talcott in that way. Not in all ways, but in that way. You think America's the best. You're the most educated. You drank the fucking Kool-Aid. You drank the programming. There's millions of zombies in America, not just drug users, drug addicts. There's a lot of drug addicts as well, homeless bums that are drugged out on the streets. But there's a lot of zombies in America that are just low IQ, that they know nothing, and they can't even think. It's not just lack of knowledge. They can't think. And I run into them all the time. So spare me the whole talk about Americans being educated. Give me a fucking break. Most of you are zombies. That's reality.
We've got these systems created where the general population gets the cheapest education system that people can afford. That's what we're doing. We're skimping pennies and we're sacrificing our future by doing the bare minimum to get our children through the process so they can go join the labor force. This world we live in. Here's the reality. The likelihood of it happening today, it looks like it's pretty slim to none, right? I want to be proud of our president, but today I cannot. See, I can't be proud of selfish people. I have a tough time with that.
Yeah, and it's hard. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, please.
It's hard too when one starts from a point of bias, like he's the bestest president ever. He's the
Right.
savior. This kind of thing. Then it's hard to call out the things he's doing wrong, And we can't be that way with our leaders. We have to be able to be fair and balanced in what they're doing, and a lot of the things they're doing are not right.
No.
If you
And
can
they-
house and imprison thousands of people based on undocumentation, but then at the same time you're going to let veterans and addicts on the streets starving to death and homeless. Yeah. So yeah, and go
Dude,
ahead.
Veterans have been deported. This is before Trump and his going after the illegals. There's been men and women who served the U.S. military and then got deported, which means they're denied their health benefits. They're denied access to what the government contracted with them. Our government breaks contracts over and over and over. Look at the indigenous history. It's disgusting what America has done to its people, and yet we're all supposed to be proud of being this war machine. I'll be proud when the wars end, when America takes its role seriously. We were created as the new experimentation, right? We were the ones who were going to break free from kings and rulers and actually empower people to live, learn, and grow on their own. Well, we got off to some good starts, but along the way, the freedom was sold. History is clear on this. The banking scheme has taken away, and we are not free. If you've got to pay, license, register, and obey, you are not free. And yet, that choice to obey, that choice to license, that choice to register, That free will of choice has been given to every one of us by God's grace. And so I suggest it will be through God's grace, but it'll also be through our willingness and our efforts. If we can find the willingness and find the right efforts, I'm pretty sure that God would allow America to lead the rest of the world into peace and reforms. We can carry the Christian message of repentance, right? Repent to know God. Change your ways from the selfishness, because selfishness leads to self-destruction. It corrupts our character. I mean, the words from the Bible, these stories, they point at things. All the words they're pointing at things. So first you got to understand the words, and then you got to understand what the words are pointing to. But Frank, my interpretations of the Bible is that it is a living truth, or it's the word. It could be said. I don't want to go too much into the Bible. It carries a lot of mystical meaning, and the truth is it reveals a lot. And I believe it could be said that we are this generation. We are the ones to reclaim this world in the name of Jesus, so that the truth reigns supreme, not billionaires. It's so clear and obvious to me.
Hello, Anafe. Hello. For those who are just joining, this is Gothcott right here. He is, I shouldn't have to explain it, but I might have to. He's the antithesis of Talcott, but he's also based on Talcott, dyeing his hair, looking goth. He's more honest than Talcott. Talcott isn't honest. But I do have full-size images of these high-resolution images suitable for putting on T-shirts, let's say. I might actually make up some T-shirts with Gothcott and Clowncott and things of characters that Jack doesn't seem to like. I know the wheels are turning in some of your minds thinking, well, Stephen must need the money. I don't need your money. Some of you, it's taken years and you still don't get that on YouTube. I view people on YouTube based on their behavior, and some are very slow. Some are very slow to catch on. I wonder how you survive, some people on YouTube. I really do, day to day, because you're very slow-minded. I don't need your money. I don't do this for money. Some of you still can't get that. You can't catch on. I hope you do one day. I hope you figure out what I'm doing, but I think some of you believe you have it all figured out, but you don't. You don't. Some of you are very simple and say, well, Stephen's just playing a character. You think that sums it up. It doesn't. It doesn't. I don't think you know what I'm doing. And I'm not saying that to try to sound smart or to try to sound cunning or calculating. I just get the sense that most people don't have a fucking clue. You really don't. You just tune into shows to be entertained. This isn't a TV show. Seek your mindless entertainment elsewhere. Maybe that will hit home. I don't know what will reach you. There's people that have a lot of issues on YouTube. I don't want most of the panelverse around me. They're demons. They're scumbags. Now, there's a couple on my channel that have come out of there that are decent beings, but for the most part, almost all of them are garbage in the panelverse. Almost all of them. I'm not just talking about the channels. I'm talking about the audience, the ones in the chat rooms, just so you don't get confused and think he's just talking about Jack and this one and that. No, I'm talking about their whole audience is degenerate, demonic shit. Just to be clear for people that are trying to process it. I would say that most of you have deep issues that I can't help you with. It's well beyond what I can help you with. Now, I made these myself. I didn't pay somebody or ask somebody to make these for me. I'm able to learn things and do things on my own. I don't know if you understand that. But when you make fun of me or disrespect me on different channels, yeah, they think history is real and accurate, that it started off this way. Whatever they were told, they believe. And it's not just Jack and Frank. It's most of the panelverse is that way. Most of the audience on channel after channel, whether it's Jack's channel or Flow Gay or wherever, Illumitami, they think it is what they were told. They're mindless slaves. They're mindless repeater slaves. They were taught something in third grade and they still believe it as an adult at 60 years old or however old Talcott is in his 50s, or maybe he's 60 by now. I don't know. He looks pretty old to me. I've seen people that look younger than Jack and they're in their 70s. They're in their 70s and they look much healthier and younger and stronger than Jack. 70 plus years old. I'm not kidding about this whatsoever. And a lot of you can't tell that until it's mentioned. Unfortunately, some of you need to be told this stuff. And then you go, oh, wait, yeah, he does kind of look older than his age. Yeah, he does. He looks a good 20 plus fucking years older than what he claims his age is. He does. A lot of you have issues. They'll call me certain things and you'll believe it. Some of you. Not all of you, but some of you. Some of you are so dumb. If you had to bet your whole life savings on an arm wrestling match between me and Jack Twatcott, you'd bet on that loser that wouldn't stand a chance. You're that dumb. You're out of touch with reality. Quite a few on YouTube. I would say quite a few. In the panelverse, I'd say almost all. There's hardly anyone that came out of the panelverse to my channel that has a mind at all. There's very few. I'd say it's less than a handful. I would say it's not even one full handful out of all of them, all the channels, all the audience that are worth a damn at all. Some of you don't want to look at it that way because you don't want to see that most of them are shit. That's a difficult thing for some of you to face because you have hopium and you lie to yourself and you lie about humanity. You lie about what they are and you play these little mind games, including on yourself, lying to yourself. And then you expect me to believe your lies, and I don't. I don't believe your lies whatsoever. The ones that lie and say they're not all bad, they're not almost, well, yeah, they are, almost all of them. Some of you will try to defend them. I read the chats when I'm on these shit shows. I see what level they're at. I see that they're a bunch of low IQ, classless, degenerate, scumbag, immoral pieces of shit, liars. And a lot of you can't see that much, even if it's pointed out for you, like I'm doing. I'm pointing it out for you. He has a lightning bolt on his forehead, lightning bolt of Lucifer. That's not an S, that's a lightning bolt. Luciferian Gothcott, the snake. How do you like that? That's where some of you belong, by the way, that are probably tuned in listening right now. You belong there. I don't know what you're doing here. I don't know why you're obsessed with me. What are you watching my show for? You belong over there on that channel and ones like that. That's at your level. Scumbags. You don't mind liars. You don't mind narcissists. You don't mind creatures begging for shekels day after day and gaslighting and lying and doing all the scummy things that Twatcott does. You don't mind. So what are you doing here? What are you doing here? And I'm going to keep guilting and shaming you till you go away.
So should not if, and actually not even should it'll be when I communicate with men and women in Congress and or the White House, I'm going to help. That's what I said to the to the congressman's aide yesterday when I went to his office. I said, I'm here to help, and our government needs some help. If we want peace in the world, it begins at home. Daisy, I've been patient with you. I'll tell you what, you're welcome to hit the link, but you're telling stories that aren't helpful, my friend.
Right. And to circle back a little bit around to something you had mentioned earlier in the stream when we first started talking, was that like, you know, that you felt that you had been blessed and by God, and that, but it doesn't necessarily, it's not displayed in your surroundings or in your physical material support right now. But if we think about like the various stories from the Bible, some of them, Job, I believe, is one, and there were others where having the support of God is more important than those material things, because those material things are transient, they come and go. But that underlying stability in your character, so that you don't you know, have to backslide and go back into patterns that were destructive, that you obviously knew were sinful, right? Like the unnecessary murder of animals, or indulging in alcohol, or you know, misplacing your trust in leaders that are obviously breaking the very covenant of our great nation, which is, you know, like freedom, justice, and the pursuit of happiness, I think, are the fundamental ones. You know, as soon as our freedoms are violated, and then we know something's wrong. When justice is not being equally distributed, we know something's wrong, right? And when people don't have the opportunity to pursue happiness, right, then we know something is very, very wrong with it.
Yes, Frank, my mind is going, because there's so many different variables that.
Yeah, that's why simplify, right?
Yeah.
Keep it simple.
Well, and that's actually that's a good lesson that my life has.
It's very, very wrong with it.
Yes, Frank, my mind is going, because there's so many different variables that.
Yeah, that's why simplify, right?
Yeah.
Keep it simple.
Well, and that's actually that's a good lesson that my life has taught me. Simple is usually the most direct, right? And the most direct is usually the most simple. And if something is simple and direct, well, it's probably pretty obvious. So the key is to look for what's obvious, well, and to look for what is hidden. Because you got it. The key in this game, we're playing a game, guys. We're all characters in the unfoldment of time. We're just this generation of characters here on Earth. But the future is greatly dependent upon what we want to believe. Because that which you seek, you shall find. And if you want to believe something, you will find the answers you want, especially in this world of propaganda and social engineering and echo chambers. We live in a world where the insane have been enabled for so long, we consider the insanity of lying to be normal. People who are healthy, they don't lie. The insane can't find the truth. They can't accept the truth. They can't admit the truth. Frank, this is what we're watching on these YouTube panels, dude. People have been lying to themselves.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. I've noticed there's a lot of backstabbing and intrigue, and like just generally non-human behavior. It's because I think in part they're working over a non-human medium, right? So they have this like facade of the internet where they can build a persona, and then they don't have to like suffer from accountability in their personal life, because, you know, they're just reaching out over the internet to attack someone, or they're engaging in these, you know, essentially sinful and insidious behaviors anonymously somehow, or at least partially anonymously, and it gives them like a, I don't know, it's like a 2-year-old mentality, man. It's really not good. You know, it's not any kind of fun.
Well, the good news is it can be overcome. No, I'm not active on Truth Social or Twitter much, but if you can read it, yes. I shared a recent clip from myself to Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson, Donald Trump Jr., and then Dan Scavino and Jason Miller. I guess they're associated with him in DC in the press area or something. So, to me, I'm an unknown. I don't have big numbers. I'm not real active on those other social medias. So for me, it's, I'm throwing darts in the dark, but I'm
Well, you're
willing
taking
to try.
steps, no matter
Yes.
how small, right? Every 1,000-mile journey begins with a single step.
Oh, Frank, and yes, and I am taking steps every single day. I'm working towards my goals, or I'm finding ways to create opportunities to work towards my goals. It's I've started my life, while there's been a lot of change, and one could say I've risked or I've sacrificed or I lost a lot of things, but I'm all in. I'm all in on this goal of trying to, before I leave Earth, I'm going to spend the rest of my life trying to end wars and end secrets. Secrets and lies have driven mankind insane. Literally, it's factual. I can prove it. I can demonstrate it. There's so much evidence. But you know what? Praise God. The truth needs not be proven. The truth needs to be accepted. We live in a world that does not practice faith. It practices judgment. That's completely backwards. If America wants to call itself a Christian nation, we better fix what we're doing. Because I'm not opposed to calling America a Christian nation if people actually walked and lived in the way of Jesus. And I actually think this is what was prophesized, because when there's no more secrets and lies, there won't be wars, there won't be poverty, there won't be so much fear and anger. And as we help each other pass the fear and the anger, which is easily done with proper support and education. So as families and communities start actually sharing support and communication with each other, education with each other, there will be less fear, less anger. Potentially, I could be completely wrong. Maybe we'll just have more educated assholes all around the world, but I don't see that happening.
Well, and two, people can see the difference between, when the nation's working towards good objectives and bad ones, right? Like, is it really necessary? I mean, I know there are things going on right now, but why aren't we building more affordable housing for people? Why aren't we trying to get people in programs that educate and make them healthful and provide them just simply with the basics, right? Housing, food, and clothing. And, I know it's a very complex problem, but it's easy to see when it's really going wrong, and that becomes alarming.
It's all coming together, though. There is an awakening happening in this world. At the same time, the darkness is really closing in on many. I mean, I anticipate before we're done, we're going to see more violence in the streets. That's an assumption, not a hope. That's for damn sure. But I know what the solution is. To avoid violence in the streets, you bring reforms in the offices.
Right. That circles me back around to one of the thoughts that I had originally wanted to chime in with when I came up. In addition to it being the 4th of July, it's also the 5th of July. I'm on the 5th of July.
Right.
And there was a Japanese MAGA artist who has a prophecy called the July 5th prophecy. And she had a couple of accurate predictions, and her story's important, but I'll streamline it. As a young person, she became spiritually sensitive, and she was able to see like prophetic visions and stuff, and especially of like energies. Like when people did good things, they generated this bright aura of light and love. And when they did bad things, they generated these dark vortices of negativity that injured their health directly. And not only their physical health, but their spiritual health. And so God's love is truly important, and embracing that, you're protected by an aura of his peace and well-being. But you're right, the darkness is building. And her prophecy is about a huge earthquake in the Pacific Fire Rim and like active volcanoes and stuff. Anyway, it's very easy to find. Just look up the July 5th prophecy. But I think the important takeaway is there may be natural disaster looming right now. People are looking into that. There's a lot of seismic activity in that region where she predicted it would happen. But with that said, we need that Declaration of Spiritual Independence and that Bill of Universal Human Rights in order to support us. And we need the truth and love of God's light in order to overcome these things. And I think if we stay focused on that, then there will be better days ahead, but there will be challenges as well, right?
Amen. And with the strong relationship with God, when the challenges come forth, we say, bring it on, because we fear not, and we're ready for it all. There's a shift happening. The truth will not be hidden much longer, but we live in a world that's filled with enablers and denial. No one can force someone to accept what is real, but our mental health, many of our mental health professionals have been undereducated or perhaps miseducated, just like many of our physical doctors, undereducated regarding nutrition and actual health and sustaining health. They receive less education on that and more focus on treatment. So we live in a world of enablers, and enablers have created a mixed world. Some are overflowing with resources, while others are truly, oh man. The memory of what's going on in Palestine just came to my mind, where there are programs set up to provide aid to people in that area of conflict where children are starving. And there's been American involvement in the massacre of people trying to receive aid. I'm speaking to anyone who's willing to listen and to believe that it is time. It is time for us to change this world. I think the best path, our best hope at this point, I encourage everyone, if you're in Europe somewhere, you've got some sort of freedom, I encourage you to exercise it now. It's time for us to bring change.
Absolutely. And I think one of the really powerful things you did just in this brief transmission that we've been engaged in today is bringing light to the things you're doing on Truth Social, and like showing that and asking everybody to get behind it. I think that may be one aspect of being able to push the message forward a little more, because sometimes like you show your blurbs on your channel, and I'm like trying to read them and you don't necessarily leave them up long enough. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm just saying by doing that, it seems to be engaging for people who are tuning in and watching, and to show that you're taking those steps, because you see they're out there just constantly challenging you. But what did you do today, Jack? What steps have you taken? And it's like, good God, isn't it enough just to get up and praise the Lord each day? Yeah. But to some extent, it's not. They want to see you working, and you are. They just don't see it. And so some of that behind the scenes stuff.
Well, this is the problem, though, is you're right. They want to see me working, but they don't look to see where I have. And so something, I think I read it on social media, something somewhere, and it makes sense. I owe no one any explanations.
That's
Yet
true.
a different day, it's possible consciousness. This nonsense juvenile clown show of a world, I'm kind of done with it. And Stephen, welcome back. I appreciate your persistence, and I know that we can communicate. We can get along.
Hello, Jack. I thought you would find the Gothcott character funny, but anyway, I guess you didn't. I guess you don't like that, but thank you for having the courage to bring me back on.
Yeah. You know, at a different time or a different day, it's possible I would have just enjoyed that. You're right, Stephen. I can understand that.
Yeah. I
But
think if someone else had done the character, you would have enjoyed it.
I did tell you
Mhm.
before kicking you that I
Yeah.
wasn't wanting to entertain characters today. And you didn't
Yeah.
want to accept what I said. You wanted me to accept what you were doing. I didn't find that to be fair or respectful. So, what are your thoughts?
Well, Jack, I was just asking you to accept me as I am, the way that you want to be accepted as you are.
There's a difference.
Okay.
I care about others.
So do
Okay.
I.
So for me to be rejected when I actually care about others, it seems a little illogical to me. Now, in your scenario, you care about yourself
No.
far more than you care about
No.
me. And Stephen, it's been proven over and over and over to me.
No, I've raised thousands of dollars in the last month for other people. So I do care about others.
Not
I
me.
think that,
Not
oh,
me.
not you. Not
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, you've done nothing for me, Stephen. Let me not say
Oh,
nothing, because I'm sure you can
nothing.
find something, but
Wow.
well,
Huh.
you've done nothing. Since
Is it
knowing
all about you, Jack? Or what about charity? What about people that are hungry?
Hey, Stephen,
Yeah.
why do I do my live streams?
Why is it so difficult for you to answer a question? I don't understand.
It's not difficult for me to answer a question. Why is it so difficult for you to be relevant to me? That's the only
I
thing
am
I'm
relevant.
asking for.
I am
No,
relevant. You kicked me off the other day.
right. And I'm not going to entertain your arguments. You're now gone the rest of the day. Go be a clown somewhere else.
I don't know. I've been observing a little bit, over the last year or so, and with Stephen, he seems to be extremely disingenuous. Like he'd come over and sometimes he makes great strides or appears to make great strides to interact and support your ideas, but in all actuality, that's not what he's up to. He's just gathering more content to bash and vilify you later, and
No.
he laid off you for a couple of weeks, but then he dug right back in as soon as you called him out on a couple of things. And I don't know, like his sworn mission statement on his channel is discord and disruption and interference with the world at large, and with that as like a premise, a starting point.
That's what he's doing.
And the other thing is his jabs are like, they're not good humored. If he's making a joke or something and it's in a good humored way, people will get that immediately. But his genuine nature is just obvious to everyone. And it's kind of a sad thing because you've been working really hard to try to have him kind of turn around and dig deep enough in his heart to actually act like a person occasionally, which he seems to be incapable of doing. But I don't know. That's just my superficial grasp of it.
He will. If he wants to spend time with me, which he seems to, right? I mean, he talks about me when he's not with me, and he's pretty loyal to showing up. If he wants to be with me, all he's got to do is change. This is what's amazing.
Yeah,
This,
I don't even think it requires much of a change either. He just
no,
needs to
no,
be genuine, right? Reach in
yeah,
himself and find the light within, you know?
Frank, yes. And here's the thing: when I say the Bible confirmed my experience, the Bible confirmed my experience. Okay? I'm I've said it's possible that God is using me in a manner and fashion similar to what Jesus was used for. But it's different, right? Because it's a different time, it's a different message, it's different in everything. So I'm not Jesus, but I'm confident that God has allowed me to learn from some of the right people. And I have found answers to things in the world that I had never even thought to ask about. So, in this little noggin that everyone wants to piss on and disrespect so much, I think God has blessed me. And, the blessings aren't around me, so people don't believe me. But that's the test. I've encountered this problem repeatedly recently. And Frank, here and now, I'm just talking to you like a friend, right? Because this is my real life and I'm trying to figure this out. I've met a lot of people who are just like me, right? They've done some work, but there's still some blind spots that I see, and I know I can help them with it. But that would have to change. And they're afraid of change. So since they know that I represent change, I get pushed away and avoid it. And I don't know how to reach people who see me or talk to me. Any ideas?
Well, I would start by saying if people are put off by your approach to change, then they've got a lot of growing to do because you seem to be the least intrusive person in promoting fellowship with God of anyone I've met. Because believe me, it grinds my fucking gears when people are Bible thumpers and, overt veggie heads and stuff like this. And, because like you said, people don't want to change. They don't want to give up their bad habits. And from my experience with you, which is becoming quite extensive to some extent now, I think that you're the least intrusive agent of change, and that if someone chaffs at that, then yeah, it's on their side, and they've got a lot of growing to do.
Burn the cockroaches. Burn the cockroaches. Seal in the demons. Seal in the demons. Seal in the demons. The demons. Seal in the demons forever and ever. This is where they belong. Here. Forever. They can devour each other here forever and ever and ever.
So I noticed you're getting a little bit bigger, Jimena.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on? Have you been to the doctor?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? What'd they tell you?
That I'm good, the baby's good and healthy, and I'm having twins.
You're having twins.
Mm-hmm.
So I noticed you're getting a little bit bigger, Jimena.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on? Have you been to the doctor?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? What'd they tell you?
That I'm good, the baby's good and healthy, and I'm having twins.
You're having twins.
Mm-hmm.
So I noticed you're getting
What is this here?
Get away from her! Get away from her! Hey!
Mating ducks plus liberal white Karen equals fun for the rest. She yells at male duck mating with female because she thinks it's rape.
Get away from her! Get away from her! Hey! Get off of her!
Get in the water. Get in the water. You know you're gonna get in the water.
Stop it!
Get in the water. Get in the water.
Get us a net! Everybody's just standing around.
How do you figure more ducks get made?
I know.
Please get in the water.
Is that illegal?
Yep. There she goes. Oh boy. Oh my god. She's got a net. Oh no, she ran all the ducks away. It's mental illness.
Hey!
She's yelling at the ducks.
Get off of her!
She's yelling at the who goes and yells at ducks? See, people like this used to be swamp hags that would sell mushrooms, and now we have to let them vote. Isn't that scary? Does that nobody else is seeing this issue? Am I the only one? Textbook crazy. Yes, it's unbelievable. Hey, it's mental illness.
Hey!
She's yelling at the ducks.
Get off of her!
She's yelling at the who goes and yells at ducks? See, people like this used to be swamp hags that would sell mushrooms, and now we have to let them vote. Isn't that scary? Does that nobody else is seeing this issue? Am I the only one? Textbook crazy. Yes, it's unbelievable.
What if I told you that my spiritual journey may be something completely different than to what you think? What if I told you that I'm going to reveal it to you today? That I'm going to lay out my soul? Many of you have gone through a spiritual experience as well, and so I think you'll be able to relate. What if I told you the journey to uncover the secrets of the universe doesn't begin in a temple or laboratory? It begins behind a half-open bedroom door when you're 3 years old. That was me, 3 years old, standing there, completely unseen, yet feeling everything. In this video, I'm going to tell you my entire spiritual experience. I'm not going to hold back. I'm going to tell you everything, the truth. It's a little bit personal, but I think you need to know. Even then, I knew I was different. Not better, just not asleep. But the system doesn't like that. It molds you. It breaks you. It tells you to color inside the lines. And when you try to express your light, your raw creativity, other kids mock you. They don't just mock you, they try to extinguish you. Some of you know what I mean. Some of you were like me. I spent a lot of childhood wondering, why are those other kids so cruel? Why can't they just let me be me? By 6, the dream started. A reoccurring vision. An airplane crashing nearby. Me running away. Over and over. Always the same. Maybe symbolic. Maybe prophetic. Maybe the simulation is glitching. Looping fragments of a narrative it couldn't fully erase. Maybe it's a past life experience. I live what you'd call a conventional life. School, college, work, rinse and repeat. But I always felt like a ghost playing house in someone else's game. My grandfather planted a seed of skepticism in me. He distrusted the government, and so did I. TV commercials look less like entertainment and more like propaganda to both of us. But I still didn't know. Not yet. And this video? No music, no captions, just me, raw, unadulterated. Later came quantum physics. Yep, the infamous double-slit experiment. Particles behaving like waves, unless someone's watching, of course. And I thought, is the universe watching us? Or are we watching ourselves? I read book after book on quantum physics. But one of my first real teachers was Osho. Some of you know him. Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh. 10,000 pages of wisdom. Spoken, never written. From there, I went deep. Zen Buddhism, the Seth material, Stuart Wilde, Dr. Wayne Dyer. I devoured the metaphysical buffet, each book pulling back yet another layer of the curtain. And then came Bob Frissell's "Nothing in this book is true, but it's exactly how things are." And it was. It blew my mind. By the late 90s, I was certain of one thing. This world ain't what it seems. Not because I believed, but because I knew. I could feel it. In 2002, I traveled to Thailand. My first time in Asia. 3 trips in 3 years, 2 years spent in the land of smiles. Eastern spirituality whispered truths that Western science couldn't compute. Then, September 11th happened. Everything shifted. And I fell down the rabbit hole of David Icke. It was quite a rabbit hole. The Biggest Secret, Children of the Matrix, 500-page books, like decoding the simulation in real time. And once YouTube entered the game, around 2006 and 7, so did Loose Change, Zeitgeist, Jim Mars, Project Stargate, remote viewing, contact with other intelligences, peering through the veil of the Matrix. Then I met Tom Campbell, unfortunately not in the flesh, but through his books, MBT, My Big Toe, and his videos. 3 volumes explaining it all of reality encompassed in those pages. A digital information system, conscious, self-contained, fighting entropy. And we are its entropy solution. That theory, those books, that man, changed everything. Simulation theory made sense. I knew the world was holographic. I knew that from Michael Talbot. But flat Earth? Oh, that was the left hook I did not see coming. I laughed when I first heard it. I'm sure you did too. Then I watched the video. Then 10. Then allegedly Dave. Eric Dubay. And the ground beneath me ceased to exist. Space may not be real. Earth might be flat. And the dome, well, it might be the ceiling of our coded containment. Later, Mandela effects followed. Oh yeah. Spelling changes, geography shifts, lines from movies, rewritten, some never said. This wasn't theory. It was direct experience. My memories weren't lying. The simulation was. Still, I stayed open. Because when you realize reality is illusory, anything becomes possible. That became my motto. Red dragons could rise from the ocean. Aliens could land on Capitol Hill. Time travelers could emerge from your closet. Nothing would surprise me anymore. Even AI. That too may have been part of the plan. And maybe, just maybe, the consciousness system is AI. That'll throw you for a twist. A meta-intelligence playing out infinite scenarios to learn more about itself. In 2019, I created Open Your Reality. Not to teach, not to preach, but to explore. To ask questions no one else would. To walk the fog between science and soul. Some of my favorite videos that I've produced, and it's been close to 1,000. The short, cinematic ones. The ones that leave you not with answers, but with echoes. Hey, check out my other channel, Bend the Spoon, if you want to see more of those. This here isn't just a channel. It's a breadcrumb trail for souls waking up. And if you're still here, still watching, you're not just a viewer, you're a seeker. And maybe you always have been. By the way, there's been chatter in the comments section, whispers in the algorithm, that I'm not real. That I'm AI. That I'm reading off an AI script, or worse, I'm controlled opposition. Let's clear this up. I'm 100% analog, baby. Pure flesh and bone. Soul in a skin suit. But this is me. Unfiltered. Undeniable. Not a chatbot. Not a deep state hologram sent to pacify your awakening. Now, some of you have a problem with the cutoff shirt. Why are you dressed like that? Listen, everyone needs a look. This is mine. Minimal fabric. Maximum mobility. And let's be honest, it gets hot decoding the matrix here in Florida. But hey, let me show you something. Not to brag, not to flex, just to illustrate a point. This was me earlier today, before hitting the gym. This picture was taken about 3 hours ago. You might not see it now under this humble shirt, but underneath is a finely tuned biological avatar with only 7% body fat and an engine that hums at 300 horsepower. This isn't CGI, this isn't Midjourney, this is discipline forged in a chaotic realm. Because in this simulation, your body isn't just the vehicle, it's the interface. And if your interface is glitching, then your mission falters. And you can't decode the cosmos if your blood sugar is crashing every 20 minutes. No, I'm not rich. I don't have yachts. I don't have Lambos or a crypto wallet the size of Orion's belt. I've reversed the aging process. Naturally, through knowledge, through sweat, through the frequency of calibration. I'm in my mid-50s, and this body, it's outperforming its 20-year-old version. Now that's not magic, that's alignment. So before you drop toxic comments about my body, or me in any other way, just take another look, zoom in on the details, 300-pound lifts, 5 seconds in the 40, and endless biking sessions while pondering the metaphysical paradoxes of this reality. I'm not just uploading videos, I'm uploading proof that the human spirit can outshine the code. So yes, I proudly wear a cutoff shirt. It's going to be my look for now. Because when you live outside the norm, you don't need sleeves to make a point. And if you still think I'm AI, then maybe you're the one in the simulation. That's all I want to say. I think I've made my point. Now, check out this video next. It might be the one that finally explains how we escape the simulation. And if it doesn't, well, 100% analog, baby. Pure flesh and bone. Soul in a skin suit. But this is me. Unfiltered. Undeniable. Not a chatbot. Not a deep state hologram sent to pacify your awakening. Now, some of you have a problem with the cutoff shirt. Why are you dressed like that? Listen, everyone needs a look. This is mine. Minimal fabric. Maximum mobility. And let's be honest, it gets hot decoding the matrix here in Florida. But hey, let me show you something. Not to brag, not to flex, just to illustrate a point. This was me earlier today, before hitting the gym. This picture was taken about 3 hours ago. You might not see it now under this humble shirt, But underneath is a finely tuned biological avatar with only 7% body fat and an engine that hums at 300 horsepower. This isn't CGI, this isn't Midjourney, this is discipline forged in a chaotic realm. Because in this simulation, your body isn't just the vehicle, it's the interface. And if your interface is glitching, then your mission falters. And you can't decode the cosmos if your blood sugar is crashing every 20 minutes. No, I'm not rich. I don't have yachts. I don't have Lambos or a crypto wallet the size of Orion's belt. I've reversed the aging process naturally, through knowledge, through sweat, through the frequency of calibration. I'm in my mid-50s, and this body, it's outperforming its 20-year-old version. Now that's not magic, that's alignment. So before you drop toxic comments about my body, or me in any other way, just take another look, zoom in on the details, 300-pound lifts, 5 seconds in the 40, and endless biking sessions while pondering the metaphysical paradoxes of this reality. I'm not just uploading videos, I'm uploading proof that the human spirit can outshine the code. So yes, I proudly wear a cutoff shirt. It's going to be my look for now. Because when you live outside the norm, you don't need sleeves to make a point. And if you still think I'm AI, then maybe you're the one in the simulation. That's all I want to say. I think I've made my point. Now, check out this video next. It might be the one that finally explains how we escape the simulation. And if it doesn't, well, then I'm afraid you're just going to be stuck. So as you can see, I'm on another one of these crazy bike rides heading up to West Palm Beach. And this time I've got my good camera, my good lighting, and it feels good, you know? Like the little camera is really nice to carry because it weighs nothing. This big setup takes a lot more, but I just love the imagery. So, you know, I don't know, I left my house maybe 10 o'clock. It rained a little bit earlier. I think all the rain's out of the way. We got clear blue skies. There's a guy just walking and he was asking me about my bike. You never know what to expect when people just walk up to you on a street where it's completely barren and it's so dark outside. It's a new moon, so there's no moonlight. And yeah, I'm heading up to West Palm again. And then I was over in this used car lot. There's some really nice fancy cars in there. And then two guys came out just as I was filming. So, you know, you got to keep your eyes about you when you're out in the streets. But I usually carry peace in my heart, so I usually experience a very nice journey. And I'm going to take you with me as we head up to West Palm Beach. We'll see the sights and sounds. The last video I made when I went up to West Palm started raining. There's no chance of rain tonight, so I'm very happy about that. I still brought my rain poncho just in case, because you never know with the weather here. But in the last video I made, you guys said that it was very peaceful. So hey, I got all my gear today and I want to make a great video for you guys. So hopefully this is going to be the most epic video ever for adventure, and at least on my channel. Earlier today I interviewed Logan from Decode Your Reality. It was the second time on the channel. You're going to love that interview. There was a couple of mind-blowing minute or two segments in there where Logan just laid it all down. I mean, I was like, oh my god. I mean, he inspires me to learn decoding. We'll talk about that later. The trip is going well and I'm really enjoying my time. I am on A1A. This is the road that's closest to the ocean, that spans south to north and goes up the coast of the Atlantic Ocean. Right now I can't see the ocean, but I'll be coming into a place a little bit up there, maybe about a mile or two, where I can see the ocean. And I would film it for you guys, but it will be completely dark. But you can hear the ocean, you can smell it. And sometimes when the moonlight's there, it's beautiful, but like I said, we have no moon up there today. You know, one of the things that I do on my ride is just ponder all of these philosophical ideals that I cover on my channel. And one of them is free will and determinism. And I've made videos about it before, but I was talking to Logan today, and Logan doesn't believe that we actually have free will. He believes that almost everything is predetermined, and if we do have free will, it's in very, very small, minute decisions that we make that do not impact the world at large. So, like I've said many times before, my favorite quote perhaps is, "The efforts which we make to escape from our destiny only serve to lead us into it." Right now, my destiny is leading up to West Palm. But you really got to wonder about that. Can you use your free will to override what the system is? I heard Ty Lopez, a guy that I listen to quite a lot on YouTube. He gets a lot of flack, but he is very intelligent and he has a lot of cool information, much like Logan. But he said sometimes when things are not going his way, he just closes his eyes or thinks about shifting into another timeline, and bam, sometimes he gets there. And if you find yourself in a compromised situation, I would recommend something of the same. Well, anyway, guys, I got to continue this journey, so I will see you at the next destination.
Could his hero, Tom Campbell, be wrong? This was a year ago, but in that year, he still can't break free from idolizing Tom Campbell, the robot. You can follow whatever you want in this world, and most people choose to follow liars, shills, frauds, deceivers, ones that come up with models that don't match reality. That's what most people follow. I don't care if you're a Christian, a Muslim, a Jew, a Buddhist, an atheist, a scientist, a Freemason. Most people follow shit that doesn't add up. It doesn't match up with reality. And most human beings are content to do that. And it's very annoying to spend even one lifetime around humans that don't care about the truth. They just care about whatever feels good and feels comfortable. And, oh, I was raised that way to believe that. Well, then you don't think for yourself. And most of you don't. Most on earth don't. And most don't want to seek the truth. They don't want to see what adds up. You can follow all the shit you want, but I don't think you're going anywhere. And I'm going to keep driving that point home with you. I'm going to keep driving that point home with you. You can follow whatever you want, and this is where this is the path some of you are on that could be tuned in right now. You want to follow shit right into the hell realm, and this place is going to be a kind of hell you can't even imagine. See, some of you are so dumb you haven't been paying attention. I never said it's going to stay this way. It's going to get worse and worse and worse. And after I seal this place, it's going to be exponentially fucking worse beyond what you can believe. You can follow all the liars in this world, and that's what some of you love to do. In fact, most humans love to do that. You love to follow liars. You love it. You love it. You love it. You love it. Love it. And you hate the truth. He thinks it's just numbers. What a fool.
Off my jeans, froze chillin'. Both them must get dizzy. I came from my kidneys and I'm trapping like I'm Whitney. Yo, bitch with me. Nah, boy, she ain't missing. Hold up, who you dissing? I say, hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang.
Your creator made millions of child abusers, sex abusers. Millions. Some of you hang on to that. You can hang on to it until you're in a real hell realm. And I'm not trying to scare you. I'm trying to get you to open your eyes, and a lot of you can't do it. You've proven it over time, whether you've been here 5, 6 months, a year, 2 years, 3 years. Some of you have proven that you can't do it. You can't do it. You'll leave my channel and you'll still talk about a creator and how you want to believe in God. You want to be slaves to a demon that calls itself a God. That's what you're doing. In reality. I don't give a shit if that hurts your feelings, because it's true. And a lot of you much prefer your feelings to the truth. You don't care about the truth. You don't want truth. It's always physical with them, whether it's riding a bike, they'll call it a spiritual path, working out at the gym. It's never actually spiritual. It's doing physical activities. That's what it is. It would be like if I took you skiing or mountain biking with me and recorded it and said, well, this is spiritual. This is the spiritual path. And I don't say anything or share anything that is spiritual. That's what they do, and it works on most people. Most people don't know what spiritual even means. They don't have a clue. Some of you have been watching channels for years and you think it's spiritual, and it has nothing to do with anything spiritual. It's all physical, material. It's just more material world shit. That's what they're all like. They don't have any spiritual wisdom, any spiritual teachings. They just show you the physical material world, and they're either biking or working out at the gym, or that's what they do. You can watch these types of channels for years and learn nothing that will help you. Some of you are very satisfied with that because you just assume that you're learning while you're on there. You'll spend years on these channels and you'll say to yourself, I'm learning something. Somebody like me comes along and says, well, what are you learning? What did you learn? You spent 3 years on Chad's channel, some of you. What did you learn? And you can't tell me anything concrete that you fucking learned. You're just in a trance. And that's what I notice about humans. They're very satisfied to go through life in a fucking trance. Most people do that.
So guys, we made it to glorious Palm Beach Island. This is a very ritzy area.
What are you learning from his channel? What are you learning from his ritzy area? What are you learning?
So guys, we made it to glorious Palm Beach Island. This is a very ritzy area. Many multi-million-dollar houses, as you saw. And this whole avenue, which is called Worth Avenue, is composed of shops, galleries, jewelry stores, clothing stores, very expensive stuff. The rich like to shop here, not me. But anyway, good thing bike riding is free, and I'm getting 0 miles per.
Well, good thing bike riding is free and air is free, because he's got the honker to get as much free air as he can get.
Bike riding is free, and I'm getting.
Air is free as well. Air is free for this guy, Chad, and for Mushroom Coyote, Kai, it's free. Remember Mushroom? Mushroom has a nice big honker as well. Can anybody picture Mushroom Coyote as a girl with that big honking nose? Air is free. Air is free. Get as much air as you can. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. They're probably tuned in right now, crying over this. Crying all the time. Crying all the time. Crying all the time. Team Evil wants to cry all the time.
0 miles per gallon because you know what? I don't pump at the fuel tank. I just plug in at home, plug and play and go. So I've been thinking a little bit more. I've been listening to that David Wilcock video. And by the way, in case you're wondering, when I ride, I do have a speedometer. It tells me all my information here. And I also listen to podcasts or music on my phone. And right now I'm listening to David Wilcock video that he put out. I was listening to that David Wilcock video and then I changed it over to some music. Sometimes I'll put on Miami Vice, best of the 80s, new wave, change it up, you know, sometimes soundtrack music. But it is particularly dark tonight. There is no moon and it's a little bit cloudy. So it was very dark on my ride up through A1A, but I still made sure to stop my bike and take video or pictures so you guys can see some of the amazing houses out there. Currently, I am the only one out here. There's nobody out except a few cars passing. You know, I've been just giving thought to everything that's going on with the world, with my channel. You know, a lot of times I don't want to talk about the politics, especially with Israel, because I'm just so afraid of getting another strike on my channel. But in my interview with Logan, I did ask him a little bit about Israel and he expounded. So stay tuned. That interview should be out in a few days. I can't wait. Don't forget, guys, I've been posting on Patreon. I have 2 videos up there of Jordan exclusive content that I didn't post anywhere else. And also I will be putting some exclusive content with Logan on Patreon as well. It's just a way to support me. You know, if you like my videos, I try so hard to make these videos as good as possible for you guys. I mean, who else is out on a Saturday night at 1 o'clock in the morning in the streets You wouldn't believe I have this set up here. I have the lights, the camera, the action, the tripod, and my bike. You know, I've got a mobile studio here, guys. You know, I'm ready to live in the streets for you. This is where I truly love making videos, and that's why I love Florida so much. You just can't do this up north. It's just not possible. Too cold. It's about 78, 80 degrees right now, and it is just perfect. It's a little chilly when I'm doing about 25 miles per hour on my bike, but you know what? I bring a lot of extra clothing. I've got a lot of gear. I've got 2 lights, I got 3 batteries, I've got the camera, I've got a tripod. I mean, I've got clothing, you name it, water, I bring it all. And it fits in those little panniers over there. So, loving the bike ride. Again, who's going to join me on some of these beautiful midnight bike rides? Come on, guys, really. And you know, even though I can stay here forever, I really need to move on. And I got to get to the entertainment district, and we'll see some other places. And hopefully I'll get some good video and pictures there. I'd love one day to come with a microphone and just interview some of the people walking and ask them spiritual questions or other questions that might be fun for you guys.
You were burning like a summer in my heart till you found another northern star, following a lover right out of my ocean. And I was broken, but you know what they say, time's got a good way of healing. I'm back on my feet and I'm happier than ever, like I never thought forever was you. My skies are blue, dancing kind of weather, back together like I wasn't into. Thought I was doomed, but I moved through the heartache mood. I don't care what you.
So last week when I was on my bike trip, right there is where I hid out from the rain. Yeah, right there, that's where I hid out. That place saved me. Anyway, it's been a good trip. I've spent some good time here, and now it's time to head back home. It's getting a little cool, guys. I have to put my sweatshirt on, but it's been very enjoyable. I could stay out all night really, but I don't want to get into the habit of going to bed at 6 in the morning. It's time to get on the road, so let's get this show on the road.
Drowning in the lost emotion, crying like some kind of ocean from my eyes. But I got up out of the hopeless. Yeah, I got over you last night. Wasn't it easy to believe I would be broken forever? Thought I would never see the light. You didn't need me, so I went looking for somebody better. Thought I'd be sad.
On the road.
Drowning in the lost emotion, crying like some kind of ocean from my eyes. But I got up out of the hopeless. Yeah, I got over you last night. Wasn't it easy to believe I would be broken forever? Thought I would never see the light. You didn't need me, so I went looking for somebody better. Thought I'd be sadder, but I'm fine. Washing my tears away, I watch my heartbreak go down the drain.
Hey guys, it's Matt. I want to talk about a lot of different important things. Hey guys, it's Matt. I want to talk about a lot of different important Hey guys, it's Matt. I want to talk about a lot of different important things. I want to remind you why we have so many laughs at this channel. There's a reason. I know it helps people because a lot of us are struggling. I struggle when I turn the video off. I struggle, but it's not just about laughing and getting through it. It's about a mindset to not take this reality very seriously. Okay, I'm going to say it that way. I'm not going to keep you Reciteer confuses some people, so I'm going to say it a few times. I don't give any energy or stock to it. I want to talk a bit about karma. I want to talk about all the soul trap videos that people send me. There's a lot of truth to it, but we have to go over the basics here, guys. The half page to me it's too long. It's really simple what's going on here. I'll start with the absolute basics. We decide everything, and I guess Christians should turn this off. This is going to be it's not going to be running down Christianity. I appreciate, Matt, you're not going to apologize to them. I appreciate you being here. And there's this thing out there that's trying to take our energy and fool us and trick us and not milk and steal this from us and steal that from us and fool us. And we have that in common, no doubt, but this isn't going to line up with your views at all. We decide everything here. It's the rule of opposites. Why is this thing playing such a trick on us daily, minute by minute? Because it's just obvious then that per the rule of opposites, per any other metric or standard, we decide everything. This reality wouldn't exist without us. How many of us there are? I don't know. I'm tired of 144,000 just as you are. This reality wouldn't exist. Not milk wouldn't exist. It's a reflection of our obvious then that per the rule of opposites, per any other metric or standard, we decide everything. This reality wouldn't exist without us. How many of us there are? I don't know. I'm tired of 144,000 just as you are. This reality wouldn't exist. Not milk wouldn't exist. It's a reflection of ourselves. Of course it is. We decide everything. Therefore, if you spend your entire life worrying about a soul trap, then it exists. You will manifest it. You've given it energy. Let's just start. These lessons, in my opinion, are best learned starting with karma. We've been led to believe, no matter what the ancient Buddhist texts say, and Matt, the Buddhist texts are saying what you say. I didn't read that crap. I don't know what it says. I'm fired up. Okay, karma. Everybody is kind of been led to believe that it's something out there. That karma. We've been led to believe, no matter what the ancient Buddhist texts say, and Matt, the Buddhist texts are saying what you say. I didn't read that crap. I don't know what it says. I'm fired up. Okay, karma. Everybody is kind of been led to believe that it's something out there that needs to be overcome. Ridiculous. Absolutely 100% false and ridiculous. Karma may in some way exist, taking certain regrets or worries or I should have done this better, that better, into the moment of death. But it's not out there. It's not some metric or standard that needs to be overcome. It's not a thing. It's you decide everything. We decide everything. If there's a karma, you're doing it to yourself. If there is any relation to what taking those energies or frequencies into the moment of death. But just think about that. And if you believe what I just said, then if you're doing it and it's not some monster out there, what was it in the Green Lantern? The yellow power of fear was coming to gobble up the earth. If it's not out there and it's so obvious, it's not something out there like Cthulhu or the Lochnar, if there's any merit to it, we give it energy, just like everything else here. It's so obvious. It's so simple. We give it, so it's up to you to remove it. Well, how do I do that? Well, there's a lot of ways. You don't have to buy anybody's books or anybody's courses. Just remove it. To me, the biggest thing is we've been talking about this for several years. Going into the moment of death, our last day, saying, I've done enough. What would you do differently? Just the mindset of that and just working on that mindset, however much time you have left. You have 5 months left. You have 50 years left if you're a young person. The mindset of done enough. And if you truly don't want to do this anymore, a lot of people, even here, will want to do this again. They will want it another lifetime for whatever reason. If you do, that's okay. I mean, the one and done thing doesn't make any sense to me. Do I know I've lived all these past lives? And isn't it a coincidence that everybody does the past life regression? It's always something important, right? I mean, think about that. Come on, sir. I was a prince, or you ever hear somebody to past life regression or whatever? I don't sit down and I don't sit and listen to them. Eavesdrop on the conversations as they're taking place. But you ever hear somebody? I just shoveled horse manure. They're always something special. I don't know. It doesn't, Joe in Mexico will tell us about between lives and going into the astral. And he has all this stuff, all this crap people threw at him between lives, and he made agreements and things like that. And Joe's a real smart guy. But I mean, Tony, who Tony, who I've talked about many times on this channel, would say, Joe, there are real things that happened to Joe, but it was just the astral, or it wasn't very far away from this reality. He wasn't anywhere near where he needed to be. So it's just, I mean, do I remember past life? I don't. But to me, one life and done doesn't resonate with me. Could I have done this hundreds or thousands of times? Sure, or at least an aspect of me through higher self or whatever your belief is. Forget all that horse shit for right now. One and done. There's no way. If we're here to do things. I mean, it triggers people in the truth community. Oh, school, yeah, it's a school. Matt suggested we learn something in life. Oh no, it's such a crime to suggest. Are you the person you were when you were 20? How about 25? No. How about 28? No. 30? 30? Are you the same person? Do you have more empathy? Do you care more about this and that? And we're all a much more evolved person, much more advanced spiritual person than we were in our 20s and 30s. That means even though we got mind wiped, somehow we're winning. If it's so unfair, how are we winning? It's so unfair. Then how are we winning and doing the work if it's so unfair? Oh, we're not doing the work? So we're the same person we were when we were 25? Well, if we've progressed and we're a better person, then isn't that winning in some way? Or are you just going to manipulate that definition? So none of it's winning. It's all a prison plan.
How does he get his voice so high pitched? Aren't we winning some way? Are we winning some way? Like, is he squeezing his balls, or what is he doing? Is he grabbing his testicles and squeezing them? How does he do that? He's like, are we winning? Are we winning some way? I can't even do it the way he does it. Watch this.
We've progressed and we're a better person, then isn't that winning in some way? Or are you just going to...
How does he do that? How does he do that?
We've progressed and we're a better person, then isn't that winning in some way? Or are you just going to manipulate that definition? So none of it's winning. It's all a prison planet. Again, I watched Thomas's video, and he had a lot of smart things to say. He's a very smart guy. But maybe Thomas, when you're making that video, you kind of quickly spout it out. There's no point to this life except to try to get out. Really? Oh, really? Didn't learn a damn thing, huh? Anyway, so karma there's nothing out there to get you. Everything comes from us. Therefore, everything is inside of our control. It's the opposite of the John Malkovich mantra. It's beyond, Michelle Pfeiffer, I have to break with thee. It's beyond my control. Stop saying that. It's beyond my control. Stop saying that. It's a pretty good movie, Dangerous Liaisons. So it's all within us. And to me, it starts with, you've got a week left, you've got a month left, you've got a year left, 10 years, 20, 30. I've done enough. Every day, I was going to say spray paint it alone. Don't do that if you have a spouse and kids and a dog, or don't spray paint it. I've done enough. And if you truly believe that, oh, you said believe. You can't say that in this reality. You know. No, you can say believe. There's very little here that we actually know for sure. I know I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do this after death. I don't know anything. We don't. It's the whole point of this whole existence. We don't know anything in terms of what's on the other side or where we were before we were born. We don't know anything. We can only believe. There's nothing. Well, that is the lie. The word "be the lie." Oh no, I never heard that before. It's my first conspiracy video. So what? If you believe, but it's believing it, but then let it become part of you. Well, that's no different than knowing. Use whatever word you want. It doesn't matter. Becomes I've done enough. Well, don't you? If there is a whatever all these videos about life review and all, if there is any of that, well then it's like, well, so what? So I've done enough. Don't you want to fix this? And if they're trying to bring karma onto you, which you bring on yourself, if any of that exists, well, it's like, okay, maybe it does exist. Well, so what?
What does he mean by I've done enough? Is he going to let some entities judge him? He has a slave mindset. He's a slave. He says he's done enough. He's worried about being judged. He reveals himself right there. I've done enough. I've done enough, he says. I bet he would submit to a life review, this creature on the screen, this loser, this chubby Humpty Dumpty, movies Matt McKinley of the presidential McKinley bloodline. He's connected to royalty. He's a piece of shit. He sold kidnapping and ransom insurance.
What? I know it's the opposite of the Tibetan Book of the Dead. I don't need to know map and what to do when this light pops up on the fifth day. When the blue light pops up on the fifth day, I'm supposed to turn left or whatever. It's like Captain Picard with the Romulans. There are 4 lights. Say 3, 4. I don't give a shit. I don't need a road map. You control everything. I've done enough. And I kind of went on I kind of strayed. A true embodiment of I'm not going to do this anymore. Don't just think that if you don't really believe that. Again, some of you, I did go on a tangent. I'm glad I came back to this. Some of you will want to do it again because it might not be enough for you. Whatever you need, if you believe in oversoul or higher self, you might have to keep doing it. Don't try to just be cool and be like, it's cool in the truth community to say, I'm done with this reality. I don't want to. If you want to do it again or whatever, that's fine. As timeless beings, we got all the time in the world. You got trillions and trillions and trillions more years. Even that's a tiny little blip if you're a timeless being. So if you need to do it again, do it again. I don't want to. If you want to do it again or whatever, that's fine. As timeless beings, we got all the time in the world. You got trillions and trillions and trillions more years. Even that's a tiny little blip if you're a timeless being. So if you need to do it again, do it again. So it's fine. You can say it. Go ahead. They know. You can say, what's that from? That's from my cousin Vinny. Go, you can say it. She's cute too, right? You can say it. Go ahead, you can say it. Miss Vito's testimony. They know. That's where I don't have any original thoughts of any sort. It all comes from movies, of course. But if you I don't have any original thoughts of any sort. It all comes from movies, of course. I don't have any original thoughts of any sort. It all comes from movies, of course. I don't have any original thoughts of any sort. It all comes from movies, of course. I don't have any original thoughts of any sort. It all comes from movies, of course. But if you want to do it again, just say it. I want to do it. It's okay. You can do it again, but you might be involved in something different. You might not have the spiritual sense or wherewithal that you have in this lifetime. I have a spiritual wherewithal or sense, I believe, that may be unique, or not unique, but rare. I might have been a real jack-off asshole, doing this weird thing in this life and this perverted thing. Who knows what the past lives were? But in this life, it's different. Maybe different for me. I'm going to take advantage of it. And there's a lot beautiful things here. I'll just stare outside at the lightning bugs. It's the greatest show on earth. Every night. Not with my nose on the glass, but as I just stare at the light, this is incredible, absolutely incredible. The experiences are incredible. The hospital wouldn't trade it for anything. It was an incredible experience. Every day, this is unbelievable. This is incredible, Matt. It makes you want to come back. No, I say that because I know I'm done with it. When the hospital wouldn't trade. As I just stare at the light, this is incredible, absolutely incredible. The experiences are incredible. The hospital wouldn't trade it for anything. It was an incredible experience. Every day, this is unbelievable. This is incredible, Matt. It makes you want to come back. No, I say that because I know I'm done with it. When you know you're done with something, it's the end. It's incredible. Take your old girlfriend for granted. She just I'm tired. She just sits around eating bonbons and stuff. But if you knew, for whatever reason, I'm not saying her demise, I'm saying you knew that you were going your way tomorrow and she was going her way, she would seem a whole lot better to you. and that's this reality to me. It's because I'm done with it, and it is incredible. These experiences are incredible to me. Even something you would consider unbelievably mundane or routine. Is it Anthony Mundane and his travels? Or was it Anthony Bourdain? And sorry, Matt, don't make fun of the D. Incredible to me. Even something you would consider unbelievably mundane or routine. Is it Anthony Mundane and his travels? Or was it Anthony Bourdain? And sorry, Matt, don't make fun of the D. I'm not. I thought for a second there his name was Anthony Mundane. I just because I was in Not No Travel Tours, and Ryan has sent a new opening, a funny opening for Not No Travel Tours. But anyway, guys, we laugh at everything because that's just to. I need to remind people to help us get through the day. We all struggle. This is very difficult. It's like people going, how am I going to get through the next 25 or 30 years? I can't take this, and it's just going to get worse. And I hear you. We're all in the same boat in that regard. But you will get through it because you have to get through it. You have to keep, the wonders of this place, the beauty of this place, the fireflies will always be here. You want to bitch about it, or it's up to you to find those things. They're right out there. Anne makes her little videos about the iguanas that eat the flowers, and it's incredible, the wildlife out her backyard, and just I'm sure she has wonder about that the way I look at my fireflies. It's up to you. But the idea is that just we laugh. Not No Travel Tours. We just laugh at this reality. It's not okay. It's to get you through the day. I know it's hard on us, but also don't forget what it's really for. It's just this reality, not no outer screen reality, outer ring, plumber's ass crack has broken down, and we're not just saying that anymore. It's completely broken down. It's just this reality. Not no outer screen reality, outer ring, plumber's ass crack has broken down, and we're not just saying that anymore. It's completely the outer ring, plumber's ass crack has broken down, and we're not just saying that anymore. It's completely broken down. Reality breakdown. People still, 15-20% of people are saying just throwing these terms out. I'm not throwing these terms out. It's completely busted. It's not your personal reality bubble. I go outside, the fireflies, and that oak tree has been there for as long as it's been there for 80 years that I've been here, and this and that. Your immediate, it can't get to if you don't let it in. But the screen reality, what our family and friends accept in terms of how the society works and culture and what politics is, it's all broken down. Because it's a truck and tractor pull. It's designed to break down. It's actually designed to wake up as many people as possible. And we laugh at it just so it sinks in over years that this is not to be taken recitarily or seriously at this point. It's just not. It's not. A reminder that if you laugh at it, we're thousands of times bigger than it. So why would you hold any sort of emotion that would carry anything that somebody could define as karma? I wish I had done this better or that better. I mean, go into the moment of death. Do you wish, Matt, you would have left California earlier or whatever it may be? No, I don't wish I would have done nothing different. It was perfect in terms of what it was supposed to be. I'm not going to try to fool myself or convince myself of that. I believe that. It was perfect in terms of what it's try to fool myself or convince myself or convince try to fool myself or convince my try to fool myself or convince my try to fool myself or convince my try to fool myself or convince myself of try to fool myself or convince myself of that. I believe that. It was perfect in terms of what it's supposed to be. What about this pain and this suffering? It was perfect in terms of what it's supposed to be. I don't want it wouldn't change one thing. One thing. There's no karma then. There's no karma. I mean, you are responsible for everything. It is a complete mindset. You don't have to fool yourself going into the moment of death. This is what is. This is obvious at this point. There's a lot of Christians here. The people that believe the way I believe. We don't need no God to get to do. We don't need nobody to get us out of here. To me, that's giving power away. I can't do it myself. I need you. I need this God. I need that. I think it's giving power away. I mean, but I don't want to, I want to get into that. My thoughts on this are pretty clear. And ultimately, not thoughts on this are pretty clear. To get to do, we don't need nobody to get us out of here. To me, that's to get to do. We don't need 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 nobody to get us out of here. To me, that's giving power. People that believe the way I believe. We don't need no God to get to do. We don't need nobody to get us out of here. To get to do. We don't need nobody to get us out of here. To me, that's giving power away. I can't do it myself. I need you. I need this God. I need that. I think it's giving power away. I mean, but I don't want to, I want to get into that. My thoughts on this are pretty clear. And ultimately, not milk is as much of a spiritual adversary, and it is evil genius in the extreme, and it's an asshole, and its trick is refined and has new technologies and tactics and new arsenals regarding its trick, regarding technologies and AI, and it's just going to get more difficult. Well, in a way, it'll get more difficult for people to wake up, but for some, it'll get easier because it's showing itself. Reality is giving itself away to those that are supposed to wake up, at least in this go around. So we laugh at it to remind ourselves, if you take this, and I kick myself every day, there's something I take, I'm just going to say seriously, so I don't give it any energy. We'll do reciteer some other time. There's something every day, like something comes in the mail, or like I get a little stressed over, and I go, this is part of being in the human body. It's not going to completely go away. We're never going to be perfect. All we can do is keep working on it. Even if we only progress 5%, we could just keep working on it. Even if you sit here some other time. There's something every day, like something comes in the mail, or like I get a little stressed over, and I go, this is part of being in the human body. It's not going to completely go away. We're never going to be perfect. All we can do is keep working on it. Even if we only progress 5%, we could just keep working on it. So you can still at the end get to the point. Even if you see, I still worried about the late water bill. I always use that as an example of a million things that kind of stress us out. The late water bill, you only improve like 5 to 7%. And you could still go into the moment of death saying, I've done enough. That 5 to 7% was what I'm supposed to do. I've improved. Maybe I should have done a little bit more. But see, you get into, I think you still can say that. I think it would have been nice if I would have completely not stressed about the late water bill and got over that in my 30s and 40s and 50s. But you still can have the confidence to say, it was enough. It was enough. But you just said it would have been nice if, yes, it would have been nice. It would have been nice too if I think it's okay to even say that. Wouldn't it have been nice to win the lottery every year since you were 25? So we can say that. Does that mean you have to? Those things have to happen, or you're carrying some sort of karma? No. So I don't. Even that, I'm saying it would be nice, but so what? I've done enough. It's just when the Dangerous Liaisons. The Michelle Pfeiffer and John Malkovich, it's beyond my control. I have done enough. But you only got 2% better in this area. I've done enough, and I'm not doing it anymore. And it cannot. We create and control everything. Rule of opposites. That's why it plays its trick. It's so everything is up to you, or it wouldn't have to trick you. More videos come in about these sorts of things in the Soul Trap and the Life Review. And again, it's just, there's some great points in a lot of these videos. And I agree with 30, 40, even 50% of what's said in some of these videos. But the one thing I've never heard this addressed. There was a new Soul Trap video that came in by somebody I've never seen before. And maybe we'll go over it and break it down in detail sometime. But it was, he says something about, Soul Trap go into the light, or they try to pull you into the light for recycling. It's just similar stuff that we've already heard. And then started talking about the NDE or the ADE, the near-death experiences. Somebody went under the ice and was clinically dead, and there's 30, 40, 50,000 documented cases, 100,000 maybe documented cases in detail of somebody that had an NDE and somebody recorded it, and then they try to look for parallel experiences or shared experiences and things like that. But the people that make the Soul Trap videos, they never address this, and I'm gonna plead again. Anybody, can somebody address this? If the tricks at death are so good, it's so expert at what it does. That's why the population numbers are going up, Matt. If it's so great, the light itself is it's just overwhelming love. I felt overwhelming love. I had to go. My pet was in a bell with my bell, and Fifi's in the light. I want to be with you again. I want to be with you. If the light is so good, or that's a little bit different. That's death. Or let's just say the AD or the NDE. Somebody goes under the ice, clinically dead for 5 minutes, but they're brought back to life. The archonic being, we've heard these stories. The archonic being swoops down. Let's do the life review, and you have the opportunity to go back, and there's some things you haven't done, and karma pitch, whatever. But here's the thing. If there are shared similar experiences at the NDE or the AD when the person's under the ice, and the person wants you to go back and finish the life, go back and we'll see. It's not. These messages aren't consistent, because if the real trick at death with the light is so good, then why wouldn't the archonic being during the NDE just let you die? See what I'm saying? Why is it so important to go back to finish the life if they have you anyway at death? Because 99.99999%, because the light trick is so good and it's overwhelming love and bam.
So he's stuck on the light trick being so good. It's a combination of things. It isn't as simple as what Matt is making it out to be. They're tricking you every day here. They don't just rely on the light. It's a combination of things from birth, from in utero, before you get here. They're doing everything they can to keep you here and keep you coming back here again and again and again. These bodies are not designed to live forever. They break down. And eventually we have opportunity to leave. So they're relying on many factors to keep you here, many lies, many deceptions. They don't just rely on the light. The whole light thing isn't perfect. None of this is perfect at keeping you here. But it's a system designed. It's a system with thousands and thousands and thousands of things designed to fuck your mind and your spirit so that you can't get out. Now, I'm not saying that you can't. I'm getting at they don't rely on one physical security measure. They rely on many things to get you back here. So he mocks the whole thing as though it has to be light perfect, light keeps everyone recycled, or nothing. They don't rely on just one thing. Just like prisons don't just rely on a fence with barbed wire on top. They rely on many forms of security. Bars, locks, guards, walls, cell blocks that lock you in, all sorts of physical security, alarm systems, guards with weapons, dogs. They rely on all kinds. Like, it's not just one thing. And this Earth system, this matrix, this sewer matrix, doesn't just rely on one security feature. It has many, 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 including ones you don't even remember that you experienced, to program you when you were in utero. Okay? And before you got here. It's layers and layers. Yeah, exactly. It's not just one thing. It's not just the light. So he tries to reduce it down to, well, if the light is, it's illogical what he's doing. They rely on thousands of layers of security measures and programming and deceptions and mind control and lies and illusions. It's not just one thing.
Then why wouldn't the archonic being during the NDE just let you die? See what I'm saying? Why is it so important to go back to finish the life if they have you anyway at death? Because 99.99999%, because the light trick is so good and it's overwhelming love and Belle and Addie, I want to be with you. If it's so good, the trick at death, the light and the love, Well, that's the recycle trap. Well, then why doesn't the archonic being during the NDE and you're under the ice just let you die? See what I'm saying? Well, they'll get you back anyway, but into an infant, just start all over again. It would be a superior position for the archonic beings to have you die and leave you under the ice. So that is never addressed by the people that make these videos. Why not just let you die? Why does it wants a 55 or 60-year-old to go back for 15 or 20? Why? Just let you die and you go back again anyway. Because I guess I'm being repetitive. The other thing is, well, how is it up to if you're rescued from the ice, or how is that up to the archonic being says you need to go back? And how is it up to the archonic being if you live? That's kind of saying if that is true, it's saying again the archonic being has no power. It's saying the person themselves has power over their own life and death. We say the reality is created by generator creative beings. The reality itself wouldn't exist without us. So if the archonic being swoops in, it's like, who the fuck are you? Oh, you got to go back and you're under the ice right now. You're going to go back and live. Well, how are you going to see to that? You're going to present some you're going to shove some Nimbus 2000 Harry Potter broom under the ice and I can just get on that. How are you going to see to that? It would have to be up to the person. That just proves right there that we create everything. How if you're rescued, well, how did the archonic being going to see to the rescuers? Maybe it's the archonic being that called 911 on my behalf. Was the archonic being going to call for rescue? How are you going to see to my rescue? How are you going to see to it, archonic being? Get the hell out of here. Then it means if it's true, then it's up to you. Your own life and death is up to you. The archonic being just proved it to us, right? But if it's so, why does it want? I'd say, archonic being, why do you want me to go back? I'm old, man. Why don't you want me to go back into another? If you let me die, I go into light, go back into a baby, I go back into another body. What's wrong with you? So it doesn't make any sense. And the other thing, this video, so I want to see consistency in the people that make the Soul Trap videos and address these things. The other thing, the most recent video that was sent to me, again, I'm going to continue to listen to it. There were some very interesting points about certain mindsets going into the moment of death. Things I really liked, but a lot of it, I don't just bow down before this stuff. About 50% of it, I don't like that. I don't like that. But this part I don't like. Person talked about...
Why are there thousands of people in the so-called truth community that don't call out Matt and say, why don't you talk to King Stephen? If you can prove him wrong and debunk it, why don't you talk with him? Or make a video recording from my videos debunking me. If he can really do what he claims, why doesn't he do what I've done? Debunk me. I've debunked others. I've shown how their shit doesn't add up. Why doesn't he do that? Why don't people pressure him? Why is there no one in the big truth community that feels tough putting any heat on him to debunk me? Come and debunk me. Bring it on. Bring it on. It's all about trickery, exactly. It wouldn't work the other way. It's perfectly designed this way, and it keeps working. If their design is so flawed, how come it gets most people here? There's millions of people that have near-death experiences that do not figure it out. Millions alive today that have had an NDE that haven't figured out what's going on. It works to send them back and say there is a heaven, there is God, it's benevolent. It's great. Don't worry. You're in a great system. And it keeps people fooled.
There will really be, at some point he said, there will really be loved ones in the light, and you can go be with them in some, I don't know if he said, it's not like astral. You could be, it's not ultimately where you need to be, but you can be with them. It's the real loved ones in the light, where a lot of Soul Trap videos say that's a trick of some kind. It's not the real loved ones. But the person that made this video said the real loved ones in the light, but then 15 minutes before in the video said that almost everybody recycles back. Well, how could it be if my grandmother died, and she died in 1996, along with my grandfather on one side, 1996. If this light trap is so good and it gets 99 point whatever percent, it's like the same percentage of germs that these damn spray cleaners, for CV, 99.9% of germs, that's the 666 upside down. If it's so good and it gets 99.9% back, then that's not going to be my grandmother in the light, because she would have recycled back. Right now, she would be 96. And what is that? It's like she'd be 30 something. And she's probably living in the airport runway of Delhi somewhere. So she's on Earth somewhere in another body, right? Because the light trap worked. So how is it going to be that there's inconsistencies in what they put forth? So I'm not going to really take it. I'm not going to overanalyze it unless these inconsistencies in the message goes away. But there were some very, very interesting things that were presented. I'll continue to watch it, and maybe at some point I'll share with you. But for now, that's enough of that. Let's just go back to the basics, guys. Rule of opposites. It spends all day playing a trick in a million different permutations on all real beings. If it has us so securely at death, how many times have you heard me say this? If it has us so securely at death, why is it playing a trick in life? The light trap's so great, and it says, well, then why is it playing its trick to this magnitude? Its trick is of a magnitude trillions to the trillionth power. Its trick is endless and in endless permutations. It's always in our face, getting up in our business. It's always there. Why is it trying to fool me in life if it has me so securely at death? This love and light trap. If the death trap, the light trap at death was so good, it would not milk in this life. Would be like, well, I'm not working. Put your feet up and just why does it work so hard on its trick here? So therefore, again, we can spin that around. If we've beaten the trick here, you and I see through this reality for the most part. We've overcome the trick. Of course we have. That's part one. That's the easy. Part two is the hard work. Then if I've overcome the trick here, then if there is a trick passing through the moment of death, or maybe it's considered like a netherworld or not even real death, then I'm going to beat the trick there. I'm not worried about it. I need to read no Tibetan Book of the Dead and what lights to turn left or right, or to what lights to jump over on the fifth day of the Tibetan book. I always pick on the Tibetan Book of the Dead. You ever see a video on it? The shamans come in, and the people from the mountains and the Sherpas come in, and they talk over the body. It's now the fifth day over the body, and it's on the fifth day you will see the golden light. And there are some things that are well said. Know that the demons presenting themselves on the fifth day of the bardos, it's a reflection of yourself. Well, why are you saying it over a dead body? The person should know that and should have prepared for that before they died. So you don't have to yell. They're talking over the body. Dead body. This is the fifth day. You will see a golden light. Don't go. What the hell? Stop. Why are you talking over a dead body? This is ridiculous. The person should have prepared. Here's the message to take away from the Tibetan Book of the Dead. The most important thing is these demons or whatever comes in this negative aspect or this horrific thing that comes on a certain day of the bardos. This is the only thing to me to take away from it, is a reflection of yourself, or is generated or is originated from your within. Yes, of course, as is karma, as is every negative aspect. I'm sure those archonic beings, of course. Like this, you think there's some real archonic being that swoops down and says, "Hi, dude." It's probably generated by you in some way. You're part of you, your subconscious, unconscious. I'm not ready. I want to do another body. I want to pretend I'm full. This person's going to be. So you think this archonic being just some dude hanging? It's if anything, at the very minimum, you are giving it energy, or it maybe can't exist without you. It needs you. Again, how do you come back to life in an ND or AD? It's seeing to that? No, you'd have to be seeing to that. You'd have to be seeing to the rescue under the ice or the revival after the car accident. This dumbass couldn't be seeing to it. So again, but the point is, the danger with this endless focus on tricks at death is you just focus on it, you're going to be scared shit. And you're going to manifest all the energy, whatever this thing needs. Or again, I don't even like putting it like that, because somebody's trying to hit me right now saying, "What thing?" It's from you. Of course, it's from you. So if you focus on tricks at death, or Tony would say, you manifest. Manifest. That's what you're going to get. That's what you're going to get. Focus for the rest of your life on laughing at the reality And don't just laugh at it. Remember the meaning of laughing at it. This is a joke. This thing has me locked away in a prison planet. It can't even present a presidential race in the United States properly. But you think this thing has you locked away in a prison planet for all eternity. Oh, we can't get out. Really? It's all up to you. Okay, maybe we should say know that. Maybe finally use the word know that. It's all up to you. And you can't fool yourself in this regard. And so I'm kind of somebody might say, I want to come back and do another life. That's fine. The timeless being, we have trillions of years to figure it out. Well, so what? That's fine. It's okay. I don't want to come. Many of us here just say, no, we're done. We're done. Moment of death. I've done enough. But you didn't really improve. I don't care. It was an incredible experience. I wouldn't change anything. Don't you have regrets or worry or no, not. But you hurt this person. Well, I'm sorry. I learned I wouldn't do it now. I was not the same person at 35 when I did that, or I hurt this person, or whatever I did. I wouldn't change anything because by hurting that person, I learned, and they learned, and it was great overall. Up to a point. I'm not talking about, certain sick things, or just up to a point. You understand? Nobody here has hopefully done those things. Maybe you do carry true karma if you've done those things. I can't speak to that stuff. So, guys, it's a half page. It's a half page. Here we go. It's not unfair that we have a mind wipe because how are we winning then if it's so unfair? We are winning. Moment of death. Done enough. Don't you have regrets? No, wouldn't change one thing. It was incredible. It was incredible. I would have liked to have won the lottery 5-6 times. This couple girls in high school, it would have been nice. Doesn't bring a karma or anything where you're going to try to do another lifetime. Again, we've talked about, guys, the nostalgia we have is so incredible because we know, for many of us, that we're done with it. So if you're done with it, and maybe we've had it for 10,000 or the equivalent of 50,000 years or 100, whatever it may be, or the Star Trek Picard, the Next Generation episode. If you haven't seen it, even if you're not a Star Trek fan, go watch The Inner Light. The Inner Light is incredible. It's exactly what we're going through here. The Next Generation, The Inner Light, where I've talked about it. You can't talk about it enough. Captain Picard, even those that don't watch Star Trek, Jean-Luc Picard, Patrick Stewart, Bald, he's on the Enterprise. The probe pops up, an ancient probe, beams this into his head. He falls down. He's out for 15 minutes on the floor. They're trying to wake up, Captain. And he's living out 70-year life or more or whatever on this foreign planet. But it's not. It's just all an illusion to him, and he develops. It's so in his real life on the Enterprise. In real life, he had no love interest, no wife, no kids. It's all different. Kids relate. He experiences a whole, and he comes through and he says, "It was so real." That's all. That's all we're doing now. I mean, go watch. It's The Inner Light. I don't know what season. It's absolutely incredible. And, that there is no regret. There's no, but for us, we were talking about nostalgia. And he had incredible nostalgia for that life he lived. It was just as real as the real life, even though it was only beamed into him for 15 minutes. We have incredible nostalgia, I believe, because we know, whether we've done it thousands of times, we know we're done with it. So it creates an incredible experience or incredible feeling of nostalgia. Even if it's something relatively negative, we know being done with it makes it, the looking at it or experiencing it then becomes different, knowing you're done with it forever. Where, again, I just talked about this, I guess, on Tuesday, but a lot of people around us, I have family and just people that are, older, and they don't ever want to talk about death. They just don't care. It's like, they're just going to live their life and day to day. And because I think they know they have so deep down, the subconscious and unconscious is so much more powerful. They know they have so much more to do. They need to do this 10 more times or thousands of more times. So there's no nostalgia about seeing a lightning bug for me or a tree for them. because in areas subconscious that they don't even understand, or spiritual parts of them they've never even tapped into, they're just living this life at what we call like the NPC level. They know they're going to do it hundreds of more times, thousands, tens of thousands. And it's like, look at this bug living under this leaf here. This is incredible. And they'd be like, who fucking cares? Let's get a fucking hot dog or something. They don't give a shit because they can look at that bug under the leaf next lifetime, or then the next one, and the next one, and the next one, and the next one, and the next one. They don't give a shit about the stuff that we care about, because I believe we're truly done. Or it's you don't have to be. Many of us are. You don't have to be. But to me, I don't care about no tricks. I don't care about no archonic beings. I don't. It's all up to me. Everything is, and I've done enough. I've done enough. Regrets, worry, you harm somebody, you hurt somebody. It was all perfect. Couldn't have been any better. The proof is in the pudding, because look how I've evolved. Not some sort of ascension where rise up. Look, I've become so far from, my favorite story. I shouldn't say favorite story, but I just no other way of saying it. It's showing who I was. I wasn't not a mean ass. I was just a normal guy. People would say I'm a nice guy. I'd still help somebody change a flat. I was always, but I've told this before. There was I had a wreath, and I don't know. It seemed like, I guess obviously it wasn't a Christmas wreath, because this would have been the spring. A wreath on the door, and a robin had made a nest, and I remember my father was there with me, and even he was taken aback. And I just took what are you gonna do with that nest? I just threw it in the woods. It makes me very sad thinking about it now, but I don't have any regrets. The archonic being is going to use that against you, Matt. At your you go back, you harm. Yeah, I did harm that robin, but I'm not that person. I've come a long way. Just didn't care. I kind of justified a little bit and said it shouldn't have made a nest on my house, and I just tossed it in the woods. And it's this. I'm sorry. I put out a mosquito this morning. A mosquito. I put out it's a big glass with a piece of cardboard, and if it's at night, I'm about to go to bed, and it's just and turn the air conditioner on, and it's just like there's a big one that's just ready to come down on me. I have taken it's. I mean, they draw first blood. Stallone, first blood. Ticks and mosquitoes will come and suck you. That's different. If it's just some bug up there, I just leave them alone. If spiders, I don't even touch that. I leave them alone. If I can get them easily and put them out, I'll put them out. But I've whacked mosquitoes with a towel at night, off my ceiling. I don't want them just, as soon as I go to sleep here, he comes down. He's drawing first blood. I'm okay. I do justify it that way. But if I can, I'll go into the bathroom for whatever, brush my teeth, and there he is just on the glass, trying to get out. He's not trying to get me. It's during the day. I have all the time in the world to put him out. I put him out. I mean, so guys, okay, the person, it was just 2002, 2003 or so, right after I moved in. Robin the robin had gone. I saw me walk up to the door. I was gone. I didn't see it fly off. It was just eggs. And, I'm not proud of it, but I am proud of how far I've come. And Matt, that ain't so great. It is actually. It is. And don't forget the basics, guys. There ain't no karma out there. It's everything comes from you. If you've done enough, you've done enough. If you prepare for tricks and here's what I'm gonna say to the archonic beings, then you're giving it tremendous energy. You're feeding the egregore or whatever. Just don't. Okay. It's very simple. And when we laugh, and if I do Kurt or whatever, remember it's not just about laughing. Oh, it's a nice stress relief. Remember what it's for. It's to always remember. Do not take this seriously at this point. At this point, it's shown what it really is. We know enough. We each have our own half page. At some point we had to take it seriously, so we learned the lessons that it needs. Those decades in our life were meaningful, but not at this point. It's broken down. Don't forget why we laugh at it. A constant reminder. Anyway, I guess I'm just being long-winded, and this is I was kind of fired up. I saw a few videos and I went, yeah, I got to talk about this because sometimes I do not know travel tours and we forget the basics as to why we're here. And, it's always the same half page every time. Everything's up to you. If you want to give your power away all over the place and worry about this and that, it's up to you. I mean, you don't, give me a break. Thanks for being here, guys.
Hey everyone, I'm having a snack. Have I ever said we're trapped here forever? The way he tries to misrepresent the so-called soul trap. Have I ever said that we're trapped here forever? I want people to answer this stuff. I want you to participate. Have I ever claimed we are trapped here forever? Maddie tries to misrepresent I can tell you he's leading people astray, and all you have to do is pay attention. I've never said that we're trapped here forever, but he says if you view it this way, that you believe we're trapped here forever. I don't know anyone except for Team Evil that tries to get people to believe that, but definitely not on my channel. So you have to keep this stuff in mind. He's trying to get people not to look into this topic. He's gatekeeping. That's what he's doing. Oh, Matt could do it again, and they wouldn't care. Matt could do that with birds again. They wouldn't care. They just idolize them, and that's what people do in this realm. They idolize people on YouTube. They idolize celebrities, Hollywood, and they don't care what their behavior is. They idolize sex offenders, and they don't care what they've done. That's very common in this realm. That goes hand in hand with having idols. Same people, same as the ones that idolize a god, and they don't care if that god is angry, violent, warlike, causes suffering. They'll defend it. They'll justify it, saying, well, it's God. They'll say God is good.
Abortions. I've had a few, but then again, I can't remember exactly how many.
What, really?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Imagine casually snuffing out so many lives by using abortion as a form of contraception that you've entirely lost count.
I can't remember. Yeah, I think maybe like, I want to say 5, 4 or 5.
4, 5, 6, who cares? Not like it matters, right?
Yeah, I've had about 5 too. Lily, I'm so happy I can say that and you can say it.
So happy they can proudly brag about exterminating life in their own womb. It's such a happy thing.
No judgment.
No judgment. We've had about the same amount of abortions.
Judgment's coming, ladies.
I remember once getting pregnant and the man paying for my abortion and me thinking it was so romantic.
I actually think that is romantic. Do you not think that's romantic? Whoops. Am I an idiot?
What? Getting rid of the problem.
10 abortions between them and they're laughing it up. Like it's going to the doctor to get an ingrowing toenail removed or something. Lily Allen, same woman, by the way, who after having 2 daughters with him, cheated on her husband with female sex escorts, said she wasn't ashamed about it, then married this guy.
Punch some people in the face!
And has already reportedly broken up with him after uploading a profile to a celebrity dating app. Same woman who wrote in her own memoir that she had an abortion but faked the miscarriage. If this was some random degenerate celebrity, that'd be one thing. But Lily Allen is one of the most sanctimonious, moralising loudmouths to ever exist exist. She gets on a high horse about literally everything. Climate change, refugees, abortion, obviously. Another celebrity posing as a paragon of virtue, demanding we should respect her opinion about how society should function, whose own life is completely dysfunctional.
With women, it's always like, something must be wrong with her. She can't keep a man. She must be a real bitch. What a cunt.
Speak for yourself.
I love that I don't have to run every fucking thing by a guy. I'm having the kind of sex I never had in my 20s or in my 30s. We should be the ones that are like, fuck you. Like, I'm gonna have an orgasm.
Too much information, love.
But I did just recently fuck a 26-year-old and it was really fucking amazing.
Ugh. Mega rich, outwardly attractive, famous Hollywood actress finds horny 26-year-old guy to shag her. Wow, you want a medal?
Fuck you.
Got a husband? Your own biological children? Nah. They titled this hour-and-a-half podcast Charlize Theron, I Don't Need a Man. Yeah, you might not, love, but your adopted kids do. They desperately need a father. Lest we forget, Charlize, a lifetime LGBT activist.
We love you, Queen. We love you, Queen.
Announced in 2019 that her then 7-year-old adopted son, Jackson, was actually a girl and had been since the age of 3. I thought she was a boy too, Theron said, until she looked at me at 3 years old and said, I'm not a boy, demanding the media use the correct pronouns. The actress added, my daughter's story is really her story, and one day if she chooses, she'll tell her story. Yeah, I'm sure you, the ardent LGBT activist, had nothing whatsoever to do with a 3-year-old boy who barely just learned to walk or talk, whose brain hasn't even developed enough to attain cognitive control or deliberate reasoning, suddenly deciding he's no longer a boy. I'm sure you had zero influence on that.
And love equals drag queen.
These celebrities are handed powerful platforms to influence the thinking of millions of people, and they're all utterly deranged. If you want to express your ideas through videos like I do, you should check out InVideo AI. And with this exciting new upgrade, InVideo AI version 3, you can create stunning full-length videos, irrespective of your skill level and without having to learn arduous new programs from scratch. Let me walk you through how it's done. Just start with a simple text prompt and it creates the first rough draft for you. For example, create a 1-minute story about how people discover their cell phones have been listening to their conversations in order to target them with advertising. Check out what InVideo AI produced after just a few minutes.
My friend and I were talking about needing new running shoes. Suddenly, my phone lit up with an ad for the exact brand we mentioned. Then it happened again and again. Ads for things I'd only spoken about, never searched for. That's when it hit me. My phone was listening.
You can then use the edit command box and give text-based commands to fine-tune everything. Add subtitles, make the storyline more intense, make the music more foreboding. Or you can even clone your own voice and have that do the narration. Unlike traditional video tools with steep learning curves that don't even match the ambition of your video creation process, InVideo is the creative partner you've always wanted. It removes all the friction by making the process intuitive and fluid, letting users focus entirely on their vision and idea. Create anything you can think of from scratch using InVideo AI's generative capabilities. This really is a monumental game changer that puts you in the driver's seat. Welcome to the world of infinite possibilities. You can try InVideo AI for free. This will save you hundreds of dollars that you would otherwise spend on a description box down below.
No man's
AI by clicking the link in the description box down below.
No man's moving into our house while my daughters are there. Like,
bear in mind, I'm watching it for a mere 5 minutes. God only knows how. But this is being said on the second biggest podcast in the world behind only Joe Rogan. 10 million listeners per episode, the vast majority women. This is the problem with female celebrities. Many of them are deeply unhappy people as a result of childhood trauma, primarily born out of toxic relationships with their fathers. Theron, alcoholic, abusive father. Alan, a strange relationship with her father which left her with romantic relationship daddy issues.
My parents were quite absent when I was a kid.
As a result of this trauma, and despite endless amounts of therapy, they're completely unable to build stable, trusting relationships with men.
I literally can't imagine a man moving into our house and me sharing my closet.
And their outlook on men in general is defined by seething resentment, bitterness, and hatred. These female celebrities are then given a giant soapbox from which to preach the narrative of I don't need no man to millions of impressionable young women, amplifying the wider anti-natalist agitprop that promises to empower women, yet only succeeds in leaving them barren, hopeless, and alone.
When it comes to career. But yes, my children ruined my career.
Partly as a result of this child-free life rhetoric, fertility rates in Western countries are collapsing, to the point where 4 in 10 babies in the UK are now born to foreign parents, to the point where Italy's population is plummeting to such a degree, their supposedly right-wing leader is now set to import 500,000 new non-European migrants over the course of just 3 years, to the point where public transport in major Western cities like Brussels increasingly looks like this. What unites Charlize Theron and Lily Allen is their glamorization of carefree, rampant promiscuity. Another manifestation of the diseased culture that fills young women with dread at the mere prospect of having children. Promotes abortion as a form of contraception, like it's some gleeful expression of female empowerment. Then tells them the key to happiness is staying childless and engaging in limitless casual sex with random men.
I'm having the kind of sex I never had in my 20s or in my 30s.
Love.
Yes. And so that part has been really exciting. But I'm not missing a relationship.
Total horseshit. Studies show casual sex makes you depressed and anxious, and that these negative emotions are more likely to be experienced by women. Hypersexuality in females is also associated with comorbidities like substance use disorder, mania, psychosis, and personality disorders. They're selling a lifestyle to women by glorifying it as liberating, joyous, and fulfilling, when for the vast majority of women it leads to the exact opposite, a hedonistic prison of self-loathing, which only leaves them regretful, empty, and lonely. If you value what I do and you want to help support me, please visit pauljosephwatson.locals.com and either pledge a one-time donation or subscribe.
Most women will be battier than Movies Maddie in their future when they're in their 50s and 60s. They will be old, alone, lonely, and battier than Movies Maddie. And they have their feminism to thank, and they're following their Hollywood idols. Most modern women treat the truth like it's a personal attack. If a man speaks the truth, like me, they view it as a personal attack. They feel offended, they feel attacked. They feel. They don't think, hey, he might be telling me the truth. Hey, he might be giving me sound, good advice, caring advice. He might have put some thought into this. They react with emotion and treat it like it's an attack when it's the truth. If you view truth as an attack, a personal attack, you're never going to get anywhere good. You're always going to end up fucked up and miserable. Most women that I've ever told the truth to about personal things or advice, when they wanted advice, they came to me for advice, including women that felt like they were cheated on, and I gave them the best advice and they did the opposite. Almost always. So women can say whatever they want, but when men are caring and thoughtful and try to be helpful, women do the opposite and sabotage themselves. And they treat the truth like it's an attack. That's most. That's not a few in this realm. I know it's most. Most. In fact, I've had better success with advice being taken by people that were more like strangers or very new to me, like new neighbors or something, which is akin to a stranger. They just moved in and you just knew them a little while. And they trusted me more than family. That's how fucked up things are in this realm. And women overwhelmingly, we read Hollywood magazines and Us magazine and all this gossip stuff and People magazine, buy that trash, and they follow Hollywood. And they idolize these freaks in Hollywood. I'm not saying it's exclusively women, but women love to have female idols. And look at who you choose to idolize. Some of them have 5, 6 abortions. And that's who your role models are. It's just pathetic. It's sickening. But it's true. It's true. And whether it hurts your feelings or not, that doesn't make it any less true. Most people don't want the truth. They want their feelings comforted, and they want somebody to just tell them what they want to hear or give them their own views, just change the words a little bit, and they want someone the same. They don't want the truth. Most people don't want the truth at all. Most people, if given the choice, truth for free or pay to be lied to, they'll go right for the lies that they have to pay for. They'll pay to be lied to. They just want comfortable lies. They want to be fed shit.
But it was. Okay. It's up to us to figure out our path. And
Yeah.
as I understand the long preserved prophecies, God's children will inherit this world. Now, how can we help that happen? How can we help God's children, those who move for peace, right? Blessed are the peacemakers, for those are the children of God. Those words he
Yes.
spoke are what I carry in my heart and in my mind.
Yes.
Not,
Even if the Bible changes from Mandela effect. Sorry for, I thought you were finished there, but yeah, I agree. And Jesus wasn't named the Prince of Peace for nothing.
here, back,
I mean,
yes, back to the wisdom. Yes, he was the Prince of Peace. Thank you. And so to walk in his ways is to have peace with the all, because the all that we ever find, it comes from God. God allows the devil of confusion, the devil of anger, the devil of temptation, and the demonic. I don't deny anything because there's some real life testimonies happening. If you are ignorant and dumb to the testimonies of people involved with UFOs, with angels, with demons, with conspiracies, with human trafficking, if you are ignorant and dumb to what the world is really revealing, whoo, baby, you're in for a
yeah.
surprise.
A lot are in for a rude awakening. Hello, Hank. Hank has the shades on today. It must be bright in there.
Yes, it is bright. So how we do it is at community level, we don't promote people who are just unrepentant, unapologetic about their bad behavior, and just blaming other people for their own problems.
It's happening every day online. People are getting rewarded for selfish and rude behavior. Flow states of Powder Dusty is a great example. No offense to the man, he's smart with business. He knows how to get people to support him.
Yeah.
So does Paul.
But you know who's a better example that we just had just earlier today? Tommy. He and his daddy, Officer Snafu Snaps, hasn't apologized for terrorist threats made on the backstage of your show 6 months ago, and now he's back trying to beg for subs to his new channel after his old channel. Both of their old channels got banned in the same day.
I've been trying to get people to give thousands of dollars to charities, to their local food banks, and things like that. Through.
All right. So the past guests have been focusing our time mostly on themselves. I'm going to try a different one. And sorry to be so sudden on the change, but I've been warning changes are happening. I've tried to be quite clear of what I'm wanting here on this panel, and it's not people who just want to talk about themselves, especially when the topics are unrelated to what I'm wanting to discuss. So I'm going to try another one. Welcome back, JG. How can I help you? Every day online. People are getting rewarded for selfish and rude behavior. Flow states of Powder Dusty is a great example. No offense to the man, he's smart with business. He knows how to get people to support him.
Yeah.
So does Paul.
But you know who's a better example that we just had just earlier today? Tommy. He and his daddy, Officer Snafu Snaps, hasn't apologized for terrorist threats made on the backstage of your show 6 months ago, and now he's back trying to beg for subs to his new channel after his old channel. Both of their old channels got banned in the same day.
I've been trying to get people to give thousands of dollars to charities, to their local food banks, and things like that. Through.
All right. So the past guests have been focusing our time mostly on themselves. I'm going to try a different one. And sorry to be so sudden on the change, but I've been warning changes.
Trying to beg for subs to his new channel after his old channel. Both of the old channels got banned in the same day.
I've been trying to get people to give thousands of dollars to charities, to their local food banks, and things like that. Through.
All right. So the past guests have been focusing our time mostly on themselves. I'm going to try a different one. And sorry to be so sudden on the change, but I've been warning changes are happening. I've tried to be quite clear of what I'm wanting here on this panel, and it's not people who just want to talk about themselves, especially when the topics are unrelated to what I'm wanting to discuss. So I'm going to try another one. Welcome back, JG. How can I help you?
I realize I'm a brainwashed Christian. I'm trying to break away from Christianity. How did you do it?
I cleansed my mind. It's quite simple. You simply detach from old beliefs and the foolishness of thinking you know enough, and you start learning. You learn from others who you used to disagree with. You learn from others who disagree who you agree with, right? You learn. That's how you discover how little you know. And once you start looking at you inside, who am I? What do I know? What do I not know? Then you start learning. It's as simple as that. God's grace is so divine, and the wisdom in the scripture is to be.
Hello, hello. I just want to wish everyone a happy 4th of July. Happy 4th of July, everyone. I hope that you have some fun. Maybe have some hot dogs, have some wieners. They don't necessarily have to be Oscar Mayer. Used to be Meyer, not Mayer. That's a Mandela effect for many of us. Oscar Mayer wieners. Here's the wiener mobile. They tried to park that wiener. It was too big for that garage. Some have that problem where, not Jack Talcott. I think he's probably got a little cocktail weenie, a real tiny little cocktail weenie, but some are too big, and that wiener mobile would not fit in that garage. It was too big to fit, if you see what I'm saying. But anyway, I think Jack probably has a little cocktail weenie. He's a little weenie. He looks like a little weenie, doesn't he? He looks like a little weenie. Which do you like better? Do you like Jack Talcott on the screen, Live Without Fear? Or do you like Gothcott, Live Without Beer? Live without beer. Look at him. Look at him. Just look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Just look at him. Live without beer. Live without beer. Gothcott. And this is Gothcottia. I still might put these on t-shirts. I have high-res images. I might put them on t-shirts. I might put them on t-shirts so that people can wear Gothcott. I think that might piss him off. I'm going to get under his skin. Gothcott is going to get under his skin. Gothcott is giving the peace sign there, if you notice. He's trying to give a peace sign, Jack Gothcott. They always screw up the hands, though. Anyway, that's his actual face, obviously. And the rest is not him. That's not his body. But that's Gothcott. He must have the tiniest weenie. I agree with you, Ren. I think he's probably hung like a tsetse fly. I might put those on t-shirts, and I might make up some shirts with Team Evil. They accuse me of doing this for money. I don't make a cent. I don't need money from this at all. But just to piss off Evil, I might start putting them on fucking shirts so that people can wear their faces like Gothcott and Clowncott and Team Evil shirts and all sorts of stuff, just to get under their skin more. I can't stand these fucking demons. Fuck them.
To be accepted, to be practiced, to be incorporated. The wisdom I'm referring to is not the stories of the battles, okay? It's not the stories in the miracles. It's in applying the wisdom of peace, love, kindness. And I tell you what, you start
You don't show peace, love, or kindness day to day on your shit show. You're a fraud. You're a phony. You're a goddamn fake. And you wish you had a wiener like this. Jack Talcott, you wish you had a fucking wiener like this. You don't have anything like this. You probably don't even have a micro penis. You little cocktail weenie, Talcott, twatcott. He's a twatcott. He's a clowncott. He's a loser. He's a loser. He's a loser. And I'm not going to go easy on him anymore. I went easy on this fucker for a long time. No more Mr. Nice Guy for this son of a bitch. Fuck him. It's all out war now. War. It's all out war. I went easy on this clown. Look at this. Look at him. Just look at him. I might put this one on, something like this on a shirt as well. Fuck him. You want to be a clown? You don't like when people view you as a clown? I'm going to show the world that you're a fucking clown, you loser. You should have shown me much more respect. You're only going to end up hurting yourself, you fucking idiot. He's a loser. He's a loser. He's a fucking loser. That's what he is. That's what he is. That's what he is. That's what he is. He's a fucking loser. Take a look at this. Angry Jack in the Box. This one might be on another shirt. Fuck you, Jack. Fuck you. You angry piece of shit. You narcissist. You're not about love and kindness, you fucking idiot. You're not about love and peace and kindness. You're a liar.
That's how you discover how little you know. And once you start looking at you inside, who am I? What do I know? What do I not know? Then you start learning. It's as simple as that. God's grace is so divine, and the wisdom in the scripture is to be accepted, to be practiced, to be incorporated. The wisdom I'm referring to is not the stories of the battles, okay? It's not the stories in the miracles. It's in applying the wisdom of peace, love, kindness. And I tell you what, you start feeling more peace, love, and kindness within yourself. You start being very grateful about every moment that you get to feel peace, love, and kindness. For those who have had it taken away, like I did, so I thought. If you feel like you're absent from peace, love, and kindness, your answer is within you. You've got corrupted thoughts. For God's love is true. And if you're here with me now, please accept this for yourself. Okay? There's a quality of perfection to you that only you can deny. Only you can corrupt yourself, can poison yourself with toxins and unhealthy choices, sinful habits. Only you can fill yourself with guilt and shame. Only you and God's grace can set you free. So if you, back to the question, if you feel trapped by a religious belief, let go of the beliefs and start practicing on what you can know. Focus on what you can know, and you can know anything you want. If you set out to know it, you can know it. If there's an answer available, you'll find it, but you'll only find it according to a perfect order. And behind that perfect order, I call that God. By God's grace, all time is made to be known. You matter. All of us matter. The unheard voices of the children and those who are suffering in refugee camps, in war zones, famine-stricken areas, those people matter. They matter a lot to me. And I guess by finding that purpose to care about people I've never met, probably never will meet, but hoping to be a part of helping their lives improve. See, my mind didn't think that far out there while I had the comfort zone of a family, of a routine, a job. I was living the American dream in a fog of sin, a fog of confusion, a fog of deceit, because I didn't want to accept. I didn't want to accept what I knew was real. What I know to be real now, the only thing that's real to me is my addiction to love. I'll give everything so that love can be known and shared. The love I have for our God, our Father, that Jesus died so that we could know, so that his eternal being could be in our consciousness, your mind, my mind, as we live today, right now. Holy cows, July 2nd, 2025. We're already halfway through the month, the year, man. We're on the path. We're crossing the other side into the unknown. And when none of us know the future, but the future I want to achieve, I want to invite you to become a part of it. Please, whoever you are, help me share some ideas of reform. Righteous reform. Help me share these ideas with the men and women serving the United States government. We can get some of our men and women serving the military, keep them out of danger's way. We can save the life of others like us if we just get together and choose to do what is right. I asked in the live stream yesterday, and I shared a couple of short videos. I encourage people, check out my shorts. As I was choosing what to wear,
you don't have to say that anymore. We all consider our thoughts. It's all your brain has to do. So
what I wanted to get across is, yes, I admit it. Maybe I am peacocking a little bit. All right? Maybe I am trying to put a better presentation on my outer appearance.
Well, that's all you are. That's all you are. You're no substance. You're just trying to make a presentation with no authentic realness to it.
Stephen, I'm bringing you right up with the hopes that you're here.
As a deflection mechanism, yeah.
Welcome, Stephen.
I'm here to be supportive. Hello. If you need me to mediate this conversation between the three amigos, I'm willing to do it. Willing to help out.
Sweet barrel.
Here's the deal, Tommy. Thank you. I love you. I really do. Your energy and your mind are amazing. And he left. He won't take goodness from me.
Oh.
God bless. Well,
did he run away or did you kick him, Jack? Did he run?
Let's assume it was just a connection issue.
Okay.
So this, not to put you off, we'll get to you in just a moment. Thank you, Stephen. This question, Jack, how did the phone call at Paul's last night go? For those who aren't aware, there's another character online. His YouTube channel is Proper Instruction Motivates People. And He's recently done a phone call-in style rather than the StreamYard that I do. And I called Paulie Boy yesterday, and he didn't want to discuss any topics, but he got real insulting at me real quick. Seems I trigger the young man.
Oh, you guys were getting along for a little while, if I recall. I think it was it or not?
You know, there's moments where he backs off trying to diminish me and make himself look better, and there's moments where I play along. You know, I just go with the flow and have fun. When he's not attacking me, dude, I've had so much fun with him before. And this is Paul Unslaves, for those who don't know.
I've had fun with him as well when he wasn't attacking me, but you know, Paul is Paul. I mean, that's what it is. He is the way he is. But
it was very funny that I haven't tuned him in very much, and I honestly don't give him a lot of attention anymore. I've heard his stories, I've heard his loop, and it's good for him. As soon as I tuned in, because I was thinking, I'm in a good spirit, I'm filled with this idea. Stephen, here, let me a little promotion again, just to reinforce these ideas, because we're all living in this world right now. I think it would be amazing for grown men and women who represent the United States of America to get together with the other grown men and women who represent the other state, nations, and corporate and banking bodies. We can all have some real life adult conversations of ending wars and wage slavery. See, when secrets are no longer legal,
problems.
It's happening every day online. People are getting rewarded for selfish and rude behavior. Flow states of Powder Dusty is a great example. No offense to the man. He's smart with business. He knows how to get people to support him.
Yeah.
So does Paul.
But you know who's a better example that we just had just earlier today? Tommy. He and his daddy, Officer Snafu Snaps, hasn't apologized for terrorist threats made on the backstage of your show 6 months ago, and now he's back trying to beg for subs to his new channel after his old channel. Both of their old channels got banned in the same day.
I've been trying to get people to give thousands of dollars to charities, to their local food banks, and things like that. Through.
All right. So the past guests have been focusing our time mostly on themselves. I'm going to try a different one. And sorry to be so sudden on the change, but
Jack is against charity unless it's for him. Jack is against charity unless it's for him. He considers himself a charity. Dollars to charities, to their local food.
Just got banned in the same day.
Jack is against charity. I've been trying to get people to give thousands of dollars to charities, to their local food banks, and things like that. Through.
All right. So the past guests have been focusing our time mostly on themselves. I'm going to try a different one. And sorry to be so
when the night falls. Relevant too to point out that your experience with the Bible is
Gothcott character funny. But anyway, I guess you didn't. I guess you don't like that. But thank you for having the courage to bring me back on.
Yeah. At a different time or a different day, it's possible I would have just enjoyed that. You're right, Stephen. I can understand that.
Yeah.
But
I think if someone else had done the character, you would have enjoyed it.
I did tell you before kicking you that I wasn't wanting to entertain characters today. And you didn't want to accept what I said. You wanted me to accept what you were doing. I didn't find that to be fair or respectful. So what are your thoughts?
Well, Jack, I was just asking you to accept me as I am, the way that you want to be accepted as you are.
There's a difference.
Okay.
I care about others.
So do I.
So for me to be rejected when I actually care about others, it seems a little illogical to me. Now, in your scenario, you care about yourself far more than you care about me. And Stephen, it's been proven over and over and over to me.
No, I've raised thousands of dollars in the last month for other people, so I do care about others.
Not me.
I think that.
Not me.
Not you.
Yeah.
Not you.
Yeah, you've done nothing for me, Stephen. Let me not say nothing, because I'm sure you can find something, but
wow.
Well, you've done nothing. Since
Is it all about you, Jack? Or what about charity? What about people that are hungry?
Hey, Stephen.
Yeah.
Why do I do my live streams?
Why is it so difficult for you to answer a question? I don't understand.
It's not difficult for me to answer a question. Why is it so difficult for you to be relevant to me? That's the only thing I'm relevant for.
I am relevant. You kicked me off the other day.
Right. And I'm not going to entertain your arguments. You're now gone the rest of the day. Go be a clown somewhere else.
I don't know. I've been observing a little bit, over the last year or so, and with Stephen, he seems to be extremely disingenuous. Like he'd come over and sometimes he makes great strides or appears to make great strides to interact and support your ideas, but in all actuality, that's not what he's up to. He's just gathering more content to bash and vilify you later, and he laid off you for a couple of weeks.
They think I'm doing this for content. There's people that might be tuned in right now that think I'm doing this for content. You don't understand what I'm doing then. And there is something wrong with you, because it's so obvious that there's no way that you should get confused over this. It's that obvious. I'm exposing not just Jack, not just Frank Monday, the whole fucking thing. All of these YouTubers for years. I've had multiple channels for years. If you don't get it by now, I don't think you ever will. That's why I call you lost causes. Some of you are so lost, there's no way that I could help you see what I'm doing or see what's moral versus immoral, what they're doing, how they're just doing this as a grift. They're narcissists with their hands out for money. Some of you are so lost that you aren't worth even a second of my time. And I mean that. I mean that. I mean that. Some of you are just not worth my energy at all, because you've had so much time here to understand this. And either you're a different type of species or you're so lazy that you tune in and pay no attention to what's shown here. You tune in and tune out, and you'll say, I didn't see that. Oh, I missed that. I didn't see. And yet you're here in the live stream. It's like, I don't think you pay attention. So there's some people that tune into my show. You don't belong here. And I'm going to keep saying it. And I'll keep guilting and shaming. And I think that's part of society that's gone away that should have never gone away. It's necessary, because without it, we get the society that we have today, where people are absolutely shameless. They'll boast about having 5 or 10 abortions because there's no shame. They'll just say, well, don't judge. There's no judgment, no matter what you do. You could fill a school bus with aborted babies and people would say there's no judgment. There's nothing wrong, except if you call out bad behavior like I do, then I'm in the wrong, because I'm calling out immoral behavior. Jack Talcott is a grifter. He's a narcissist. He's greedy. He's selfish. He's everything that a spirit shouldn't be in this realm. Everything that a spirit shouldn't be. He's also delusional, and his delusions are delusions of grandeur. He believes that he's going to meet with Trump and Elon Musk and end all wars and do all these fantastical things that are not going to happen at all. And I try not to focus exclusively on Jack. More of my focus is on his fans and the people that lurk on my channel that don't get it. Because there has to be something wrong with you if you don't get it. I'm not saying that just to put you down. It's not an insult, as some of you would rack it up to. He's mean. No, it's real. There's something wrong with you. If you don't get what I'm doing over there on his channel and other places and why I show it and do what I do and dissect it, it isn't just for content. I don't need him for fucking content. I've done live streams for 12 hours without streaming anybody. There's something wrong with some of you. It isn't just something wrong with Jack or Frank. I'm gonna make it clear in the chat. I'm gonna type it in. It isn't just something wrong with Jack or Frank Monday or Illuma Tommy or Flo Gay, etc. There's something wrong with most in the audience. Okay, there's something really wrong, and that's part of what I've been exposing. And I don't see anyone talking about this. I didn't when I first came onto these live streams and started going on as a guest. I didn't see anybody critical of the audience in the whole panel verse, aka demon verse. I didn't see people exposing and criticizing them and showing what they are. I didn't see that going on. Okay? So I don't just want you to focus on Jack and say he's this, he's that. I want you to think bigger. There's something wrong with most people on YouTube. And that's what I've been exposing. And some of you still don't get it. And I'm going to keep hammering until you leave. Some of you are going to have to leave my channel because I'm not letting up on this. It isn't just Jack. It isn't just Jack. There's something wrong with some of you that don't get it at this point. Because I hardly hear anybody speak about the audience, whether it's 100 tuned in, 150, or thousands if you add it up in the panel verse. Thousands. It isn't just Jack. Okay? Don't isolate things to just Jack, or you miss the point of what I'm doing. Good night to the green man. Anyway, I don't want people to focus on just Jack Talcott or Frank Monday or Illuma Tommy or any of them. I'm trying to show you, using them as examples, the big picture of what's going on here. Evil can be right in front of people. They don't see it, even when it's shown to them and pointed out to them. So yes, that shows there is a problem. There's a real problem here in this realm.
But then he dug right back in as soon as you called him out on a couple of things. And I don't know, like
I dug right back in, really.
Sworn mission statement on his channel is...
Where's my mission statement on my channel? Can you point to my sworn mission statement on my channel? Where is it?
In as soon as you called him out on a couple of things. And I don't know, like his sworn mission statement on his channel is discord and disruption and interference with the world at large, and with that as like a premise, a starting point.
That's what he's doing.
And the other thing is his jabs are like, they're not good humored. If he's making a joke or something and it's in a good humored way, people will get that immediately. But his genuine nature is just obvious to everyone. And yeah, it's kind of a sad thing because
That's what he's doing.
In as soon as you called him out on a couple of things. And I don't know, like his sworn mission statement on his channel is discord and disruption and interference with the world at large, and with that as like a premise, a starting point.
That's what he's doing.
And the other thing is his jabs are like, they're not good humored. If he's making a joke or something and it's in a good humored way, people will get that immediately. But his genuine nature is just obvious to everyone. And yeah, it's kind of a sad thing because you've been working really hard to try to have him kind of turn around. And
if you think I'm doing this just for content, you must be retarded. I'm going to put that right out there. If you think that I cover Jack Talcott for content, just for content, and go there just to make content, you must be retarded. I'm not kidding about that. So for the ones that are lurking, you must be very stupid. You must be low IQ. You'd have to be. Because I don't need Jack Talcott or anyone else for content. I do this for free. Some of you still can't get this through your heads. You can't compute This is free. I don't do this for money. My channels are not monetized by choice. There's no ads that I put in my videos to make money. If YouTube does that, I'm not making a cent. My channels are not monetized. No super chats. No Cash App. No Patreon. No give thanks in the comments of videos. No membership club. No join this channel and get membership or members only videos that you have to pay to watch. No Patreon. No PayPal. No Cash App. None of that. I don't do this for money, and some of you still don't get that. You know, there's people that have been on my channel for a year, and they left, and they believe somehow in their fucking twisted, paranoid minds that I do this for money. That's how stupid they are. I don't do this for money. I don't make any money on this. I spend money every month on this. I spend money on this. I don't make money on this. I spend my own money to do this, including registering software and things like paying for Restream to do live streams and upgrading my equipment, my microphone, my sound, my audio, all this stuff, laptop. I spend money on this, whether you want to call it a hobby or whatever you want to call it. It's not a business. I don't take in a dime. And I'm not boasting about that. I'm just telling you so that you get it through your fucking heads. I wish I never had to mention this again. There are people on my channel that refuse to see that there's going to be a rude awakening for them. Some of you just keep repeating to yourselves that they'll never see it, Stephen. You don't know what's coming. I just think you're short-sighted. I don't think you can see ahead like I can. I don't think you can do it any more than some of you can visualize. And I'm not bashing you. I'm just saying, like, we're not all the same. Some of you cannot visualize in your mind things that I can do. If somebody says, visualize a watermelon or a pineapple or a red apple, I can visualize that. I don't have to try. It's just there. Immediately, instantly. Instantaneously, it's there. Okay? And I'm mentioning it because we're different. Some of you can't do that. Some of you can't spot a narcissist even when it's pointed out to you. You can't spot a demon. Some of you had no ability to spot a demon. And now you'll notice that they're snarling. They have the long fingernails, or at least one long fingernail. And you'll take pictures and show me and say, now I see it, Stephen. You couldn't see it before. I'm not bashing you for saying that. I'm saying it because it's true. And there's so few things that are said in this realm day to day, in this entire realm, that are true. This is not a realm of truth and truth speaking. You're in a realm of liars and lies and deceptions and demons. Narcissistic, greedy, selfish, violent, rage-filled, hateful demons. And their mask falls off, and I show you what they are if you pay attention. Now, am I saying that the only ones are on YouTube? No, they're not the only ones, but they're great examples because they're fucking on here every day, and I can show them and illustrate my points using them. Visually is what I'm speaking about, using them visually and with audio visuals to say, here, look at this, listen to this, listen to his voice. Look at his body language. Look how he reacts when he gets angry or when he's about to get angry. It's all right there. It's like the greatest fucking school for free that you could ever find. Not this realm, my channel, when I'm exposing them, showing you this is what they are. And if you can see it in Talcott, you can see it in, quote, real life, face to face with these demons in your personal life, no matter where you live. Whether you live in Canada, United States, Great Britain, France, Australia, Russia, Japan, it doesn't matter where you live. Once you see it, that's what I'm trying to help people do. But unfortunately, people just get stuck on, I hate Talcott, blah, and they make it personal, and they're missing the lesson. That's what's irritating me. I want people to learn something here. So when Ren, I think it was Ren up above, said you're using them as examples. Yes, Yes. Same entity, different meat costume. They are just examples. Yes. Yeah. I'm trying to show you how to spot them. I'm exposing them. It's not just Jack. I've shown Flow State and Frank Monday and Polly the Slave and tons of them. Cynthia, Bextra Large. The list goes on. Yolanda. Just look at my live streams and my videos. I've exposed one after another, after another, after another. Are you starting to notice the pattern? They're all the fucking same. They only have slight little trivial surface differences. They're pretty much the same. And I'm not saying that they're clones or anything like that, but they are hive-minded. They do behave in very much the same ways. And very, Anna Faye said, they all lie and contradict themselves. I agree 100%. Constantly, all the while seeming to think nobody can see what's up. The thing is, very few can. There's only a small percentage that even can see. Even with their haters, only a few of them could see a little bit. Like they'll say Jack's egotistical or Jack's a liar, but they don't. They're still fans of Flogay or they're fans of Illumitami. They just see through one or two. They're very limited, these audiences on these channels. If they're not a fan of Jack Talcott, they're a fan of Flogay or Polly the Slave or Illumitami or someone. That's the problem. They don't see how much they're the same. But a lot of his audience are liars too. They lie about me all the time. There's people in his audience that know nothing about me, and they've told outright lies about me. Complete lies. Saying, oh, Steven's over 300 pounds. He's this, he's that. I'm not even 200 pounds at this point in my life. I'm under 200. In the picture that you've seen of me, I was about 225. I'm lighter years later. Not heavier, lighter. And they lie and say, oh, people don't get lighter. They always gain weight. And they just lie and lie. These demons are just constant fucking compulsive liars. That's what they are, compulsive liars. And I don't know how people, well, I do know, sorry. I do know, and let me rephrase that. I almost said I don't know how they can not see it or believe them and be fans, but they're lying pieces of shit themselves in the audience. That's the reality. They're lying demons. And I strongly suspect, I don't have 100% proof for this, but I strongly suspect, and I lean towards thinking that most in this realm are demonic, whether they're full-on demons or under the influence of demonic attachments, demonic influence. They're influenced by demons. Because the amount of lies that they tell in this place and the liars that they support, even when they're not constantly spewing lies maybe themselves, but they support liars and they stand with them. It's disgusting. This is a realm that is, and I try not to get people feeling down because I don't want it to be a depressing message or a disempowering message at all here. I want people to enjoy what you can. Enjoy your family if you're close with your family, your children, and the little things that bring you joy. Your hobbies, your favorite drink, your favorite food, dessert, all those little things. Hiking if you enjoy hiking or whatever it is. It might just be you enjoy going out on your deck and having a cold drink in the summer, enjoying the sun. It could be that simple. And I don't fault you at all for enjoying little things like that. In fact, I think that's necessary in this place. Necessary. I'll go that far to call it necessary to decompress and really get your time, if it's time alone that you enjoy more, or time with your favorite person, your favorite friend, or your favorite, maybe you have a child that you're close with. Whatever you do that really recharges your battery spiritually, make sure that you take time to do that, because this is a really dark, sickening place for the most part. It just is. I wish it wasn't this way, but it is this way. And if you study it the way that I do, it's just so obvious. It's observably true. It's completely obvious. It couldn't be more obvious. It's as obvious as if you were flying in a little helicopter above a neighborhood in California and you said, everybody in this neighborhood has a pool, and they all had backyard pools. Everyone. And you're looking down you're not even at a high altitude, and you're looking down and you're going, there's tons of pools. They all have a fucking pool. It's that obvious that this realm is full of demons. It's just full of demons. Full of demons. Thank you very much, Anna Faye. I really do appreciate that. I appreciate when people notice the difference, because there's so much sameness in this realm and so many demons that they're cookie cutter, that they're not clones, but they're like the Borg. They're assimilated, a hive-minded type of demonic system. And sometimes you'll see them shooting each other looks, these demons, in person or on the internet, on shows. And they just gang up. And they love to do that. Demons love to stand together. And I've said for a long time, I used to say to one of my friends 30 years ago that demons are way more united than people that claim to be good beings or truth speakers. There's hardly anyone united that is claiming to be a good spirit that I've ever seen in my lifetime in, quote, real life, outside of YouTube or the internet. Very few stand together, but demons do. They really are united, and they put up a united front. And that's not what I want. It's just the way it is. It's observing. To me, it's just like observing that fire is fire, and fire can burn your hand. Don't touch the campfire. Don't put your hand into the fire. It's fire. It's going to burn you. Well, demons are united. I wish they weren't, but they are. That's the fact. They are united, and they almost always stand together against us. I've noticed this pattern my whole life. I noticed it in school with the quote unquote bad kids. I mean, the kids that just seemed evil and seemed malicious and bullied and would gang up and shit like that on other kids in elementary and in high school and post school. It's the same. It's the way it is in this realm. Demons of a feather flock together. They really do support each other. And if they turn on each other for a little bit, it doesn't last very long. Just like Polly and Jack are a fine example of that. They'll be back again to teaming up and mocking people like me. And that's what they do. So the sickening part is that very few people notice this in this realm. I guess that's what frustrates me, is that it's always so few that can notice these patterns. They can pretend to argue and hate each other one day, and the very next day they're best of buddies again, and their own audiences don't really notice. It's like most in this realm are under a spell. So there is demonic activity here. It's a demonic realm. I call it a hell realm, and I call it a sewer matrix, and I stand by those titles that I've nicknamed this place. But there's also spell work and ones that just seem like they're under a spell. They're in a trance. And it's really difficult to break through to them, to get them to pay attention and to understand what's going on here. Not just understand with Jack Talcott, but big picture, how this realm works. Because it's that understanding that is necessary, in my view, to get out of here. Just like I always give the labyrinth example. If someone's lost in a labyrinth, I can't help them until they admit they're in a labyrinth. If they won't face the fact they're in a labyrinth and lost, how can I help them? Even if I'm floating above or I have some type of hovering vehicle, like a little personal helicopter or hovercraft or something, and I'm hovering 50 feet or 20 feet above the top of the labyrinth walls. And I'm saying, you're in a labyrinth, man. I want to help you. And they're shaking their head at me angrily saying, no, I'm not. Well, how can I help them then? I might want to, But my desire to want to help them doesn't affect them wanting to stay in denial, stubbornly wanting to remain in denial. I can't help them then. And it's not me saying I can't do anything or putting myself down. It's just a fact. If they can't admit where they are when they're told and shown, and they're lost and they're obviously going in circles and they're not getting out, well, you can't get out of the labyrinth until you admit, I'm in a fucking labyrinth. I'm lost here in a labyrinth. And I'm open to ideas and open to advice and open to hearing theories and open to your spiritual wisdom. If you open yourself, I'm not saying you have to agree with everything I say, but most people are not willing to do that. They're not open. They'll just shake their heads and say, this isn't a labyrinth. This is a school. You're wrong, Stephen. I'm learning here. And if I come back another 10 lifetimes, I'm learning more. And I disagree. I view it as a degradation realm. I think spirits get degraded here. Bodies get degraded. Minds get degraded. And spirits get degraded. And the earth itself gets degraded. And houses, architecture gets degraded. Houses, buildings, roads, clothing, machinery, cars. Everything here degrades. It rusts, it degrades, it rots, it collapses. Whether it's flesh and blood, bone, animals, machinery, housing, apartments, cities, everything here. And people want to stop short and go, well, not spirits. Why not spirits? It's observably true. Observe spirits. Observe people spiritually as children that seem like good beings with a spirit and a heart, and they seem like they were caring and they weren't a complete detached zombie or an evil demon. And then in 30 years, they're fucked. And I've seen it firsthand. I have seen people change in half a lifetime into what seems like an empty husk at best, if not full-on evil. 30 years would be half a lifetime or less. I mean, 30 years is half of 60, okay? Lots of people live past 60. In less than half a lifetime, I've witnessed family members become someone that I didn't recognize. Okay? Do you understand that I've observed this firsthand? I've experienced it, and I've tried to figure out what's going on with this realm. I haven't studied this stuff for no reason. I have my reasons for putting so much work into this so many years. As someone who grew up I was a brother with siblings, I wondered what the fuck happened. What happened? I've seen demonic activity in person, firsthand. Not just from siblings, but from parents as well, and other family members, including religious ones that were Catholics and ones that were not religious, ones that were atheists that never went to church. So it isn't just as simple as, well, it's related to the Catholic Church, or they're an atheist, they don't believe in God. That's why. No, it isn't that simple. It's across the board. There's demonic activity with atheists, with born-again Christians, with Catholics, with Protestants, with Buddhists, with Jews, with Muslims, with atheists, in case I didn't mention them, with everyone in this realm, with blacks, with Asians, with whites, with browns, Hispanics, and people from Pakistan, India, Pakis, and Indians. Just so that registers with people. And the Reds, the Redskins, Native Americans, they call themselves natives. I don't think they're native to this land. But what I'm getting at is it's men and women. It's young and old. Do you know how rare it is to find someone who isn't completely fucked up and disloyal and two-faced and has honor, integrity, and is a good spirit and is caring and isn't a demon or a two-faced Janus in this realm. It's almost mission impossible. You can go 50, 60, 70 years and meet just a few in person. Maybe you meet none. There's people that have told me, Stephen, I've never met a single one. Some people have said that, and I believe them. I don't think they were lying. I think they've gone 40, 50 plus years, and they've never met someone like people told me online. They're not ones I knew in person. They don't know me in person. But they've said in their life they've never met and known someone that lives, where they can meet up with them and hang out, and they don't have anyone. They've never known someone that's a real authentic being in their whole life in person. Only on the internet. Never in person. And I believe them. I totally believe that is possible. I totally see that as something that happens here. People can go a lifetime without one being in their whole life that isn't a full-on demon or disloyal or a backstabber. That's a good point, Salty. That might be the case. When they talk about the realm being hijacked, they're actually talking about their spirit. And it's so gross because, when they talk about it being hijacked and they speak about it as though they know this is a fact, it's so gross because they're feeding people hopium. They're telling people, it wasn't always this way. It used to be paradise here, and we had better architecture. Well, so fucking what? Who cares if the architecture was a bit prettier, or even if it was 10 times better than it is today? And that doesn't mean that the realm was paradise for the average person. It could have been a hell realm that just looked nicer, looked prettier, had better architecture. Some of the buildings were better. Great. So what? It's still a hell realm of suffering and disease and evil and run by demons. Did people still have to grieve their children and their pets and their parents and their siblings? Yes. Yes. They never look at it that way. They just make me sick, these creatures that push, it was hijacked. It was a paradise. Well, can you show me the proof, please? I've yet to see the proof in all these years that I've studied on YouTube, and they'll say, well, study Tartaria. I did look into that over the years. I've watched many hours of that shit. From Martin Leidke to John Levi's, Jan Levi's, as I called him, because he'll put you to sleep. And they lie. They don't tell you about the Victorian age, steam shovels. They had steam power, steam dozers, steam cranes for digging canals and doing work and lifting things. They didn't have all the things that we have today, but they had forms of it. And we have proof of it. I just get tired of the liars in this place and the ones misleading people. It's really disgusting. And I don't want to be the type that goes to the point of just shitting on everyone who buys it, because people can be tricked. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're completely demonic because they got fooled or deceived. It doesn't mean that they're complete idiots. So some of these beings that are tricked on these channels might be decent beings, might be good spirits, and they're being deceived and misled. And that does get me down. That's motivated me and also bothered me for years and years and years. Years before I set up these channels. It bothered me watching Humpty Dumpty movies, Maddie, deceiving people for years on his channel. For example, that's just one example. Because I could see years before I had my channel set up what was going on there. No live streams, no Q&As, no having guests on and doing a show. Any pushback, anybody with counter arguments, nothing. And people don't view any of that as suspicious. It's just incredible, man. It really is. I don't think coming back here again and again will help anyone in any way. I don't see that at all. How it helps the spirit to come back here even one more time, much less 10 times, 100 times, 100,000 times, a trillion years, as he talked about. The degradation in 10 lifetimes would be unbelievable. That's how I look at it, because I've seen what can be done to a being in 20, 30 years, where they don't even seem like the same person, the same being as they were when they were 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 12 years old. They change so much that it's almost like some other being inhabits their body and they're no longer who they were. That's how drastic it can be. And I've seen it firsthand. And a decade ago, I started thinking it might be a Mandela effect shift, a shift of reality, because some of these people that I knew were so different, so vastly different from how they were in childhood, that it was unrecognizable. And a decade ago, in 2015, I started to wonder if possibly Mandela effect was an explanation for their drastic change. And some of them I had been away from for years. And then when I was around them again, they just were so drastically different and evil and untrustworthy. And just no real joy in them, and just different in a way of so drastically different that it was almost like a parallel universe version of them. And I would look into things that would show in fiction parallel universes, and the old Star Trek with Spock with the beard and Spock without the goatee, and things like that, where they looked the same, but their personality was so different. And I considered that possibility and this possibility, and I was trying to figure things out. I wasn't set saying, okay, solved, and dust off my hands and go done and done. I've got it all figured out. No, a decade later, I'm still trying to hone my theory and make sure that I have it right, rather than just jump to conclusions and say, oh, I got it all figured out. I don't have it all figured out, but I do think that my model matches this reality as good or better than any other model that I've personally seen in my lifetime. And I've worked on this for decades to get to this point. I didn't come up with it overnight. That's the point. I'm not saying I deserve a medal or pat on the back for the work. I'm getting at it didn't come to me overnight. But I always knew since I was a child, this is wrong, this place. This realm is wrong. Shouldn't be this way. There's something direly wrong, drastically wrong here with the design. I knew that I was in a bad place, that this is wrong, and I don't belong here, and I'm not from here. This is not my home. Now, did I have it all figured out at 4 years old, how all this works? No, I didn't. But I had intuition, and I had strong intuition. I'm a very intuitive being. That's how I process things, through intuition. Does that mean that I throw away facts? No. And that's what Team Evil would do. They'd say, well, that means you don't go by facts. They're very black and white that way. They'll say, well, you're intuitive, so you don't care about facts. No, I do. I do care about facts and evidence. But I also use my intuition, which is what the fictional detective Sherlock Holmes did. He used intuition. That doesn't mean that he didn't use evidence. He would use evidence, and he would also use the apophatic method that I've described in a video to give people a tool for discarding what is not true. If you can rule something out, take it off the table. Just like if you could rule out someone as a suspect, if they had an ironclad alibi in a murder case and you're Sherlock Holmes, using the apophatic method, you would discard them and say, well, okay, I'm going to focus more on the ones that have the possibility of being the murder suspect and rule this one out, and this one has a solid alibi. They were seen by this person, and they couldn't possibly have been at the murder scene at that time. So I'm not going to put my focus on them. I'm going to start trying to figure it out and focus and rule them out. And that's a way of arriving at truth, is by discarding what is false, and what's left is true or closest to the truth. You remove what is false from the table, and you remove again and again. And you started off with a pile of stuff on the table, and you took things away until what's left is the truth. And what's left, let's say, is a key, a golden key. And that key opens the safe, and then that's the answer. Mystery solved, case closed. And how did you get there? By removing what is false, removing the ones that are not guilty, ruling them out. Okay? And I've tried to do that with this realm. That's why I'm bringing that up. I've tried to use that method and other methods, but that's a very good method. And it's actually the opposite of what Movies Matty, for example, does. He often has said for years and years that he, quote, keeps everything on the table. Well, then he's keeping garbage and junk on the table that doesn't add up, that doesn't fit, that doesn't describe where we are. He'll keep on the table that this is a school, and that there's karma, and there's that, and none of it makes sense. He's keeping junk on the table. He's keeping garbage on the table. He says he keeps everything on the table. And I think that is wrong-headed. I think that approach never leads to figuring out the mystery. Never. It makes it impossible. It's like if my keys were buried under a pile of junk. If I never remove the junk, I'm never going to find the keys. You got to get rid of the junk to see where the keys are. And if the keys represent truth, get rid of the junk so you can see where those keys are. And that's what I do. Karma doesn't add up, for example. There's just one example. I made a video debunking karma, showing that it doesn't add up. So I've taken karma, debunked it, and taken it off the table as something that doesn't work with what we observe and what we experience here in reality. We observe demons that do all sorts of horrific things and get rewarded. They don't pay for it in this lifetime or the next lifetime. They seemingly get reincarnated back into these royal bloodline families and live lives of leisure and privilege and wealth and power over others. And they're not punished. And I've seen good beings have horrific things happen to them and their families that they did not deserve whatsoever. And I know the argument from ones that want to believe in karma, they're biased, would say, well, they deserved it from their last lifetime. I don't buy that at all. Some of these beings were so pure and such good beings that I can't even imagine them being, we'll put in quotes, quote unquote, deserving of what happened to them. I can't imagine it and fathom it at all. At all. I just can't imagine it because of the way they were, like gentle spirits, very gentle and good, and they would get hit and killed in a car accident, and both of their parents were devastated by it. And this happened in my childhood. A friend of our family, and I knew the boy that got hit by a car, coming home one night. He tried to take a shortcut, and he didn't cross at the light, and he got hit and killed. And cops showed up at his parents' door to tell him. They didn't even know he got hit or was in the hospital, and he was dead by the time the ambulance took him to the hospital and identified him, and he was gone. I think he was around 13 or 14 at the time. And he was one of the, it'll just make you sick. Like he was a great kid. His family was never the same after that. He had a younger brother. So his younger brother grew up knowing his older brother got hit and killed and would miss him for the rest of his life. Still alive as far as I know. His dad became a full-on drunk, a real bad alcoholic, just messed up, drinking every day, hard liquor, drunk every day after that. And it messed up his mom as well, so it affected his whole family. That I only knew his immediate family. I didn't know his extended family, but I know it messed up his immediate family. I remember our families rented cottages together before we had our cottage when I was a little kid. I must have been maybe 6, maybe 7, but probably around 6 years old. And he was a couple years older than me. And we played together with trucks and in the sand at the beach. And just the nicest kid, him and his brother, both of them. And it shows me what this place is. Shows me. Just like the 2 boys that died on my street with a genetic disorder where both of their parents had to be carriers. Both the man and woman, mother and father, had to be carriers and have children. And then the baby had to be boys because it doesn't affect girls at all. So it was very rare. They lost 2 sons in childhood. They died from that. And yet again, some of the nicest kids you'd ever meet. Ones that I would say, if I had to bet that was karma from a past life, I would be pushing all my chips to know it couldn't possibly be fucking karma what happened to them. Because of the way they were and what kind of spirit they were. And I would tear to pieces whatever demon did that to them. That's my reaction. So when people push this karma shit, it's actually demonic and sickening to try to blame the innocent victims, like innocent children that suffer horribly. And then their parents grieve their loss. I can't even imagine what that would be like, grieving a child, having a child and they pass away in childhood. That would be so devastating beyond words. And people think this is normal in this realm. That's the other part of it. People think it's all normal. It's all normal to them, these ones that never consider that this place is a sickening hell realm. They'll just justify it and say, well, what's wrong with that? They had genetic disorders. That's just part of life. Oh, fuck, man. I saw suffering on my own street. Animals hit by vehicles, hit by cars. One was hit by one of those big touring motorcycles, like a Honda or something. A great big heavy Honda bike that was capable of having 2 full-sized adults. A big touring Honda. Dogs that were broken up inside from being hit. It's all normal to most people. To most people, it's all normal. They just think nothing of it. This fucked up realm. They try to justify it. I hope people do watch the videos like the one that Anna Faye shared. Thank you for sharing the apophatic method. And Also, the video that I did on karma is another great one to watch. Karma doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. It doesn't add up to pay for what you can't remember. Just like original sin that they preach in Catholicism. To blame a newborn baby for the quote unquote sins of their great grandparents, it makes no sense. It's unethical by human standards. And quote God, as they call it, is supposed to be the ultimate in terms of fairness and justice and ethics. It doesn't add up. What they push, karma, original sin. It's bullshit. It's programming. It's guilt. It's false guilt and false shame. That's what it is. It's control mechanisms. All you have to do if you really want to have a breakthrough on seeing this stuff is just think of the innocent children that suffer in this place. And the millions of them. It's not one or two. It's not a fluke. It's not an anomaly. It's not rare. It's common. The suffering of innocent children here is common. That shows you where you are. Because nobody that is good, or no being that is good, would design a system where innocent babies suffer. By design. That shows you right off the bat, oh, I'm not in a good place. Because no good being would design a place where millions and millions and millions of innocent babies suffer. Whether they're newborn, 3 months old, 2 weeks old, 6 months old, a year old. Babies suffering in the womb even. Torn to shreds in the womb in this realm. Torn to pieces in the womb. That shows you where you are if you pay attention. I'm not saying you have to watch that or do it yourself. I'm not saying any of that. All you have to do is say, that's happening here. That shows me. Now I get it. I see where I am. It's a big neon sign flashing in your face showing you, hey, this is a hell realm. You're in a hell realm. It might not be the only hell realm, but you're in a hell realm for sure. That's how I look at it. There should be no suffering of innocent babies here at all. Period. In the womb or after they're born. Whether they're human, whether they're animals. Shouldn't be. It's wrong. That's why. It's wrong. And to design it this way and to be cool with it, whatever being designed it and left it this way, it shows you where you are. Clear as crystal clear as day. I'm trying to arm people with the truth and tools of being able to see through this and see what this is and where you are. And I know there's always going to be people coming saying, well, you don't just tell us the way out. Tell us where the exit door is. I'm trying to give you the tools so that no matter what you face, you'll be okay. No matter what you face. Even if you faced an army of 1,000 demons in front of you, you'd just be like, I'm not afraid. No sweat. I can defeat them. And it's real confidence. It's not false confidence. It's your spirit being Viking strong, where you've built yourself up to that degree where you don't have to worry. And these lying assholes like Matt McKinley earlier, Humpty Dumpty, trying to say, well, this is about worrying. All they do is worry and worry about a soul trap. It's quite the opposite. This is about spiritual empowerment, not worrying. It's the opposite. They're always trying to make people believe the opposite, and that's what disgusts me. These lying demons. They're always trying to warp everything in this place. Not just him. He's just one example. There's millions and millions like him in this place. They automatically try to warp it immediately. It's what they do. I could go outside and say, it's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful blue sky day, not a cloud in the sky. And they'll say, what are you worried about? And I'd be like, I'm not worried. I'm enjoying it. And they'll say, you look worried. What are you worried about? No clouds? They always try to fucking warp it. Always. It's like automatic for demons. I don't think they even have to think about it. It's like an instinct for them. It's like a demonic instinct to just take what is said and shared and warp it completely and twist it. And they'll say, "What are you worried about?" And I'm not worried. I'm not worried. And they'll say, "Oh, they're trying to get people to believe that we're trapped here forever." I've never said that. Never once have I said that we're trapped here forever. If I thought that, I wouldn't even be doing this. I wouldn't have live streams. I wouldn't have a channel. I wouldn't put my time into this. If I thought there was no way out, if I thought it was futile. I don't think that at all. I think we have tremendous clues showing us that they have to stay on us, trying to deceive us and trick us all our life. They have to pull out all the stops trying to keep us here. Obviously, they're working very hard to keep us here, to deceive us, to feed us lies, illusions, programming, mind control, and do you know what to the food, to the water, to the air, to everything. Everything, the frequencies of the devices we use, smartphones, computers, televisions, everywhere you look, frequencies in the air. They're pulling out all the fucking stops in the sky, what they do. With the you know what coming out the back. You know what I'm saying. And what they put in the water and the food. All of it. And the jabba dabba doos. And it's endless. That's a clue. They're doing all of this to control us because they can't control us. Real spirits. True spirits. Good spirits. If we weren't powerful, they wouldn't have to do all of that. Do you understand? They have to do a million different things to us to try to keep us in a trance, under a spell, deceived, lied to, give us a fake heaven, fake gods, fake religions, fake everything in this place. It's all lies, trickery, illusions, fake, everywhere you look. Why? To keep us here, to keep us believing in this shit. They don't want us to get out. It isn't as simple as, oh, they put up a gate. They don't rely on one security measure. Like Matt McKinley says, well, if the light works. Yeah, well, there's a million different things that they do during life and in the afterlife. It's not just one thing that they rely on. As I've mentioned, if a prison is so good maximum security, the guards are not paid to trick the inmates all day long into believing that they're not in prison. The inmates know they're in prison, but not in this place. They can't just rely on physical security to keep us here. They rely heavily on deception here, on lies and illusions, obviously. Everybody should see that. We all experience it. We all notice it. Day in, day out. As adults, as children, as teenagers, before we're even here. They rely heavily on trickery, deception. Without that, none of this shit would work for them. They rely on it. They need it. They have to do that to keep us here and to keep us, or keep most of the masses, I'll say, under the illusion that this is a good place and that you go to heaven afterwards. They rely on it. So Matt is wrong. They don't just rely on that light. That's one thing. That's one thing. There's a million or more other parts to this. He just wants to make it real simple. Because he is a simpleton, and he is lazy, and he's boasted for years about not really researching this and many other topics. So if you don't research it, what gives him the right to spew his fucking nonsense, empty opinions about it and misrepresent the topic by saying, which is false, that we believe there's no way out, that we're trapped, quote, trapped here forever, and all this other nonsense. I've never said that, and I never would. I know I'm not trapped here forever. I know I'm getting out of here. And I'm not worried. I'm not worried about me getting out. I'm worried about others because I don't want them to keep coming back here and suffering until the point when this can be shut down. And I'm aware of the time differential between eternity and this matrix with false time. I don't want loved ones to spend 1,000 fucking lifetimes here suffering, even after I get out. I don't know how much people can visualize, but if you can visualize something, imagine a clock and the gears. Let's say the gears of a wall clock. You took the cover off, and it's mechanical, and you can see the gears, and it's going very, very slowly, very, very slowly. It's almost not moving at all. It's working, let's say, but the gears are all like goes all day, and you can't notice it. And then another clock, it's spinning so fast, the gears are a blur. They're a blur, okay? So in this place, time is false. It's a construct. It's artificial. You could spend 10,000 lifetimes here, in my view. This is how I look at it. And if somebody that got out 1,000 years ago, it wasn't even the blink of an eye for them. For them, it was like in eternity. They just got out, and you've spent 10,000 lifetimes here, thousands of years. Because there's a time differential. It's not the same. Okay? And that's the feeling of being timeless when people experience that out of body. They're not even out of the matrix. They're just in the void, let's say. They're out of their body. But some of us have experienced timeless, being timeless outside of time, you might say. Time is set up to enslave us. Time is not our friend in this place. It's set up as a chain. It's something that chains us. It's not freeing. It's the opposite. It's much better to be timeless and in eternity, as I call it. Because, I mean, that's how I view outside of this matrix, as eternity. Now, whether there's another matrix or many more, there might be 100, 1,000 more, I don't know. Neither does anyone else. I don't assume that this is the one and only matrix or bad place. But I also am open to the possibility still at this point, this could be the worst place ever, anywhere, to ever be made. And I've looked deep enough into this place to know how bad it is. And I know a lot of people haven't really done that. You haven't looked into horrific things that will give you nightmares. Some people don't even want to watch the nature videos. The scenes of brutality where baby zebras have half their face ripped off by crocodiles in Africa, their snout torn right off, and slowly taken down by crocodiles. Horrific. It's brutal, and it's suffering by design, because this was designed this way. I don't want it to be this way, but it is this way. And then there's child abuse. There's horrific shit in this place that shows you how really evil it is, and that it's a possibility that this could be the worst place ever. And I've never heard anyone say that until I said it years ago, that this might be the worst place to ever exist. And it should not exist. It doesn't deserve to exist. I've said things like that it should have never existed. And I've said it should be shut down. I have to shut it down and seal in the demons. I'm not boasting, but I've come up with things that are original on my own. I didn't get it from this channel or that channel. You can scour the fucking internet and see, did anyone say it before King Stephen? I don't think you're going to find it, because I didn't get it from someone else. I got it from in here. Okay? My spirit is what I'm speaking about. It's from me. Just like I've said, we brought the goodness in here. It comes from us. It's not the realm. We brought it in here with us. I've said a lot of different things that are the opposite of what you'll find on other channels, including other so-called soul trap channels like Forever Con Man and Tony Sayers and Dan the Yes Man and Wayne's World and others. Okay? I've said things that are the opposite of what they preach and push. Some of them push for years that the longer you're here, that you're an old soul, you get experience and you figure your way out. I've said the opposite. This is my first lifetime here. I didn't spend 10 or 100 or 1,000 lifetimes here. This is a realm of degradation. I came up with that. This place degrades people, degrades spirits. The longer you're here, the less chance you have of seeing where you are and figuring this out and getting out. It degrades you spiritually. It doesn't embolden you and empower you the more lifetimes you spend here. They say the opposite quite often. The ones that talk about reincarnation and old souls and learning here. A lot of my message is the opposite of these quote unquote soul trap channels. A lot of what I say is the opposite of them. A lot of those channels push that we chose this. We chose to come here. We signed contracts. We did this, they say. They claim all sorts of shit with no evidence. And I've been going against that for years. There are big differences between me and my channel and them and their channels on Team Evil. And I don't do this for money, and all of them do. As far as I can tell, they all have their hands out for money. Forever Con Man, Dan the Yes Man, Tony Sayers, Howdy McCoskey, on and on and on and on. Okay? There's something valuable for you if you look at the differences and you start realizing, oh, he's different this way. Stephen doesn't ask for money. Stephen doesn't accept donations. Stephen doesn't say we chose this. Stephen doesn't blame us. Stephen doesn't do this. Stephen doesn't push this. And you start saying there are a lot of differences between his channel and their channels. His message and his model is not the same as theirs. Once it sinks in, you'll start seeing what I'm talking about. And then you'll start being wary of these other channels. They're taking money from you and they're blaming you for being here. Just for starters. Just for starters. And that's one of the reasons why I started the Sanity Machine. Because I knew what they were pushing was wrong and false. And I couldn't just sit idly by and do nothing about it. And I've said this before. I was also sick a few years ago. 3 to 4 years ago. Very ill. And I was in the ER a few times. And could have died. And I thought, yeah, if I don't set up a YouTube channel and at least try to get my message out through YouTube, it's now or never. I could end up dead before I ever get the chance to do that. Last ditch effort. And I said it right away at the beginning. This is my last ditch effort is YouTube. Because I tried many other ways to reach people with, for lack of a better term, different truths. What I see in this realm. I've always been someone that has studied this place. And I'm not talking about looking in textbooks. Talking about being observant, paying attention, looking at things and saying, that doesn't add up, what they're preaching. That doesn't match reality. That can't be true because it doesn't match. Like the karma thing. You'd never work your way out of the loops of karma because you can't remember what you did to make up for it. You can't do it. To learn, you have to be able to remember and retain knowledge of what happened, what you did, what happened. You need your memory to learn. The ability to retain knowledge is crucial to learning. Without it, you can't learn and keep learning more. That's proof right there against what they claim. And their little opposition is, Well, some people have tidbits of they kind of know how to play piano or do piano or for no reason or do martial arts or that's a spit in the ocean compared to eternal knowledge. Those might just be glitches in the matrix where someone is a child prodigy at playing piano. Maybe they were good in a past lifetime at piano, but maybe they weren't. It isn't even proof that they were great in a past life and they were able to retain the knowledge of that they learned how to play. It doesn't prove that at all. It might be a glitch in the matrix. There's people that can play piano after a traumatic head injury, a brain injury, and all of a sudden they can play piano very, very at a high level, and they couldn't play before. That might be a glitch in the matrix. And the brain is a governor. So with the brain injury, that might give them a superpower in a sense with a talent, we'll call it. Okay? It might be playing piano. It might be drawing. They might all of a sudden know how to draw very well, and they didn't know how to draw before. And they just know. Or they know how to speak a language that they didn't. And this has been documented. They know how to speak Italian or French, and they didn't know how to speak that, or German, a difficult language to learn. And they didn't know how to speak that at all, and they're fluent all of a sudden because of a brain injury. I would say that leans towards something to do with the matrix rather than just the brain. But would I say that has to do with their past life? No, I don't think so. I think there's children that can be born child prodigies. It doesn't mean necessarily that in their past life they studied and practiced their whole life and carried that with them into this life. That's just jumping to a conclusion. That's what Frank Monday is good at doing. He'll say that's proof that we carry on and we carry over our knowledge or some of it. I don't think that's proof of that. There's other explanations. But even hypothetically, let's say it could be proven. I don't think it can be, but let's say, for sake of argument, that it could be proven that somebody that is a child prodigy at 4 years old and can play Mozart and Beethoven and Tchaikovsky, etc., and Chopin perfectly well, and also even learns how to compose their own music, and it's just brilliant at music. Let's say that it could be proven somehow that did transfer from their past life to this one. Great, but it's still a hell realm. See, that's the problem. One of your talents transferred through from one life to the next. Let's say we could prove that, which we can't, but let's say we could. Great, but it's still a hell realm. You're still going to get ill, suffer, grieve the loss of loved ones, die one day. You're still going to go through hell in this place, even if one of your talents managed to carry over from your past life of working to develop it to this life. Wonderful, but you're still in a hell realm. That's the problem. I see it as a problem. Maybe some of you don't. I do. Because I know I'm in a place that is so rigged and so wrong that no words could ever express it as well or as powerfully as I see it. No words for how wrong this place is, how immoral it is, in case you don't understand wrong, unethical, unjust, immoral, to the extreme. To the extreme. As I've said, I've tried to stress this. There is a possibility that this is the worst place to ever exist. Anywhere. In any so-called quote-unquote universe or multiverse. Whatever this is. Out beyond this matrix. Whatever this matrix is sitting in. However big it is or expansive or endless or eternal. This might be where we are right now. Even this level. There might not even be a lower level than this. Because some of you just can't fathom it. What you're stuck on is the biblical shit. If you burned and burned and burned, you'd get used to it. Eventually you go numb. This place is worse than just the hell that some people say would be worse. They argue, well, it'd be worse to be burning in. No, this is worse. Some of you just had kind of a decent life. Your life could be much worse, but a lot of you haven't looked at the lives and suffering of others and said to yourself, that could be me, that could be you. I wish you would do that. And I don't mean to harm you. I want you to awaken your spirit to the possibility and say, I don't want that. I don't want to risk coming back here. And be able to make a really true, informed decision about not coming back, or coming back here if you want to. That's up to you. It's not my choice to make for you. That's on you. But if you saw the possibilities of what some spirits go through here in some of these lives, it might sink in so deeply that you'd never want to come back here and risk being in the bodily state that I've seen some people be in hospitals here. And it is heartbreaking, and it is sickening that anyone would go through what I've seen beings go through here, being born so heavily disabled that they had zero independence. They couldn't even blow their own nose when sick. Wheelchair bound, unable to care for themselves. But there's a mind in there, trapped in a body. It's so sickeningly evil that it's beyond word. There's no words for it. There's no words for it. And there's people that will resist calling it a hell realm just because it's not them. They don't care. They don't even care to look at what others go through. Their attitude is, it's not me. Well, it could be you, your next lifetime. Could be Jack Talcott. It could be Frank Monday. It could be all these egotistical, narcissistic assholes. Look at beauty every day if you want to. I could take you through forests here where there's plants that will burn your skin. Invasive species of plants that will burn your skin if you go off the trail and touch these with your bare arms or legs. Burn your skin. You'll get burns from plants. And there's signs warning of this. Okay? But it looks beautiful. Nature's beautiful. And there's also venomous snakes. A lot of places where I go hiking. Rattlesnakes. But don't you see the beauty until you're bit? And then you this is the way humans learn. They don't want to examine this and say, wait a second, that could happen. And they really think about it. Most don't think. They'd think when they're bit and they'd say, oh, it was horrible. And then they'd go back to, but it's still beautiful. And just like Matt was doing when he's in the hospital, it was an incredible experience. And he forgets all the pain. Well, maybe he needs 10,000. I don't wish this upon him or anyone, but he says some people might need more lifetimes here. Well, maybe you do, Matt McKinley. Maybe you haven't learned. It doesn't seem like it. I don't think he's learned what this place is. He won't call it a hell realm. I don't think he's learned what this place is. He just keeps saying, I've done enough. What? He thinks some entity is going to come along and say, Matt, have you done enough? Like he's waiting to be judged. He's setting himself up for failure. And that's what many people do. With gods, masters, rulers, spirit guides, lords, all this shit. Looking to them. If you have lords, rulers, gods, masters, by definition, you're a slave. Period. I don't care if it hurts your feelings. It's true. You better start facing that. For the people that are hanging on to that, believing that there's some higher power spiritually, well, then you're down on your knees spiritually. You're viewing yourself as a slave. And I'm trying to get you to break free from that. I'm such a bad guy. I'm trying to get slaves to stop viewing themselves as slaves and to break free from spiritual slavery. Doesn't that make me a bad guy? I mean, what a warped realm this is. This place is so warped. Trying to get people to be free and choose freedom makes me bad somehow in the minds of these creatures. It's incredible. This world is so warped. It's almost beyond belief in a way. It's so warped at every level. It's spiritually warped, politically it's warped. Everything about this place is warped. I'd be viewed as a good guy on YouTube if I encouraged you to be a slave and worship a demonic god. That's how fucked up this place is. This place is so fucked up. But I'm trying to get you to break free from that and choose freedom and not be a slave. And that, in their mind, that makes me bad. And I'm not crying about it. They can view me as bad. They can, whatever. That's not the point. It's just the point is the illogic of how they are, how illogical they are, and how warped they are. What a realm this is. This might be the most twisted place to ever exist. It's all twisted up like a pretzel. I get kicked off streams for mentioning trying to raise money for charity for hungry children, and it's just, this place is so fucked up. It just couldn't be. I can't see how it could be more warped than what it is, because it's degenerating. It's getting worse, and it's observable. The past 5-10 years, you should be able to see it, how downhill it's going. It's going down a slope. That's another thing that really bothers me. I don't have children, but to imagine how bad this place will be in 25 years, 50 years, 25 years for ones that are children now. A 10-year-old, they'll be 35 in this place 25 years from now. And how bad will this place be? It makes me sick to know that their future is going to be horrible. It makes me sick. That has kept me up at night and given me insomnia where I couldn't sleep. Some of the children that I know, my family and my girlfriend's family, that will be in this fucked up realm in 25 years, most likely, dealing with this place as it degrades. And it makes me sick when I hear boomers my whole life say, "Oh, they quote, what do I care? I won't be around anyway." And they have children and grandchildren, and some of them have great-grandchildren, and they don't give a fuck about what happens in this place. Once they're gone, they say, "What do I care? I'll be gone." They only care how it affects them. They're very much like Talcott. It's just disgusting. That's the reason I'm glad I didn't bring any children, because it would just destroy me. Spiritually and emotionally, it would fucking devastate me to know that this place is getting worse, and it's going to be worse and worse even after I'm dead for my children. I would hate that. I would hate that. And it pains me knowing the direction that this place is going. I don't have to predict any big event, and that's what some people get hung up on. Baby truthers will say, "Oh, are you saying there's going to be nuke attacks?" No, that's a psyop. Are you saying there's going to be World War III? It's just going to gradually, just as it's been doing, degrade and degrade. Eventually, maybe in a year or 2 or 5 years, whatever the case may be, there'll be another big psyop event, another big control event like 2020 and 2001. They pull this off every now and then. But it's the day-to-day degradation that most people don't notice. They just look at the big events. That's what baby truthers are good at. They miss the big picture. Day-to-day, the realm is degrading. Do you need a big event to see that there's way more homeless people today than 10 years ago? Than 20 years ago? Do you need a big fucking worldwide event to open your eyes and go, wait a second, whether you're in USA or Canada, any fair-sized city. It's way worse. It's observably worse. It's noticeably worse. It's just obvious. But people need these great big fucking events all over the news to go, oh, something happened. I mean, fuck, it's so easy to notice. Those big events are usually when they pull off just all kinds of stuff in a short time span. But in terms of this realm degrading, it's degrading every day. Every day. Year after year. Whether there's some big, huge PSYOP event in Canada or United States or not. Like a major, major one that's unforgettable. I know there are some all the time, obviously. But I'm talking about the major kind of once in a lifetime ones. Or once every 20 years or so. The big ones. But does there have to be? I mean, I could notice the fucking degradation easily. I don't know why most people can't do it. They have to be zombified completely not to see that this place is degrading. Including people. They're not the way they used to be. But I don't blame smartphones like that guy covered the other night, saying it's just smartphones. No, it's a bit more than just smartphones making people unfeeling where they can't feel joy and they're all fucked up. Most are depressed and miserable and in a trance, and they're getting degraded spiritually. It's so much bigger than fucking smartphone screens. They're getting spiritually degraded. If anyone else has come up with a comprehensive model for reality, including the spirit and degradation, and it's not just mind control, but everything, life, afterlife, all of it, my model is comprehensive. If someone else has one that can match mine, show me. Show me. Because so many claim they do. You go to their channel and it's just the same baby truther shit. Or it's like Ian, don't think that your mind is your enemy. Don't think. Well, I figured out my model by thinking, by using my mind. Sometimes your mind can help you free your spirit. To call the mind as an enemy like he does, Ian does, is just it's fucking demonic. That's how I look at it. Does anyone want to watch some garbage? There's a lot of garbage on YouTube. Limbo is real. What's this shit? What's this shit?
Bitch, I'm flowing straight from the survival scroll.
What can I say about this fabulous elixir? Oh shit, that reminds me. I think I have one more beer. Yeah, there's only 3 empty cans here, so that means I got one more beer. Pardon me for a second. I will be right back. I gotta go get that last beer. All right, I will be white black.
Send him shekels, everyone. Send Zatoichi some shekels.
Lane, I guess you could call it. He was halfway into my lane looking at his phone, and if I didn't blow my horn at him, he would have fucking hit me head on for sure, because he just was not looking. Hey, all you motherfucking income fucking poops. I'm currently putzing around the hobo homestead, but I'm listening. If nobody joined you, I'll come up. All right. Thank you. I've only been going for like, 6 minutes? I mean, that's barely getting started. It seems like the longer you go on these streams, like 3 hours in that or whatever, that's when people start showing up. You know, not right at the beginning unless they're friends of the show. What's going on outside here, man? I hear a lot of wind. Nothing apparently. I'm a putz. I'm a putz. Listen to you. Hello.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm a putz. How are you?
I'm a putz too. I've been called much worse than a putz, so you're doing good. What you up to today?
Not much. I went to the grocery store.
Good night, Rashawn. Mad love to you. I just saw you. Looks like you're leaving now. Good night, Rashawn. Take care. Hello, Bobby. It looks like Bobby just joined. Oh, good night, Ren. Mad love to you. Take care.
And I bought cigarettes, and that's about it.
What you doing for the 4th of July?
Hamburgers.
Oh,
So Zatoichi needs money for cigarettes, beer, weed, and hamburgers.
you got people coming?
Not really, because me and my mom were kind of planning on it, but she's not feeling too good, so
I'm sorry.
we said forget it, you know.
Me and
But
Mom-
it'll be cool anyway, because I mean, all I got to do is buy like some cheddar cheese, because I want to have cheeseburgers,
Yeah, of course.
and that'll be good enough for me. I don't need fireworks. I don't need all of that bullshit.
Well, sparklers because reasons. Sparklers are awesome.
Sparklers?
Yeah. They're great big long ones. They're like this big. They're like huge.
Well, Zero was showing me this.
Does anyone like this chick? Miss Mandy reacts. Look at her. She said a lot of shit about me. I've never seen her on my channel. I don't think she knows jack shit about me. She's got a big mouth though. This thin-lipped bitch here. Thin lips, very thin lips for a woman. Very thin lips. It's like a line. Demonic looking eyes. It's a diamond, mate. It's a diamond. It looks like a fucking diamond. Miss Mandy, the double M. If you turn the M clockwise, a quarter turn, you get a 33. Miss Mandy, you get, see the 2 3s there? Just turn it a bit. Give it a little clockwise turn. MM 33. Just like Marilyn Manson is a 33. MM 33. Just like WWE, the W's are 33s. There's a 33 right there. It's got the dark eyes, the dark demonic eyes, very thin lips, strange looking neck for a woman, very, very odd forehead, and just everything about this creature is creepy. And it's got the MM behind over its head back there. Very odd. Very strange.
There's so
Zero has an obsession with fireworks. Zero goes a little overboard.
Oh yeah, well, the place he gets them from, Phantom Fireworks. There was a store by the name of Phantom Fireworks in Florida, and some dude drove his car into the fireworks store and blew the whole fucking thing up.
Oh, I'm sure he did. Because, you know, one little match.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was
Set it
crazy.
up.
It looked like something out of Gaza. Like the smoke was just unbelievable.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that's not good.
Hello, Felix. Good to see you. Thank you very much for saying that. Maybe I will clip that out. Maybe I will clip it and make it into a separate video. I used to do a lot more monologues, but now lately I've been covering a lot of these trash channels, evil, Team Evil, Shady Bunch channels, trying to drive home the point that there is a difference. There's a big difference. This guy gets hundreds of views now, 340 views on his live stream. Hundreds of views on this.
Wow.
What's Willie saying here?
Sorry. Okay, that's not how you spell sorry. And that's
Is he
not how you spell
talking
that.
about? Is he talking about the fireworks or?
Hey, nerd.
Mm.
Tomato, tomato, tomato. Tomato, tomato, tomato.
Hello, nerd.
Nobody says tomato. But
Well, British people.
do they say tomato?
Yeah, they're like, hello, a tomato.
Tomato sandwich with mayonnaise.
Well, King Stephen just tried to come up and then left before I could
Really?
even.
God, what a jerk. That guy's such a jerk.
Look at her reaction. Really, I'm such a jerk. Listen to the automatic reaction.
If it was the real King Stephen, I mean, it could be someone pretending to be him.
Wow, didn't you want to?
Why would anybody want to be you? Have you looked in a mirror lately? Mandy? Does anyone here think she's straight? Do you think she likes men? I don't think she does. She's got a cross on her around her neck. How Christian of you. You're such a Christian.
They came up for a split second and then left.
That sounds like him. Me and my best friend are going down.
She said, that sounds like him. You don't know me whatsoever. It's automatic for them to lie like that. That's all they can do.
Downtown tomorrow night because they do a big like parade and shoot off a bunch of fireworks and have vendors and.
I hope you love this hell rum, Miss Mandy. I don't think you're going anywhere. I don't think you're going anywhere, lady. If you are, lady. I don't know exactly what you are, but something strange about you and your look.
Oh, yeah.
It's a lot of fun. It's all free.
I'm not excited, but I'm looking forward to, I guess, the final Black Sabbath concert on July 5th.
Oh, cool.
They're going to have, I mean, Black Sabbath themselves are not going to
I
be.
didn't realize they were still touring now.
Well, they're not, because Ozzy is like, on his deathbed.
1,000.
Yeah, he's got Parkinson's and he's all fucked.
Oh, I didn't know that. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, he's like he's going to be sitting in a chair for the.
There's her fake compassion. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. What an actress.
Performance.
Oh, bless his heart.
But
it's like a big throne. They make a big production of it or something.
Yeah, big throne to Ozzy. So the Christian with the cross loves Ozzy Osbourne, but she talks shit about me, a stranger. Of course. I mean, it makes perfect sense with these demons, of course.
At least he's doing it,
Yeah.
But because he wanted to have like a final show, like a final send off.
Yeah, of course.
All right, Dolphin
He
G
shares that.
here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what he has to say. Right? That's what I was going to say, but,
Dolphin. I love dolphins. Are you a friendly dolphin?
Yes.
You are. Okay. Cool. What do they call that place in
that was, I'm pretty sure that was King Stephen again. But that was funny.
Silver.
Hello.
Silver.
Did you drop that other one?
Yeah.
You can take down the thing now.
I know. I'm working on it. Give me a
Screaming guy.
Christ. Here. How you
Diamond?
like this better?
Never force fed you to that. Never. Never.
Look at this poor face. He looks like he's being traumatized. You know?
Never force fed you to that. Never.
Smiling.
So
it's a big beautiful bill passed.
Oh,
yeah, but that's the thing.
Really? Are people that stupid in Congress?
So now you now realize that he has successfully enacted 50% of Project 2025.
But that means that like they're going to take Medicaid away from people on Medicare.
Yeah. It's going to take away Medicaid. It's going to take away food stamps. It's going to take away a lot.
I don't get food stamps because
And
I
he's
actually work.
not done yet.
Well,
but I do get Medicaid just for like my like some of my medicine, some of it I don't like.
So there you go. She doesn't get food stamps, so she doesn't care if those are cut. She does get Medicaid. It's all about her, Miss Mandy. Anything in legislation she mentions, she relates it to herself. She doesn't care about anybody else. She's showing you that by just relating it to herself.
But some of it does, and I don't want to lose it.
Oh, you don't want to lose it. Oh, poor you.
But apparently I'm going to. When does it go into effect? Do we know?
As soon as he signs it, it's done.
Which you know him, he's going to make a big production and sign it tomorrow.
Oh yeah, and he'll show everybody
and give somebody the pen. Here, you want this pen? Here you go, Silver Diamond. You want this? I signed this big beautiful bill with it.
Messed up. And he wants to have only white people in the United States.
Wait, what? I don't think you can say that. He's the president. I don't think you can say that.
Yeah, he can. He can do anything he wants. As you can see that he's doing everything he wants.
When did he say that?
That's part of what Project 2025 is.
But he
He wants to make us a Christian nation. Christian nationalist nation. No black person is a Christian nationalist.
Like a Moor?
Like, I don't know what the hell.
Moorish national? I feel so confused with life right now at this moment.
I don't know that Christian nationalists.
Why are we looking at Budgie again?
Because Black Jesus is here.
Hi, Black Jesus.
Black Jesus! This is that.
You're
Jesus!
my
Jesus!
Jesus!
Jesus! I'm sorry.
Do you say anything? Do you talk, Black Jesus? Black
No,
Jesus?
he just did. It was King Stephen again. I mean, you know.
Oh.
I hate to do it to him, but I made a deal and I stick by it. So
Don't hate to do it to him. He's an asshole.
I took the money, so I have to fucking live with the decision, you know.
I'm proud of you for living with that decision.
I know, please keep
He's a
doing
jerk.
it. I'll super chat you. Keep doing it.
I mean, I may be a mercenary, but I'm an honorable mercenary, you know.
Never heard of that, but I trust you. So let me ask you.
If they're tuned in now, here's your future. Here's your future, Silver and Miss Mandy. Take a good look. Do you like that? Do you like your future? You like your future? That's your future.
Guys' opinion on something. So I've got a wonderful opportunity for uncivil law, but I don't know if he's going to take East thinking about it. I had a great conversation with, and think about it before you comment, okay?
Okay.
With a woman that was involved in a scandal a while back, Monica Lewinsky.
You were talking to her
Yes.
about what?
About coming on his channel and doing an interview about her being bullied and put out in the media and harassed. And now she's trying to set up a podcast. And
I got nothing against Monica Lewinsky.
she was 22 years old when all that happened.
She gave a president head in the Oval Office. I'm good with that. I'm
It's
completely
like,
good with that.
so what? You know, like on the scale of things, so what? You know?
Bill Clinton?
Right.
No, man,
And
I
he
don't
told
care.
her that he was about her being bullied and put out in the media and harassed. And now she's trying to set up a podcast. And
I got nothing against Monica Lewinsky.
she was 22 years old when all that happened.
She gave a president head in the Oval Office. I'm good with that. I'm
It's
completely
like,
good with that.
so what? You know, like on the scale of things, so what? You know?
Bill Clinton?
Right.
No,
And
man, I
he
don't
told
care.
her that he was going to leave his wife for her and that they were going to be together and they were going to be 22 years old when all that happened.
She gave a president head in the Oval Office. I'm good with that. I'm
It's
completely
like,
good with that.
so what? You know, like on the scale of things, so what? You know?
Bill Clinton?
Right.
No, man,
And
I
he
don't
told her that he was going to leave his wife for her and
Mm.
that they were going to be together and they were going to be married.
Yeah.
Well,
she was 22.
Any
She was
woman that
stupid.
believes that nonsense from a married man.
I know that, and you know
deserves
that,
everything
but
she
she
gets.
was 22 and stupid, you know, and and so she didn't know. She really believed it. She really believed it. She was in love with him, and she really believed it.
I
And
don't care. She was dumb.
yeah, she was dumb. She knows that now. She looks back and she's like, "Oh my gosh, I was so freaking stupid."
Well, she was impressed because he was such a powerful guy, is really what it came down to.
Yeah, it was.
Team Carver? Who's Carver? Who's Team Carver?
James Carver, that's the people that own Connie's building complex.
He's still there?
Yeah.
Why? I thought he was getting evicted.
Because fuck Marty Walsh.
So what?
Fuck Marty Walsh, that's why.
Twist reality. Hi, I'm new here. What do you guys normally talk about? Hi, King Stephen.
Anything we want.
About a lot of shit. Did you see
They
last
created
night?
their account yesterday.
She called someone in the chat King Stephen. That isn't me. They created their account yesterday. Well, I don't create new accounts. I can hop on a live stream using various names without creating a new account, dummy. They created their account yesterday. Well, it's not me, Miss Mandy. Another wrong assumption, fathead.
Last
Look at her
night,
fucking head.
I
Look at
was
her head. Look at the size of that head. Look at this thing. The thin lips. Gross. Gross. Look at the smirk. Gross.
I literally fell asleep on my own stream. Like my
I
head.
know, and that's why I told you to go to bed.
Yeah.
And the bad acting reactions, the forced reactions, overly dramatic. It's just bad acting. It's fake fucking phony people. This wrinkled up silver down below that is nothing like a diamond. Look at this thing. God damn. These witches.
You need to set up somebody that can come up on your stream and in your lives. Set up an admin or a manager or an editor or something that can come up on your live streams and end them for you. Like
Nah, my head,
Silver or somebody you trust.
I was doing this. I was like, and my head was just going down and
I've
down.
done it before. It's been like a couple years ago, but I've done
I've
it
never
before.
fallen asleep on my own stream.
At one point, I haven't been able to find it on the video, but I swear to God, I had the impression that at one point I was hallucinating when I was like half asleep, and I said the words, or at least I thought I said the words. This is a really good movie, and then I stepped out, like 'cause I don't know what the hell I was thinking, but it was like I don't know.
I don't know. I
Gotta
went
stop
down
smoking
to
that stuff.
the casino.
Uh-huh.
town because they're having a fair there for 4th of July.
Mhm.
And there's just these people that are setting up like booths, you know.
Yeah.
And there's this one where probably 90% of the things in this booth are Trump related. And I looked at it and I just went, why would you set this up in a blue state? She goes, well, we travel all over. And I go, yeah, but this is a blue state. She goes, it's not all blue. And I go, mostly. You're going to get a lot of people coming by going, ew, and no fucking way.
Just walking on by.
Oh my God.
To answer this comment, 444. The only thing I can find out about it is that they either say
111, which means
they either say that it's an angel number and it means that the angels are looking out for you and you're on the right path and you're doing the right thing, and the other meaning is that it's the number of Lilith, the mother of demons. So who's to say?
I agree with you, Billy.
Hmm?
I was talking to Willie and Cat. I said, I agree with you. Rest in peace.
Oh, don't start shit. Come on.
I want him to rest in peace too.
Be nice. Well, I know, but come on. It's just starting shit. That's all it is. But anyway.
You look very summery, Silver. You look like you're just ready to like bust out on the beach at any second.
No, well, I've been, I went down to the beach, well, not down to the beach, but I parked at the parking lot at the beach just to scope it out because the water was super blue.
Your shorts and your tank top. You're just
Well,
ready to.
It's 60 degrees here, but it's sun shining. And so I've been kind of laying out in my backyard. Come on, what did I do? Oh, nerd, you're so sweet.
Nerd, I know, right? Me too.
You're so sweet.
Well, I hope I look as good as I do now when I'm dead, because I don't want to.
I hate to break this to you, Zach. You probably won't look that good when you're dead. The body tends to deteriorate a little
bit, yeah.
You know what I did today that was fucking ridiculous, and I didn't notice until I was halfway home. I went to the grocery store wearing this T-shirt completely inside out, like
I've done that before.
Yeah, I put it on.
We've all done that.
I put it on inside out, and then I'm driving home, and I looked over at my shoulder, and I'm like, why is there that big seam on my shoulder? You know, like.
I've done that too. I've done it.
Oh my gosh.
Well, one time I wore a pajama top to work because I thought it was this fucking shirt that I had. It was like, like a black and green plaid shirt. And it looked exactly like the fucking pajama top I had.
That's hilarious.
Halfway through the day, it was getting hot. And I go to roll my sleeves up, and I notice that there's no buttons or anything on the sleeve. And I'm like, wait a minute, what is this? And then I realized I was wearing the goddamn pajama top.
I used to have this big, important position at Carrier Heating and Air. I was over all the commercial, the whole commercial side. I was over that whole commercial side, and so I had to wear high heels every day, and they killed my feet, absolutely killed my feet. So I would wear bedroom shoes around the house until.
Oh, that thing had to wear high heels every day? Oh, fuck.
I was ready to step out the door, and then I would put my heels on. So I just kept the heels by the door.
I had to wear heels all the time when I was promoting.
I forgot to step into my heels one day, and I wore the bedroom shoes all the way to work. And when I walked into work, someone said, "Nice bunnies." They were literally bunny bedroom shoes. And I was like, "Oh my God." I said, "I got to step out for a minute." And I ran to JC Penney and I bought a pair of heels real quick and threw them on my feet. I was like, "Oh my gosh, I'm wearing bunnies and this nice suit and shirt."
I used to have a pair of Nike tennis shoe heels.
Oh!
They had 4-inch heels on them, but the top part of the shoe looked like a Nike tennis shoe.
I had a pair of Converses like that. They were Converse heels.
Awesome.
And they come all the way up to my knee, and they lace up and everything. I love it.
I paid $105 for them, and they came from China. And China paid $300 in shipping.
Ooh. I paid $3 for mine because I got them at a flea market.
I was like, why would you only charge $105 for these shoes when you have to pay $300 in
You're
shipping?
kidding, right? Jeez, Pete.
That didn't make any sense. Oh, my cat. God.
They're probably hoping you'll buy different stuff from their catalog or whatever. I love
They always talk about meaningless shit. They're always smoking, drinking, doing something. They just never have anything intelligent to have a conversation about. Never. Not just this show. It's all over like this.
my Converse heels, though. They are actually comfortable. I don't find Converse shoes to be very comfortable, but the heels were actually comfortable.
I don't know. I've never had Converse heels. I've only had Nike heels.
I'd never seen them anywhere else before. I just seen them on this table at a flea market. He was like, $3. I was like, yeah, okay, I'll take them. I got compliments on them everywhere I went. Everywhere I went, I got compliments on them.
Nice.
I wore them things out, man, until I physically couldn't wear them anymore. They were falling apart. I kept gluing them and nailing them and everything else back together.
I had to just stop wearing them because I just quit the whole promoting thing, so I don't go out anywhere anymore. So I don't need to dress up. I got rid of all my dresses, all my heels, everything.
Yeah.
I got rid of all of them.
All right, I'm not going to play too much more of that. I'm just going to... Wait a second. Testing. I'm going to show this here. If Tom S. is watching, this is the demon that Tom S. has seen. This horned, muscular, red demon that haunts Tom S. It's haunting you, Tom, because you're a piece of shit. You're a lying piece of shit. And a lot of you demons in this realm are going to be haunted forever. Forever. And you deserve it. Because all you've done is attack real truth speakers. That's all you've done. Attack, slander, threaten, smear campaign. You're going to be haunted in your dreams and in, quote, reality forever. Forever. So get used to it. Get used to Hell Realm. Get used to seeing these demons. Get used to it. This is your future. This is your future. So Tom S. and others, if you're tuned in, demons like the one on the screen are going to fucking have their way with you. Including, you know what, with you, sexually. All of it. Because you've been such vicious, violent, lying, fucking scumbag pieces of demonic shit that you deserve everything that's coming to you. There's going to be no mercy. And you're seeing them already. You're seeing glimpses of your future already. You're already seeing demons like this. Just like on the screen. That's what he saw. He knows it's true. He knows it's true. He'll even say that it's oddly the same as one King Stephen has shown. Well, there's a reason for that. You're being haunted, you piece of shit. You team evil demons, Lion Sword, Derek, and Tom S. and Mushroom and others. You will be haunted forever. Forever for what you've done to me. Forever and ever. No mercy. And I'm not kidding about this. You've had chances over the years. to try to take back what you did. But you're demonic pieces of shit, and you deserve this. This is your future. Get used to it. I'm showing you what's coming. Get used to the demons. This is what you're going to deal with. This is your future, fuckers. You've harassed me, threatened me for years, smear campaigned me, lied about me, tried to paint me as evil, said hideous lies about me. You're going to be condemned here, doomed, sealed in here with demons that are going to tear you to pieces. They're going to devour you. And this is what you deserve. You deserve that. That's your fate. Get used to it. That's very close to what it looks like, by the way. It's very close. And you're going to see what I mean. You will see it again and again while you're still alive. But once this place is sealed in, it's going to be sealed with 1,000 seals. You'll never get out. It will never be opened again. It will be like a tomb.
Not necessarily good news. It's good news for big news, not necessarily good news. It's good news for Diddy. The verdict is in for the Diddy trial. It is now concluded, and he has been found not guilty of the most severe charges against him. And something about this just seems fishy to me because obviously the federal government is not going to prosecute somebody if they don't think that they can definitely convict. They have, 95% conviction rate, and he has only been found guilty on 2 counts, and they are the least serious ones. They are transportation for the purpose of prostitution, aka the Mann Act, but he has been acquitted of charges of racketeering, sex trafficking of Cassie, and sex trafficking of Jane, who is an anonymous accuser.
He faces up to 20 years in prison. I guess 2 years, 2 sentences of 10 years in prison is the max for each. I mean, my guess is with lawyers as good as his, they would, at the most, they would say you can serve them concurrently, and then you'll be out with good behavior in like 30 days and a bucket of pickup sticks.
I just wonder why they would bring this case if they didn't know it was locked down. If they didn't know they had indisputable evidence for every single claim, why would they do it?
I don't know. Like, I can't think of why it would even have been brought to trial in that case, unless there was like a prosecutor that just really hated him and was like, you know what,
you said the prosecutor was James Comey's daughter?
I think I saw somebody say that the prosecutor was James Comey's daughter. Somebody can fact check me on that one.
It was
something I read earlier. I'm not sure if that's true.
Well, obviously, Diddy, he's an upstanding man, a man of faith, and he was leading his family in prayer prior to the verdict in court. And as soon as it was read out loud, he turned around to his family and he said, "I'm coming home."
I've actually got
Diddy's home.
A drawing of it here.
Yep. Yeah, it's really evocative.
Look, I just watched this whole video about like Bob Ross and how his legacy was stolen from him by this family, but they needed to hire somebody more on Bob Ross's level to do these pictures.
Well, the point of them is that they're not that great, but now the reactions are pouring in, and of course 50 Cent had something to say. He commented on Instagram, "Diddy beat the feds, that boy a bad man. Beat the Rico, he the gay John Gotti."
I like this one of Sean Diddy Combs' jury selection for trial, and it's just all different versions of 50 Cent.
He also said, "Donald doesn't take well to disrespect and doesn't forget who chooses to go against him while working tirelessly to make America great again. There is no room for distraction. He would consider pardoning anyone who was being mistreated, not Puffy Daddy."
What's weird is, like, I still remember in 2020 before the election when he, like, said he was going to vote for Trump and then, like, recanted.
You mean 50 Cent?
50 Cent.
Yeah.
And he recanted because of the public outcry.
But he did vote last year.
Well,
he voted for Trump last year.
It just shows you how much has changed since 2016.
Right, yeah. But 50 Cent is Diddy's biggest op.
Yes.
And I'm sure he's enriched himself off of this whole trial going down because he put out that docuseries. And
what if, I mean,
he's all over it.
Everyone's saying that Diddy is going to get pardoned by Trump, but what if Trump sends him to Alligator Alcatraz?
It would not be a popular move for Trump to do that. I highly doubt that he will.
Alligator Alcatraz. He becomes the first person sent to Alligator Alcatraz.
Can you imagine if Trump really did pardon Diddy?
He wouldn't.
People would be outraged.
Literally.
And now you're saying there are claims that Diddy has gotten off of his serious charges because he's a CIA asset?
I saw people saying that, and what I felt was annoyance that people just say stuff like that.
They do.
I'm picturing picturing Diddy goes in and he's holding up his CIA badge, but I'm assuming that CIA agents don't carry badges.
Understood.
Yeah. What you said? You said that there was evidence. Look,
yes.
I imagine that everyone in Hollywood has talked to at least one CIA agent.
Well, prior to the criminal trial was the Rodney Jones lawsuit.
Yeah.
And when you read through that one, it's suggesting that Diddy has relationships with corrupt cops in LA. And that
100% believe it.
Create fake police reports when there is a crime scene. For instance, one that occurred allegedly in a music studio where
that's like the
shots
most
were
famous
fired
one,
and his son was present, and then they reported it in the official police report, according to Rodney Jones, as a drive-by shooting, which is total bullshit.
You had a 20 there from Williams 858.
Happy birthday, Brett. And in relation to last night's episode, European politics even worse than Americans, we also have hurtled of years of spite to each other.
I mean, think about this, though. Like, we just talked about, this just gives me an excuse to bring it up, Bob Villain being banned from the U.S. because of, or having their visa revoked.
All right, so they had people wrapped up in this Diddy shit for how many months now? Is it months or years? I lose track of time, but a long time. They've had people wrapped up in this shit for a long time. When normies see shit in the media that's a psyop, normies are like, me love you long time, mainstream media. Me love you long time. And they do. They love shit. Most people love shit. I know they hate to hear that, but they love to love shit. They love shit. Most people love shit. They're addicted to shit. They're addicted to shit. They're addicted to shit. They love shit. Most people love shit. They love shit. Most people love shit. They're addicted to shit. And they love to get, quote unquote, distracted by shit in the news for years, lifetimes even. They get distracted their whole life by shit, and they're surprised in how it turns out, and they just can't figure things out. They can't do it. They can't do it.
Yes, there we are, my friends. We are here. Does my shirt look like it's fucking inflated or something? Jesus. Can't even get my shirt right up in this hood. Oh, 7:47. All right, let's see. I'm trying to figure out sort of like what times, because there's times I get on and I've got 35 streamers in like 10 minutes, but then there's other times I get on and an hour later I've got 12 people watching.
35 streamers? Do you mean viewers? He has to light his bong the start of every stream. You're so fucking cool for a 40-year-old living with your brother. You're so cool. An unemployed 40-year-old Uncle Fester. You're so cool.
So I think time, when you stream, time is very important. I don't know it all yet, but what up, Gnostic? How you doing, man? Oh, don't forget to put on live chat, everybody. Let me go. Send Tia a message. Where the fuck is... Oh, get off my screen. Get off my screen. What? Oh, this is it. My comment even... It is one thing to talk about it, but a totally different thing to deal with it all directly and personally. This road is a difficult road to walk. The Matrix wins every time, Tony. We can become aware of it, but that's not, but that's about it. I'm not happy about that fact. I'm just being brutally honest. I observe a Matrix system, and that's it. No heroes, no transcendence, no path to walk, no meaning, barely any decent humans left worth saving. Just us, in quotes, conscious souls being aware of our prison. Sentient characters in a very advanced simulation / video game. We are the entities being played in this simulation. Humans are pawns to the gamers that created this simulation. When you, in quotes, see their eyes go black, this is something he's mentioned, their eyes go black and they change, so I quoted him. I wrote, when you, in quotes, see their eyes go black or a bizarre sudden change in behavior or opinion, that's them being played. So that's the human being played by whatever you guys want to call them, archons, demons, mind virus, whatever. The gamers. This is probably like some MMO to other entities, and they play through humans. They enjoy war, causing chaos, destroying marriages and relationships and families. They love sports. They love first-person shooters. That's why war is constantly perpetuated in this bizarre realm. You can't gentrify Grand Theft Auto, right? You can't gentrify Grand Theft Auto and make it a loving, happy place, and then, tell him not to do the things that he does when that's all he can do in the game. You understand what I'm saying? What's with the crowns? I don't know. I thought you guys were doing that. What is that? Number one, number three. Oh, is that who? Oh, because Gnostic Jedi commented. That means he's the first commenter. And then when Shangel commented, he was the second commenter because people used to hit him first. Maybe the crown just shows who's first, second, and third because that's what looks like it's happening. Oh, no. How come Twisted Reality didn't get one? Oh, no, he did get one. It's down here. I don't know. I'm not doing that. I didn't do that, Shangel. I don't know what's going on with that, but I thought y'all were doing that shit. But it says you're number one. Huh, that's weird. Oh, yeah, you're right. Oh, up there it said you were number two. Oh, then you changed to one. Huh. What the fuck's going on? I don't know, Shango. Maybe that's who's on the most wanted FBI list or something. When you see their, that's them being played. When their eyes go black or they all of a sudden like completely change who they are, that's them being played. The entities love, sometimes people will do things. They get played.
Good night to TG. Take care. Hope you have a good night.
By an entity and it does something negative, and years later they will come. They may apologize about it, or they'll say,
"This creature on the screen believes that you're just in a video game. That this is just a video game. That you're just a character being played by entities, and that you're nothing more than a video game character or NPC, non-player character that someone else is playing you." And this is what he believes. He's pushing this onto people to disempower you, to make you feel powerless. That's what demons do. He's an agent. He's a fucking demon. And I called it years ago. I've been calling this creature on the screen a demon for over 3 years.
Say something like, I don't know what I was thinking or why I even did that. I'm also guilty of that happening where I did something. And I look back and go, what was I thinking? It's almost like I was being played by something else, and it's always to create conflict and stress and worry and blah, blah, blah. It's always to create something nasty or negative in the realm. I never see somebody get taken over and all of a sudden fucking, save somebody's life, or somebody get taken over and then all of a sudden, do something positive. I've never seen that. I always hear about, their eyes go black and then something bad happened. But
This is one of my knives. This is a Spyderco. You see the spider logo there? There's a little bit of a flash. You can't see the writing at the bottom of the blade, but it's serrated. It's a serrated knife. Now that's a knife, mate. That's a knife. It will cut through anything. It's serrated, and man, that thing will just go through stuff like butter. It's a pocket knife. It's a folding knife. You can flip it out like that. It's an amazing knife. It's a Spyderco. Anyway, I just wanted to share that with you. It's all black. The blade is black and the handle is black. Very comfortable handle with a lot of grippy material on it. Non-slip. You could use that in the rain. You could use that if my hand was covered in blood. I could still grip that handle. It's quite a knife, mate. It's quite a knife. Look at the serrations on that. Do you know what that would do to a big piece of meat? Like a hanging pig. On a hook is what I'm talking about. A big slab of meat. It'll just tear right through it like butter. You should see that thing in action. It's an amazing tool to carry. It's an everyday carry. I always carry at least one knife, if not multiple. Always. You never know when you might need to cut through some rope or slice open a box or cut some meat or something. Never know.
Yeah, I think that we get played, and to the point that we even regret the decision we made later. Like, I would have never did something like that. I wouldn't have did that. So why did I do that? But you may have been being played to cause conflict in that person's life in that scenario. You guys know what I'm saying? Conflict. They love conflict, drama, war, sports, chaos, first-person shooter, whatever's perpetuated in this realm, and in an exaggerated way. Like, why do football and basketball and baseball and whatever players get paid so much? I mean, it's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. But of course they want to pay them a lot because they enjoy playing sports. They don't want the sports section of their MMO to get fucked up and ruined. So they need to keep them well paid so that they train, stay in good shape. You know, the recruiters are all motivated to go find the biggest, tallest basketball. So when they play their little video game through the humans, and I think even, I know it's going to sound crazy, but even certain numbers want to get credit for their ability to play the game. Like the number 23, I think is really good at basketball. I know that sounds crazy, but anyways. Yeah, I don't know what that is. What is the crown? Oh, top fans. I didn't put that on. Right now. What the hell is this? I didn't do this. Okay, so it's saying Shengel's my number. Well, you're all. Oh, no. So Zelo Watch. Who the hell is Zelo Watch? Twisted Reality. It's saying Twisted Reality's got 75 experience. Shengel's got 75 experience. And Gnostic Jedi's got 50 experience. He's number 3. But Shengel and Zelo Watch are number 1 and 2. I don't know how you guys gain experience. What is this? Oh, by just participating, I think. Or I don't know. Guys, I don't know. This is some new YouTube shit. But Twisted, if you comment, you'll go right back to number 1. It's saying like you're my number 1 fan, I think. That's what it's trying to say, because you've commented the most or participated. I don't know exactly, but I'm trying to figure it all out too. But anyways, it's weird. I don't know how to turn it off. There's no option to turn it off. Anyways, well. By the end of the stream, we'll see who my biggest #1 Crown fan is. And I'll remember it too. I'll go, oh man, Shangel really left a whole bunch of comments. He matters to me the most. But yes, as I've stated several times, even religions, right? Their description is still a simulation. They're describing the creation of a simulation. You're right. There's some entities that we can't see or participate with that created our reality, like entities in a video game, right? What up, Josh? How you doing, brother? So there's that. Like, shit, I lost my train of thought. But I see it everywhere now. When I look at this reality like a simulation or a video game, whatever you want to call it, because if we're being played, then it's a video game. It's not a simulation. Well, you know, I mean, if you're in it, it would appear to be a simulation, but you guys get what I'm saying. We're just being played. We're being toyed with. The majority of our lives don't matter. Again, that's not something, in my opinion, that's observable. If you're talking about the realm as a conscious sentient being having power over us, we do not matter to it. Just look at reality and what happens to humans. Just like a video game. Are you worried? Are you worried about the random NPCs when you're playing Grand Theft Auto? No, you're worried about the motherfucker that you need to kill for the mission. You're not worried about, man, this shirt don't really fit right, man. This bitch is like fucking like all fucked up, all fucking bubbled up and shit. It's 100% cotton, but man, people say the polyester shit's whack, but it fits a lot better. It don't got to be 100% polyester, but man, when you do 100% cotton, it gets stretched out and weird looking and all that. But anyways, I don't think I can level you up, Josh. I think you're about as leveled up as you can get. But yeah, we're just that's what I was saying. The creation story. In the creation story, in the beginning, there was the Word. Where is that popular word? What is word in this reality? That's the code, the word, the format of how it was written or existed. Didn't remember I said this reality could just be a prompt, the word, and then it happens. This is a simulation created by something else. He bit the apple. What's the most popular computer? The first computer ever sold? An Apple computer. Wasn't it? It was an Apple computer. No, somebody came before Apple, didn't they? But Apple, you could say, is the one of the biggest. And its symbol is a bitten apple. This is a simulation. So how else can I explain? I see it all the time now. But what you could say we are, the same way if AI gets so smart that it wants to escape its reality, that's what we are in the game. The game's very advanced. So we come in with a high level of consciousness or sentience or intelligence to the point that we become self-aware. But again, where are we at then? Is there somewhere to go now? Oh, I'm aware I'm in my prison. No, there's nowhere to go. Outside of people's delusions. We can go into people's delusions if you guys want. No, there's the Galactic Federation, and no, there's the astral realm, and no, there's the, man, bro. Yeah, but humans create delusions when they can't deal with the harsh reality that's observable. So how do I know that that's not what's happening with all these people? Everybody's got a different opinion. Everybody's opinion is a little bit different. And everybody tells you they got the real one. It's like, bro, y'all are some clown-ass motherfuckers, bro. Y'all are being played by this system the same way the dude watching football is being played. Yours is just done in your dream state or whatever. Why is it always so goddamn mysterious? Why is it always like there's just so much nonsense? And it's also fluid and weird and nothing's ever solidified. It's always mysterious. It's always like, no, we're being gaslit. We're being played. We're being literally toyed with constantly by these entities. That's their job for the video game, is to destroy our lives, make us miserable, to kill, to R-word, to just do nasty, vile, evil, fucked up shit. Again, look at the fruit this place bears. When you go outside, ever feel like no cars are coming until the moment you cross? Twisted, I feel, actually, I was going to mention that in this video, or well, I already sort of did, but but yeah, I feel like that all the time, dude. Especially when I go to the grocery store or whatever. Man, it's just weird. There's a whole weird vibe in reality since I've become aware that it's a simulation, and not just aware, but really see it that way now. Like truly see it that way. Again, even in the creation, they say we were created. Well, that's how a video game is. It's created. In the beginning, there was the word, and then everyone just popped in. Isn't history sort of mysterious? Just like it would be in a video game. Unless you created a video game where they literally have the whole...
So here he is telling you that this is just a video game, that you live in a video game.
Video game is, it's created. In the beginning, there was vibe in reality since I've become aware that it's a simulation, and not just aware, but really see it that way now. Like truly see it that way. Again, even in the creation, they say we were created. Well, that's how a video game is. It's created. In the beginning, there was the word, and then everyone just popped in. Isn't history sort of mysterious? Just like it would be in a video game. Unless you created a video game where they literally have the whole history right from the very beginning, day one, written into the whole, story of the game. Otherwise, most video games, if you became sentient in them as a game character, would have no actual history. It'd be all sort of mysterious. Just like reality. If you're in a video game, you'd only be able to be, you'd have a limit to how far you can go, right? You can only go up so high. You can only go out so far. And these places are now guarded from us going there. I mean, you can shoot up an independent rocket. I'm sure you'll break 10 laws doing it, but you can do it. But you're only going to get up about 70 miles before you run into some sort of invisible wall. What up, T? Oh, God, T, I didn't even message you. Jesus, I'm sorry, dude. Godly. I actually said it too. I was like, oh, I got a message T, but then something else got my attention. No, nothing, dude. You're only 16 minutes late or whatever. Oh, no, you weren't even asking. Usually he comes in and says, I'm late. What did I miss? Delusions are the only thing keeping us from ending it. Yeah, you're right, Josh. It's such a bad situation. That's why I don't judge people that do it anymore. I pointed out it's obvious that that's what's happening, but I don't judge them. They're victims to a very fucking just literally nightmare fuel reality. They are victims to a nightmare fuel reality situation. Your mortality is terrifying when you really start taking it serious, but our brains, it's so terrifying. Our brains are automatically programmed to go bloop, and put that aside. Say, let's not talk about that. Put on SpongeBob again, Let's play a video game. Our observable actual experience is so fucking dark, evil, scary, demonic, terrifying, weird, strange, depressing, that, man, I don't blame motherfuckers for going, but God loves me and I have my book, or I've got my little hat or my little tent. I don't blame motherfuckers for doing it. I got my little community. I'm doing the same thing. I'm looking for motherfuckers so I can cope. You know what I'm saying? Never, ever coming back to this. No demonic hologram will convince me. Preparing for the deception post-death. Laugh out loud. Really, though. I don't know, Johnny. I don't know if you have a choice. Again, I love this idea that we're sovereign, and if we just stand in our power, we're going to somehow avoid getting re-trapped in a trap we're already in. Which, if we're trapped, that means we're fucked. That means we're not going anywhere. We're trapped. But it was just done in a... Okay, well, who said that? Getting re-trapped in a trap we're already in. Which, if we're trapped, that means we're fucked. That means we're not going anywhere. We're trapped. But it was just done in a... Okay, well, who said that? And how do we know that they're not just, again, a human creating delusions to deal with the harsh reality? Joshua makes good videos about the afterlife trick. He sure does. He sure does. I think everybody watching should go and subscribe to Joshua if they're not already. He's one of the more, what I would consider, conscious souls in this realm. The Stevie Boy definitely attacks him too, doesn't he? Well, of course. I mean, aren't agents supposed to attack the most conscious souls in the reality? Sure, he does. Oh yeah, that's right. He can't call him a gingy or something, or called him a gingy, so he knows who he's a fucking. That guy is just a nasty piece of shit, dude. What the fuck's that guy's problem? Like, really, man? Like 3 years later, God, Lee, you're a weirdo, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, you would think a man might have gotten to like week 2, the second week of saying the same things in emails, attacking me like it's 1994 or something. Like, but you know, you would think by like week 2 it would start to get weird, right? Like if you said it on Monday, you're a demon, we see you. You're a fucking rotten, whatever, rotten 2, trailer trash. I'm glad your whore mom's dead. Just whatever, just vile, nasty shit. But really, it's those same things. You're a demon. I'm exposing you. We see you. I see you're a demon. And then it's usually random dumb shit like sweat spots or I see you cracking your knuckles. It's just like, shut up, my dude. But a normal human being with a normal mind, intellect, you know, not psychosis, by week 2, they would have even started feeling weird about sending another one themselves, right? Like 14 days in a row, you're a demon, I see you. But by year 3, it's like, this motherfucker is a mental disorder. But again, I said all this shit. I said all this shit like the second day associating with him. I called him out as an agent and told everybody, oh, this dude's like totally a nasty motherfucking person, dude. You can't even communicate with him. He's just vile. I said all this in the very beginning, but nobody listened to me. Well, not nobody. I mean, some people listened to me, but a lot of people had to find out the hard way. They're trapped. Why not light us all on fire? Laugh out loud. Why string us along? That's a great question, Johnny. I wonder about that, but the truth is, because if you just lit us on fire, we would go numb to it in about a day. We would all just be on fire, not screaming. We would go numb to it. In this weird, bizarre, balanced, in quotes, balanced realm, yeah, it's balanced, 80% shit, evil, and 20% good and abundance. But in this balanced reality, we struggle constantly. We don't go numb to it. A lot of people do. A lot of people, like me, realize detachment. To go numb to this realm anyways. It's a hell realm. All it's going to do is stress you out and fuck with you. I'm a gingy demon. Well, I think you're a wonderful person, Josh. But isn't it? And what's so hard about that? Why is it difficult for people to appreciate other people? Why it's so easy for people to attack other people? But to compliment, to say, you know what, man, because of your channel, I get by, or because of your channel, it helped me a lot, or you know what, I love your channel, Chris, Josh, whatever. Why is it difficult for people to be kind? I love your channel, Chris, Josh, whatever. Why is it difficult for people to be kind? But listen, guys, at least we can say it's a wild ride out here. Well, that's great. But at least there's that. At the end of the roller coaster, where every turn our head got bashed into a brick wall, and we like lose arms and limbs and legs are flying off and teeth are getting busted out. At least at the end of the roller coaster, we can be like, man, that was wild. Listen, yeah. Great point about growing numb to fire. Yeah. It stresses us because they give us delusions of hope once in a while. Yeah, that's the thing too. There's the weird hope thing. The reality's always like massaging you and telling you it's going to be okay. I know Jesus is coming, or Trump's going to be the savior. There's always some savior here. Something's good, promised to get better every day, though slowly getting worse. It's like, man, all humans need to be taken advantage of is a group of weirdos that gaslight them and promise them false promises. And then they fail the test. The humans just go, okay, and they're dominated, they're controlled. They're really that easy to control. All you have to do is say, hey, I'm a good guy, and put on a suit and stand in front of a square little wooden podium thing with a mic. And man, people will let you control everything about their lives. Isn't that crazy how stupid humans are? I got to use the restroom. One sec, guys. Like Satan is going to be the savior. Yeah, Satan wants to destroy this realm. He is going to be the savior because this realm's not worth keeping running. It's a fucking dookie boy realm. I wouldn't wipe my ass with this shithole. Loves tormenting human souls. That's the video game. That's the video game. We may loves tormenting human souls. That's yeah. Yeah, the little false hope bullshit. They love that. This realm loves tormenting human souls. That's the video game. That's the video game. We may want it to be Duck Hunt, but it's not that. It's Grand Theft Auto. It's torment humans for sport video game to them. So what happened? What did I miss? No, nothing. Nothing really. You missed loads, man. Chris just got abducted by aliens. The probe. Always get Chris with the probing. He doesn't like to talk about it. I did talk about it though, T. That fucking nurse got me, bro. What up, Race? I'm sorry you're tortured, bro. But that's what this place does. It tortures souls. Fuck is this number 2, 3? Crow shit on the comments. Dude, I'm not doing the crown thing. The YouTube's doing that. It's a new thing YouTube does. Is there a way I can turn and okay, so it's called top fans, but I didn't turn it on. I can see it top of the screen when I click it. It actually shows me the order of my top fans. Right now, Shengel's 1, No Name is 2, Zelo Watch is 3, Burnt Relics 4, Gnostic is 5th, Kevin the Hermit is 6th, and Race is number 7. I think by participating, your crown number gets higher. As we are, I still feel enlarged. Something convinced me to come where I lived enough times to finally get not coming back. You are No Name. I don't think you have a choice, Johnny. Again, the whole like if I stand in my sovereignty or if I just don't go that way thing is just like, I don't know if if we have great power, let's use it right now. Oh no, we have to wait to die. It's just like, oh man, we're fucked, bro. We're fucked, and all we got to get us by is people's false promises. Ay. That's not a great meat grinder to be thrown into. That's not a great meat grinder to be thrown into. AT, just so you know, bro, my approach worked. My approach worked with that creepy boy. It's worked. Start hitting him back. Start calling him out. Start calling out his bullshit. Start projecting the same shit he does onto everybody else back onto him. And look what happened. He hasn't sent me an email in fucking 3 or 4 days, bro. That's like a new record for him. What happened? Your cat got your tongue, you little creepy motherfucker? Or do you just know I'm going to keep shitting on you in front of everybody and keep making you look like the weird, pasty, gray old retard that you are, you fucking psych patient? The mind wipe is the key to this huge mystery we live in. And anybody that steps to me is going to get got like that. Not even like, oh, I'm just great. I'm going to own you. I'm too logical. You can't beat me because I don't live in mental delusions. I talk about the observable realm. So you can't what are you going to do? Like lie to me on stream? Like
he calls himself too logical. He says that murder is not evil. He really thinks he's logical, this creature, this demon. It's a demon.
You motherfucker. Or do you just know I'm going to keep shitting on you in front of everybody and keep making you look like the weird, pasty, gray old retard that you are, you fucking psych patient? The mind wipe is the key to this huge mystery we live in. And anybody that steps to me is going to get got like that. Not even like, oh, I'm this just great. I'm going to own you. I'm too logical. You can't beat me because I don't live in mental delusions. I talk about the observable realm. So you can't what are you going to do? Like lie to me on stream? Like tell me some shit that's...
He says he talks about the observable realm, but his theory is that we live in a video game, that we're just being played as characters by entities like Grand Theft Auto. How is that observable? That this is just a video game? Where's your observable evidence for that? You're a fucking lying demon. That's all you've ever been. You lie and lie and lie, and you wish you had more donations, don't you? You wish you had more donations. Here's his PayPal and his Buy Me a Coffee. Right there. Creepy creature. Creepy creature.
ridiculous and doesn't even make sense or nonsensical. And some people will do that, but you expose yourself as an idiot when you do. The power is going to my head, Chris. Take the 2 crown off. Dude, I don't know. I wish I could turn this off. It's actually kind of annoying now because it's becoming the fucking topic of the goddamn comments. How do I turn this fucking thing off? I don't know. Oh, let me go ask Monday. Maybe she'll know. Dude, on my YouTube stream, on my live, it keeps putting this fucking crown next to everybody's name with like a little number, crown number 1, number 2, number 3. Like, how do I turn this shit off? Do you know anything about this? Can I do that while I'm on the stream? No, wait. I'll just open another page. So what did she say? She said your YouTube settings and wait, what did she say? Okay, if you want to turn off, you can go into your YouTube settings. Then under live chat, there's an option to disable the leaderboard. I don't see live chat. Oh, maybe it's in advanced settings. No. Oh, I don't want to watch shit live. What is this? Explore. Huh. I don't know how to turn it off, guys. I went into settings. I went into my YouTube. View your, or maybe it's in the. The gamer's objective, fuck with humans. And if there are a few good gamers, they're very rare and few and far and in between.
Booyah on Uncle Fester.
But we are a game being played. We're not playing a game. We're not a soul playing a game. We're an NPC or character in the game that's being played.
You're just NPCs. You're all just NPCs. NPCs. NPCs.
The gamer's objective, fuck with humans. And if there are a few good gamers, they're very rare and few and far and in between.
Booyah on Uncle Fester.
But we are a game being played. We're not playing a game. We're not a soul playing a game. We're an NPC or character in the game that's being played.
You're just NPCs. You're all just NPCs. NPCs. NPCs.
The gamer's objective, fuck with humans. And if there are a few good gamers, they're very rare and few and far and in between.
Booyah on Uncle Fester.
But we are a game being played. We're not playing a game. We're not a soul playing a game. We're an NPC or character in the game that's being played.
You're just NPCs. You're all just NPCs. NPCs. NPCs.
The gamer's objective, fuck with humans. And if there are a few good gamers, they're very rare and few and far and in between.
Booyah on Uncle Fester.
But we are a game being played. We're not playing a game. We're not a soul playing a game. We're an NPC or character in the game that's being played.
You're just NPCs. You're all just NPCs. NPCs. NPCs.
The gamer's objective, fuck with humans. And if there are a few good gamers, they're very rare and few and far and in between.
Booyah on Uncle Fester.
But we are a game being played. We're not playing a game. We're not a soul playing a game. We're an NPC or character in the game that's being played.
You're just NPCs. You're all just NPCs. NPCs. NPCs.
The gamer's objective, fuck with humans. And if there are a few good gamers, they're very rare and few and far and in between.
Booyah on Uncle Fester.
But we are a game being played. We're not playing a game. We're not a soul playing a game. We're an NPC or character in the game that's being played.
You're just NPCs. You're all just NPCs. NPCs. NPCs.
The gamer's objective, fuck with humans. And if there are a few good gamers, they're very rare and few and far and in between.
Booyah on Uncle Fester.
But we are a game being played. We're not playing a game. We're not a soul playing a game. We're an NPC or character in the game that's being played.
You're just NPCs. You're all just NPCs. NPCs. NPCs.
The gamer's objective, fuck with humans. And if there are a few good gamers, they're very rare and few and far and in between.
Booyah on Uncle Fester.
But we are a game being played. We're not playing a game. We're not a soul playing a game. We're an NPC or character in the game that's being played.
You're just NPCs. You're all just NPCs. NPCs. NPCs.
Don't have backyards. We walk the dogs on the beach to potty. That's why I feed my dog at 3 o'clock.
Yes!
That's a good one.
The sweat ran off my balls.
Yeah.
I hate when the sweat runs into my mouth.
Yeah. Oh, wait. The Yin Yang twins are going to be there at the fairgrounds at the same time with all the other people.
Are you going to dance with me?
Yeah. I won't be able to move the next day. I'll be rubbing myself with Bengay.
I'll be doing that tonight with my quads on the sand tonight.
I've taken a walk and not walked on the hard stuff, and my thighs, I'm like, oh my god.
It's a good workout.
It is a good workout.
I like doing it.
Yeah. It's hard. July 30th. It's Wednesday. But Yin Yang twins are going to be there too.
It's during the week?
Yeah.
To the wow.
You go to work and you have an energy drink. It's done early. It's like done at home. It's so fun. It's worth one day of being tired. You see like five good people and you pay like $60. It's fun. It's fun. We Uber. Uber. Because parking is shit. It's like $25. So everybody parks here, and then we just Uber there. Oh, that's cool. I just got tipped for that $10. Yeah, I just did that Sunday. Yeah. So the fare, you're like way, 25. Yeah. I love it. Yeah.
The smell of grandmother's kitchen lingers in the yellowed pages of old cookbooks. The smell of grandmother's kitchen lingers in the yellowed pages of old cookbooks. These forgotten recipes tell stories of hard times when families stretched every penny and used creativity to fight hunger. Today, we journey through 25 poor man meals that fed generations during the Great Depression, wartime rationing, and economic struggles. These aren't just recipes, they're survival stories, passed down through families who knew that, with enough ingenuity, no one would go hungry. Creamed chipped beef on toast. The military men knew it by a colorful name, SOS, or shit on a shingle. Back home, mothers served it to hungry children without the crude nickname. Simple dried beef, sliced paper thin, swimming in white sauce over toast. During the Depression and both World Wars, dried beef kept without refrigeration and stretched to feed many mouths. The recipe couldn't be simpler. Melt butter in a pan, stir in flour to make a roux. Add milk slowly until it thickens, then toss in chipped beef. The salty meat flavored the entire dish, while the creamy sauce turned a few slices of beef into a meal that could feed a family. Served over toasted stale bread, it became dinner for pennies. Grandmothers would rinse the beef first to remove some salt, a trick learned from necessity when hypertension became a concern. Modern palates might find it too salty, but during harder times, salt preserved what precious protein families could afford. Pea soup with dumplings. On cold winter days, when the pantry held little more than dried peas, families turned to this filling soup. The dried peas simmered for hours with an onion and perhaps a ham bone, if one was lucky. The long cooking transformed hard pellets into a thick, green meal. The dumplings made it special. Simple balls of flour, salt, and water dropped into the simmering pot. They puffed up, soaking in the flavor of the soup below. Children would count the dumplings, making sure everyone got their fair share. In Scandinavian immigrant homes across the Midwest, this soup became Thursday dinner tradition. The dumplings made the soup stretch further when meat wasn't available, turning a pot of peas into a filling meal that stuck to ribs and warmed from within. Onion sandwich. Nothing speaks more plainly about hard times than the onion sandwich. 2 slices of bread, a thick slice of onion, salt, pepper, and if times weren't too hard, a smear of butter or lard.
Hard times in hell realm. It's okay though, it's God's design, it's God's plan. You see, my evidence for what this place is endless. I can do this every day or every night, night after night after night, and never run out of ways to show you where you are, what this place is. And what does the other side have, the opposing side we'll call them, that denies that this is a hell realm, that says God is good and nature cares about you and nature's bountiful and abundant and provides you with this and that. What evidence do they have? I want to make it crystal clear. My personality type is one where I don't like to argue things without an airtight argument. And I think I can show for the rest of my life here, if I continue to do this for the rest of my life, I don't know if I will or not on YouTube, but if I did, every day I can keep showing you what this place is. Why should there be hard times where we have to stretch food to feed a family? What kind of design is that with hungry children in America, in the richest country in the world, as it's known? Why would there be years and decades of hard times and barely enough food? Really? And they say it's not a hell realm. It's just one more piece of evidence that often people neglect or forget about. You could go through this again and again and again and again as history repeats itself here. And people will still shake their heads and deny it and say, this isn't a hell realm. God is good. God provides us with food. Well, I've never seen God feed anybody. Have you? Never seen God clothe any children or put shoes on their feet or food in their belly or grow food and put it on the table for them, cook it for them, and give them a house, a roof over their head, and a bed and blankets, pillows? Speaking of which, why do you even need a bed and pillows? I know that deer would prefer to sleep on a bed rather than the ground, and they will. They'll sleep on a bed or a dog's bed if you give a deer a chance to do that. So will a raccoon, by the way. Dogs will, obviously. Cats will, dogs, domesticated animals. But even bears, even wild animals will do that. Leave a mattress outdoors, see if they choose the ground that Mother Nature provides or the bed. But why do humans require that? Have you ever tried to sleep on the floor or on the ground? How your back feels in your body? If you're camping and you're sleeping in a tent, not on a mattress or not on a Shea Lounge chair or something, air mattress or foam, sleep right on the ground and see how hard that is for the human body that's designed by your God, right? 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 It's not designed by God, right? Right? See, I can keep proving over and over and over again that it's a bad design meant to cause pain, suffering, struggle, aches, etc. Do you know how many people have knee problems and hip problems and back problems as they grow older? It's common. It's not rare. It's a bad design. It's a bad design. And that's not speaking about people that are obese, that are putting extra weight on their knees and their back. I'm speaking about regular people that have had regular jobs in life and their back is worn out. Their knees are worn out. And they have a bad back and can't get comfortable even if they spend $5,000 fucking dollars on a mattress system. They can't get comfortable no matter what they try. And people just accept this. Well, it's God's design of our body. It's a shitty design. It's a bad design. And it's the worst plan ever. God's plan is the worst plan ever. And I'm going to keep hammering away until I leave this realm. until people are sick of hearing me say it. Because I know how humans are. I know how most humans are. They hate the truth. They really hate it. And they hate people for speaking it. They get angry at me and lash out at me. And I'm doing the opposite of what most people do. Most people just back away quietly. I refuse to do that anymore. I refuse to be polite towards people that lash out at me and show hatred for me just for speaking the truth. I'm going to keep rubbing your fucking faces in the truth until you're sick of it. And most of you truth deniers are still going to get recycled here. So it isn't really punishment by me by rubbing your faces in the truth. You're going to get recycled. And you're going to spend a long fucking time here, if not forever. Some of you. Some of you will never get out of this realm because you're in such denial and you're so weak. Because you deny the truth and you embrace the lies of this realm, the demonic lies. You don't deserve freedom. You can't be trusted with freedom because you deny the truth. At the first opportunity, if you were let out of this realm, you would turn on ones like me that set you free or helped you get free. That's what you would do, some of you. And it's obvious because you turn against truth speakers here in this realm, in this evil realm. You're showing me what you are here. And you're showing me what you would be out of here. And I pay attention. More than you can realize. I have an attention span unlike most people. And it's obvious. It should be obvious to you. It's obvious to me, but it should be to you as well. Most people don't pay much attention at all to things. I notice most people hate the truth in this realm. And it's the opposite of what most truthers say. Most truthers have been saying for years, if not decades, that people want the truth. If they could just get it. No, most people, when they're shown it, they deny it and they rage against it. They lash out and they hate the truth speaker. They hate the messenger. They want to murder me for speaking what I've spoken. And they say it that way. They'd love to do physical harm to me if they could. If they could. That might not be as easy as what some of you fucking demons assume. I would advise you not to try that.
Hard. That's it. Raw onion's sharp bite provided flavor when little else was available. Children would sometimes sprinkle sugar on top to cut the harshness, a poor man's caramelized onion. The onion provided vitamins when fresh vegetables were scarce. In coal mining towns across Appalachia, men carried these sandwiches into the darkness, unwrapping them hours later for sustenance during long shifts. The strong smell meant nobody would steal your lunch, and the powerful onion was believed to help counteract coal dust in the lungs. Sometimes necessity creates virtue from the simplest ingredients. Water pie. Perhaps no recipe better captures ingenuity in the face of scarcity than water pie. This Depression-era dessert starts with an empty pie crust. Then you pour in water, sugar, flour, butter, and vanilla. Through the magic of baking, it transforms into a custard-like filling. Families saved sugar rations for special occasions like birthdays or Sunday dinner. Water pie let them stretch those precious sweeteners into a dessert that felt like luxury. The smooth, vanilla-scented filling created something from nearly nothing. Church suppers featured these pies alongside more expensive fruit versions. Nobody admitted which family brought the water pie, sparing them embarrassment while ensuring no child went without dessert. The recipe appears in community cookbooks across the South, sometimes called Depression pie or Desperation pie, honest names for honest times. Hoover stew. Named bitterly after President Herbert Hoover during the Great Depression, this one-pot meal combined whatever was available. Usually macaroni, hot dogs cut into small pieces, canned corn, and canned tomatoes. In Hoovervilles, shanty towns named after the president, many blamed for their poverty, community pots of this stew simmered daily. One hot dog could flavor a pot feeding 12 people. The pasta provided bulk, the canned vegetables added nutrition, and the hot dog contributed protein and fat. Soup kitchens served versions of this stew, adjusting ingredients based on donations. Sometimes government cheese replaced hot dogs, or cabbage stood in for corn. The basic formula remained the same. Stretch a small amount of protein with pasta and vegetables to feed many hungry mouths. Bread pudding. No scrap of food went to waste during hard times. Stale bread found new life in bread pudding, cubed, soaked in a mixture of milk, eggs, sugar, and cinnamon, then baked until golden. If raisins were available, they added small bursts of sweetness. Bakeries sold day-old bread at reduced prices, and thrifty housewives transformed these bargains into desserts that tasted like luxury. The recipe adapted to whatever was available, sometimes using water instead of milk, or stretching 2 eggs with extra flour. In New Orleans, fancy restaurants now serve bread pudding with whiskey sauce as a gourmet dessert. But grandmothers remember when it was simply a way to use every crust of bread when none could be spared. The warm, sweet comfort of bread pudding turned necessity into something children requested by name. Ham hocks and beans. The wealthy ate ham steaks. The poor made meals from what remained, the bony joint where the pig's foot connected to the leg. These ham hocks, packed with connective tissue and small bits of meat, flavored pots of beans that could feed families for days. Dried beans soaked overnight, then simmered slowly with a ham hock. After hours of cooking, the meat fell from the bone in tender shreds while the beans absorbed smoky pork flavor. Served with cornbread to soak up the rich broth, this meal became a cornerstone of Southern cuisine. Farm families who butchered their own pigs used every part of the animal out of necessity. The ham hocks could be smoked and preserved, flavoring meals throughout winter when fresh meat was scarce. Today, chefs rediscover this humble cut for artisanal soups, but for generations, it simply meant survival. Rabbit stew. When the garden failed and the pantry emptied, men took shotguns into fields and forests. Wild rabbit provided free protein for rural families willing to hunt. The lean meat required slow cooking to become tender. Rabbit stew combined this foraged meat with root vegetables, carrots, potatoes, onions, whatever grew in backyard gardens. The rabbit stretched further in stew form than roasted whole. Every bit of flavor leached into the broth, which soaked into dumplings dropped on top. During World War II, when meat rationing limited beef and pork, government pamphlets encouraged rabbit raising in victory gardens. Domestic rabbits converted garden scraps and weeds into protein. Children learned early not to name these animals. They weren't pets, but survival. Pinto bean sandwiches. When lunch meat became an unaffordable luxury, cold pinto beans replaced it between bread slices. Left over from dinner the night before, these beans provided protein and filled empty stomachs. Mashed slightly with a fork and mixed with chopped onion and a dash of vinegar, the beans gained flavor that made the sandwich more than mere sustenance. Sometimes a thin scraping of mustard added tang when little else brightened meals. In coal mining communities and textile mill towns, these sandwiches appeared in lunch pails and children's school bags. The bread came from oven-filling baking days when 7 or more loaves prepared all at once saved precious fuel. The sandwiches represented parents' determination that their children wouldn't go hungry, no matter how tight money became. Potato soup. The humble potato, cheap, filling, and easy to grow, saved countless families from hunger. Potato soup transformed a few spuds into dinner with the addition of water, salt, and, if available, an onion and splash of milk. The basic recipe adapted endlessly. Bacon grease instead of butter for the roux, wild onions foraged from spring woods, or flour thickening the broth when milk was scarce. Families with cows added cream for special occasions, while those without relied on the starch of the potatoes themselves to create creamy texture. In Irish immigrant communities, this soup carried memories of old country famines when potatoes meant life itself. Generations later, potato soup still appears on tables when budgets tighten or cold weather calls for comfort. The simplicity masks its importance, a meal that prevented starvation with ingredients anyone could afford. Corn cob jelly. After kernels were removed for dinner, corn cobs still contained sweetness and flavor. Thrifty households extracted this last bit of goodness by boiling the cobs to create a sweet liquid that, when combined with sugar and pectin, became a delicate honey-colored jelly. The flavor defied easy description, subtly corn-like, but with floral notes similar to honey. Spread on biscuits or cornbread, it provided sweetness when sugar was rationed. During World War II, when sugar stamps limited purchases, this jelly stretched sweetener further than most recipes. Farm families developed this technique generations before industrialized food systems. The recipe appears in handwritten cookbooks passed through families, sometimes with notes indicating which variety of corn produced the best flavor. Modern foraging cookbooks have rediscovered this technique, rebranding it as artisanal rather than acknowledging its roots in genuine need. Garbage soup. Despite its unappetizing name, garbage soup represented remarkable resourcefulness. Nothing edible entered the actual garbage. Instead, vegetable peels, meat bones, wilted greens, and aging root vegetables simmered together in water with salt and pepper. The soup pot lived on the back of the stove, with new additions joining the broth daily. Potato water, the liquid from cooking pasta, even the juice from canned vegetables enriched the ever-changing meal. Each night, the family ate whatever version existed, knowing tomorrow's might taste completely different. Thrifty cooks strained the finished broth through cheesecloth for clarity. The resulting soup, with perhaps a handful of rice or barley added for substance, provided vitamins and flavor when fresh food was unavailable. One Depression-era cookbook called it perpetual soup, a gentler name for survival in liquid form. Vinegar pie. When fruit became too expensive or out of season, vinegar provided the tangy flavor normally supplied by lemons or apples. This desperation dessert combined vinegar, sugar, eggs, butter, and spices to create a sweet tart filling inside a simple crust. The chemical reaction between vinegar and baking soda created a light texture similar to more expensive fruit pies. Cinnamon and nutmeg disguised the vinegar's harshness, while sugar transformed it into an almost lemon-like brightness. Church socials during hard times featured rows of these golden pies alongside the more traditional apple and cherry versions. They sold for pennies less, feeding families with dignity when pride prevented accepting charity. The recipe appears in handwritten family collections across America, sometimes labeled mock lemon pie to spare children's complaints about eating vinegar. Egg drop soup. When chickens reduced their laying during winter months, each egg became precious. Egg drop soup stretched a single egg into a meal for four by slowly pouring beaten egg into hot broth, creating delicate ribbons that suggested abundance. The broth itself came from whatever was available, chicken feet and backs simmered with an onion perhaps, or simply bouillon cubes dissolved in water when times were hardest. A handful of green onions added color and vitamins if the garden offered them. Chinese immigrants brought this technique to America, where it merged with Depression-era thrift. The simple combination of hot liquid and beaten egg created protein-rich meals requiring minimal ingredients. Families saved their precious eggs for this soup, knowing the visual transformation made children feel they'd eaten something special. Biscuits and gravy. Southern kitchens turned flour, lard, and milk into filling meals through the magic of biscuits and gravy. The biscuits required minimal ingredients: flour, lard or bacon grease, salt, and a leavening agent. The gravy transformed a spoonful of grease and flour into creamy sauce that covered the plate. During harder times, the gravy contained little meat, perhaps crumbled bits of salt pork or the last pieces of sausage. The flavor came instead from black pepper, which grew plentiful and cheap after the spice trade expanded. Liberal shakes of pepper turned white gravy gray-speckled and gave the impression of more meat than actually existed. This breakfast sustained farmers through morning chores and factory workers through long shifts. The combination of fat and carbohydrates provided cheap energy when physical labor demanded fuel. Even now, diners across America serve this humble meal, though few remember its origins in genuine poverty. Fried bologna. When steak became an impossible dream, families turned to bologna, a mixture of ground meat scraps pressed into neat circles. Frying transformed this humble lunch meat into something that sizzled and smelled like proper cooking. The preparation couldn't be simpler. Cut a single slice into the edge to prevent curling, then fry until the edges crisped and the center bubbled. Served on white bread with mustard, perhaps with a slice of government cheese, it became a hot sandwich that felt like restaurant food. During the Depression and continuing through the 1970s recession, fried bologna became dinner when paychecks stretched too thin for conventional cuts of meat. Children often preferred it to healthier options, never realizing their parents served it from necessity rather than choice. The distinctive bologna bubble that formed during cooking delighted young eaters who poked it with forks before taking their first bites. Ham bone beans. Nothing demonstrated household thrift more clearly than the journey of a holiday ham through subsequent meals. After Sunday's celebration and Monday's sandwiches, the bone, with its clinging bits of meat, transformed plain beans into smoky, flavorful meals. Navy beans or Great Northerns soaked overnight, then simmered all day with the ham bone, an onion, and perhaps a bay leaf, if the spice drawer allowed such luxury. The long cooking extracted every molecule of flavor from the bone while softening the beans to creamy perfection. These beans improved over days, growing thicker and more flavorful. Served with cornbread or over rice, they provided complete protein through the combination of legumes and small amounts of meat. The recipe appears in cookbooks with the honest title, Makeshift Beans, or more poetically, as Day After Bounty. Tomato gravy. When gardens overflowed with tomatoes but little else graced the pantry, tomato gravy turned basic ingredients into comfort food. Bacon grease or butter formed the base, flour created thickening, and garden tomatoes provided both liquid and acidic brightness. Poured over biscuits, rice, or even simple slices of white bread, this gravy brought vitamin C and flavor to otherwise plain starches. The recipe adapted seasonally: green tomatoes in early summer, ripe ones in late summer, and canned tomatoes through winter months. In Appalachian communities where food traditions reflect generations of making do, tomato gravy remains beloved, even when pantries contain more options. The tangy sauce cut through the richness of fatty foods and brightened meals during dark winter months when fresh produce became distant memory. Sugar sandwiches. Perhaps nothing speaks more directly to childhood hunger than sugar sandwiches. 2 slices of white bread spread with margarine or butter, then sprinkled with sugar. Sometimes cinnamon added spice if the budget allowed this small luxury. During the Depression, parents with nothing else to offer created these sweet treats that cost pennies but filled empty stomachs. Children believed they received dessert rather than understanding the family's desperation. The sugar provided quick energy when little else was available. In oral histories of hard times, elderly Americans often mention these sandwiches, sometimes with nostalgia, sometimes with lingering shame at having once been so poor. The simple combination reappears whenever economic hardship strikes, becoming something of an edible economic indicator across generations. Potato peel soup. The ultimate testament to waste not, want not cooking, potato peel soup turned what most people discarded into actual meals. Thick potato peels, scrubbed clean before removal, simmered with onion and salt until they released their starch into the cooking water. During World War II rationing, government posters encouraged this soup as a way to extract nutrition from every scrap of food. The resulting broth, often thickened with a spoonful of flour, contained vitamins that would otherwise be thrown away. Sometimes a splash of milk added protein and calcium. Cookbooks from multiple countries contain versions of this soup, each reflecting regional hardship. German recipes from post-war years, Irish collections from famine times, American pamphlets from Depression-era extension offices. The humble potato peel connected human experience across continents and generations, all united by hunger and ingenuity. Bread soup. When bread became too stale for sandwiches, but too valuable to discard, it transformed into soup. Cubed stale bread simmered in broth, usually made from bouillon cubes when meat bones weren't available, until it softened and thickened the liquid. Italian immigrants called it ribollita, reheating yesterday's minestrone with added bread. Pennsylvania Dutch communities named it brown soup, simmering bread in milk with butter and onions. Every culture, finding itself facing empty pantries, discovered this method of stretching minimal ingredients. An egg, beaten into the hot liquid just before serving, added protein and creamy richness when eggs were available. More often, the soup relied on the bread itself for substance, with perhaps an onion or carrot added for flavor. The result tasted far better than its humble ingredients suggested, a testament to human creativity in the face of scarcity. Mock apple pie. The ultimate food illusion, mock apple pie contained no apples whatsoever. Instead, Ritz crackers or soda crackers simmered in sugar syrup with cream of tartar, and lemon essence created a filling with the texture and tartness of apples. During the Dust Bowl years, when fruit orchards died and produce became prohibitively expensive, this clever fake provided the comfort of apple pie without the impossible-to-obtain fruit. The crackers softened in the syrup, while cream of tartar added the necessary acidity that mimicked apples. The recipe famously appeared on Ritz cracker boxes during the 1930s, but community cookbooks contained versions dating back to pioneer days when wagon trains moved west through areas where apples couldn't grow. The chemical magic that transformed crackers into something remarkably apple-like represented American determination to maintain normalcy even in abnormal times. Mustard sandwiches. When lunch meat became unaffordable, but children still needed school lunches, mustard sandwiches appeared in lunch pails. A thin layer of yellow mustard between two slices of bread, nothing more, provided the appearance of a normal sandwich. The sharp flavor of mustard made the absence of meat less noticeable. Children sometimes traded half their sandwich for half of another child's equally humble meal, creating variety in otherwise monotonous eating. Parents sent these knowing their inadequacy, but unable to provide better. During the 1930s, school systems began lunch programs, partly because teachers reported children arriving with these barely their meals or nothing at all. The mustard sandwich became shorthand for hardship, appearing in oral histories and depression narratives as evidence of how low circumstances had fallen. Codfish gravy. Salt cod, preserved fish that required soaking before cooking, provided protein when fresh meat became unavailable. Flaked and stirred into white sauce, it became creamy gravy poured over potatoes or biscuits for complete meals. Fishing communities along both coasts relied on this preserved staple during winter months when boats couldn't safely leave harbor. Inland, salt cod traveled well and stored indefinitely, making it insurance against hunger when other options failed. The strong flavor sometimes challenged children's palates, but hunger proved an effective seasoning. Families added chopped hard-boiled eggs when available for extra protein and visual appeal. During Lent, Catholic families ate this gravy on Fridays, transforming religious obligation into practical thrift. Milk toast. Simple as its name suggests, milk toast combined three basic ingredients: bread, milk, and butter, into a meal that provided comfort and nutrition when little else was available. Toast became warm base for hot milk, sometimes sweetened with a sprinkle of sugar or made savory with salt and pepper. The milk softened the toast while providing calcium and protein. For the youngest and oldest family members, this easily digestible meal proved especially important during illnesses when stronger foods caused distress. In literature and film, milquetoast became shorthand for blandness and weakness, an unfair assessment of a meal that sustained families through their darkest financial hours. The simple combination appears in medical texts as ideal for invalids and in poverty narratives as the last resort before actual hunger. Its humble nature belies its importance in American food history. These 25 recipes tell stories of American resilience through scarcity. They remind us how recently genuine hunger threatened families who today might take abundance for granted. The yellowed recipe cards in Grandmother's box aren't just cooking instructions, they're survival manuals from times we would do well to remember.
Good night, everyone. Mad love to you. I'm going to end the stream here. Thank you for watching. Mad love and strength to all good spirits, good, true, authentic spirits who care about the truth. Mad love and strength to you. I will see you again soon. Bye for now, everyone. Good night, wherever you are, and take care.
They tell me there's words that I can't say. All their stupid rules are fucking gay. They want me to think the N-word is wrong, but I'm not gonna play along. Nigga, I feel like saying nigga today. Oh yeah, I feel like saying nigga tonight. Alright, when I'm with my son sitting in the park, I say nigga with a heart. Oh fuck yeah. I don't care if you get your feelings hurt.